เ Guten Tag, good morning, and welcome back to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025 presented by USAA. A fine tournament that has already seen day one weave out the fantastic stories of our allied brothers and sisters across multiple countries. And what a day it has been, a phenomenal day so far that promises to only deliver deeper and better as we continue on through. That's right. Group stages are not done. We still have many stories to weave. Will it be the continued dominance of Air Force Gaming? Could the French passion finally carry them and thrust them to the top? Or perhaps it's finally time for the British boys to wake up with eggs and beans and smash into action. It's going to be a fun one. I'm, of course, your host, Killer Pigeon. I'll be with you throughout the day here, live from the base in Ramstein on the US Army base, hosted by the fantastic people over the 86th FSS. But folks, it's time to get on the day. We've got 12 series ahead of us. Group stage will resolve. We'll start hopping into those brackets. So let's get ready to get our teams to the stage. The first team up, well, they have got a lot of flexing to do, a lot of improving, some big words said, some big beliefs had. It's my fellow Brit boys. Join me and welcome to the stage. It's RAF Storm Shadows. Mark. Oh, are we that? It's RAF Storm Shadows. Morning. Fantastic. Boys up and early. A sweaty series yesterday from them. A heartbreaker in some ways, but something to be inspired and encouraged by. And well, they're going to have to dig deep because their opponents are not an easy one. No, they're going to be going up against the runners-up from last year who've been looking fierce in the group stage. Join me in welcome to the stage. It's Coastal Guard Gaming.
Flow so sick it's hazardous. Y'all still suck like Dracula. Sip this beat, let's back it up. And I don't care about clicks, they talk too much, and I know that I gotta keep on grinding, finding myself. I ain't gonna stop until I know I had enough. Don't run trap, but I run up the check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
It's Coast Guard Gaming. Oh, and you can feel the US support here. For good reason. These lads have been delivering. In fact, they're believed to be the ones that can maybe tackle, take down Air Force Gaming, the ones with maybe the best opportunity. But, you know, I've got to get some words from lads. I've got to go across here first to Envy. Talk to me about yesterday. Talk to me about the reset, because new day, new outcomes. How are you guys feeling going into the series today?
Confident, a lot more confident. I think yesterday we had a bit of downtime to reflect on how we played, what we can change, what we can improve. And today we're going to come out fighting.
Oh, you're going to have to fight fierce, fight strong. I've got the man with the stare down. Are you going to go easy on them with the eyes this time and just save it for the audience? Or are you going to give them the death stare that allows them to not even compare?
I think I'm going to go with the death stare.
You're going to have to get one to match up to that because he's intimidating. But you know what? We're going to get ready to sink our teeth in the action, folks. We've got so many series to get through. So let's head across the casters as we prep for RAF Storm Shadows up against Coast Guard Gaming.
Thank you very much, Killer Pigeon. I am terrified. I'm absolutely terrified of Xylem's stare. Again, I'm not even on the field. I'm not playing. I shouldn't be. He's not supposed to scare me. And then yet, the intensity is absolutely crazy. Folks, welcome back to the second day of Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. Jar of Jam, Vaudable, and Relic will be your faces and voices leading you through all the 12 games today. And it's nice to be here up and early, have a little coffee, tea, whatever do you prefer, and get ready into the action. We had plenty happening yesterday, and plenty more will be happening today. So let's just quickly go through all of this before the team set up on the stage for our very first match. Of course, we start with Coast Guard Gaming versus RAF Storm Shadows, but Vaudable, there's plenty more action to be happening later on, including some very great matchups.
Yeah, a lot of great series. The one I'm looking forward to the most out of this list is that one at 11:15 a.m. CST. That's Air Force Gaming versus Coast Guard Gaming. That is the Grand Finals rematch from last year, so I can't wait to see how that one goes down.
And of course, at the end of the day, we are going to be moving into the playoff rounds as well. No eliminations just yet, but the double elimination bracket will be starting with those winners round matches. It's going to be something else. And again, a day full of games. You saw 6 on your first screen, 6 on the second one, 12 in total. And tomorrow we are all rounding it up with a final bracket. But let's look at these results, and they do tell a story, don't they, Relic?
It's a story that I feel like I've read before, Jam. Don't know about you, it's feeling a little deja vu out here. Air Force Gaming are on a lossless streak that stretches back as far as 2023. Not in series, in games. It is truly a level of dominance that has been hitherto unheard of in Rocket League esports, in wider esports, let's be real. But now we're getting into the deep end of this tournament. It's the longest version of A5 that we've ever seen. It means that the endurance and that mental strength is ever more important. And I am also looking at that Coast Guard series along with Vodable. If anyone is going to take down Air Force Gaming, on paper, it should be them. We'll see whether they can get a game. We'll see whether they can contest for the series, but that's for later, Jam. Right now, we've got our first series up and coming. And Coast Guard is on stage, just going up against the Storm Shadows instead.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a great little appetizer start for them. There is Stelia's competitor last year. This year, a coach for his Storm Shadows has been inspiring his team with, not sure what he's saying, but it looks mighty impressive when he's talking to his voice. So I'd love to see that. Well, on the other side, Coast Guard Gaming, they are just by themselves, and all of this intensity from Xylem, but he's a funny fella. Every single time Killer Pigeon had a chance to talk with him, it's death stare first, but then jokes all around, and it works out pretty well. So, shall we make any sort of predictions for this match? Of course, new day, so things can change all completely. What can it potentially, Vodable, if you're still with us, do you have any ideas what could it potentially be taken for the Storm Shadows to take over Coast Gaming?
I don't think this is going to be a 3-0 necessarily. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I still got to say the confidence is there for Coast Guard Gaming. They look like our second best team, at least for now, until they face off against Air Force Gaming. I'm going to go 3-1 in their favor. Storm Shadows have something about them that gives me hope, and hopefully for their sakes, they can get the victory at the end of it, especially proving themselves even more worthy of a better seed going into that double elimination bracket. But Coast Guard Gaming, they've just been so ruthless every time on the ball, on offense, on defense. They have been unstoppable so far.
And it does feel like nobody can take a game off of them, perhaps only the Air Force Gaming that they're going to be playing later on today. That's our 4th match of the day. Actually, you'll be casting that one alongside myself, so we're going to be in for quite a treat. But for now, everybody's setting up, everybody's staring. What is it with the stares at the cameras? as if on cue. Thank you very much.
It's still
Thank
going.
you very much, boys. It's still going. this one, yes, right in the distance.
That's what we want. That's what we want. The love.
A little bit of love, as opposed to just.
I like this POV. Shout out production.
Big shout out to production. Big shout out to everyone making it a chance. But Vodable, we're going to say adieu to you for now. Relic, it is time for our first series of the day, and RF Storm Shadows in orange, Coast Guard Gaming in blue. Let's get it going.
The inner pundit in me wants to see a close series. Always we want to see a close series, Jam. We want to see action right off the rip. We're going to get it right off the rip as Coast Guard open it with 1-0 within 17 seconds.
Oh, wow, Echo does everything. Set up on the backboard, a pass, and then a demo to completely remove any chances for RF Storm Shadows to score a goal. Something that we've seen yesterday and seems to be continuing trend today. Quick goals. And you don't want to give Coast Guard Gaming any sort of early advantages, but Echo is going for a second one. He gets it for his team. 2-0, and wow, they had come to play today.
I was rather hoping to complete my thoughts, Jan, before Coast Guard Gaming decided to put RAF Storm Shadows to the sword. Because here's the thing, as much as I want a close series, I think if Coast Guard really want to put themselves in the shop window as genuine contenders for A-Fight 2025, this is the sort of series that they need to be dominating. I know Vodable said 3-1. I would also say 3-1. I think this needs to be a 3-0 to really show to us they can hit the same level of performance as Air Force Gaming at the top of the table.
There's gonna be a lot of effort needed to even match the Air Force. And for now, Lights with a second one. And Coast Guard Gaming wastes no time in setting up a comfortable scoreline. And my God, they're looking even better today than they were yesterday. Whatever is that they did in the interim seems to be working really well. RAF Storm Shadows, well, as we learned yesterday, Storm Shadow stands for a type of a missile. So maybe they can launch some of those at their opponents. So expect a couple of demos here and there.
I will say the Royal Air Force has some of the single coolest military names out there. The Storm Shadow missile, are you kidding me? Also, one of the best jets in the world, the Typhoon. I feel like we have a really good naming convention going, but naming conventions are all fair and well if you're able to find results with them, Jam. And RAF Storm Shadows, even yesterday, we saw they could either blow very hot or very cold. When they're on song, easily one of the best teams out there on stage. When it's not so much the case, we see this. 3 goals in the space of 90 seconds, even less than, and already a huge hill to climb to get back onto level pegging.
Consistency was mentioned yesterday, and it's a mark of a great team that can be consistent throughout the whole event, throughout the whole tournament. Again, 3 days, this is just not a one-day effort. All 3 days, the team that was supposed to win this needs to be on point every single game, every single series, and those are long days. Us and for the players included, but although we're taking it one series at a time, so at any other point, while we're seeing 2 teams on the field, the rest of the 5 are practicing, or just resting, making sure that they're prepared for the other games. The goal barrage has ended for now, but the scoreline still stands. It doesn't disappear. Those 3 goals are still there, and as demos are rattling in the background, RAF Storm Shadows find themselves against their net once again.
I completely agree. Like, although, yes, the damage has been done, at least things have stabilized for the Storm Shadows, I think, being the first team on stage of any day, especially early in the morning. Sometimes there's a bit of grogginess, a bit of rustiness to shake off, but hopefully for the Storm Shadows, that task has been completed. Now they can go about trying to find a goal, although with little boost to work with, and with the Coast Guard controlling the midfield, it's going to be mighty difficult as Echo shot towards net is just a little too short of the post.
And we're returning Envy. Long shot, bottom left corner, very precise. And as RAF Storm Shadows find themselves a way to get out of their own half, Xylem sets up Envy perfectly. Otherwise, he was not getting to that ball. And this is just a cut in the rotation that Coast Guard Gaming were not planning for. Bubble completely out of their reach. And one for Storm Shadows can set them in good stead for the rest of the game. Especially after kickoff, they can look for another one, but Echo Lights, they almost connect up in the air. They're Coast Guard Gaming. They're flying just like the best.
Lights gets it right into the middle of the box, and P's there to make the save. Envy looking for a quick transition, got P in support. Echo finds a piece of it, brings it over to the far side of the field, but Xylem's run is interrupted. P off the backboard, so he's never going to get a shot from there. Maybe running a bit of interference, helping out the rotation. P misses the ball entirely. Envy already rotating back, 100 boost. Awkward, drops so far away and yet so close to the backboard. Xylem stealing 100 boost on the far side. Envy won't get a further say in this matter, but P gets a clearance over the halfway line. Coast Guard Gaming starts to roar back into life. Possible opportunity here, and they finish it off with a plom.
Another great setup. Echo utilizing every single bit of boost. And as you look at our Storm Shadows, they did not have any boost to use for. Envy had to go to the backboard with nothing in his tank. And placement on that shot is perfect. In between all of the RAF Storm Shadows players. This goes back immediately to the orange side of the field again. It's to Envy and RF Storm Shadows to immediately find some boost and start pushing. They got 100 in the corner, but Echo, Light, Xylem keep on moving as fast and as smooth as you would expect, first and foremost, but also as if nothing has happened. They immediately switch back into the routine, and they look great doing it.
30 seconds left on the clock. Very little time to find 3 goals indeed. And Storm Shadows, apart from that first 90 seconds, you'd argue they've defended well. You'd argue that they actually passed pretty well too. But once they get into that final third, once they get into a shooting position, they have struggled. They have either had too many defenders in front of them, too little power in their shots. They've lacked the manpower. But most importantly, they've lacked the goals, Jam. 4-1 Coast Guard, 1-0 in the series.
Yeah, disregard what it said on the screen. It's the first game, Coast Guard Gaming 1-0, and again, that start. It is, you set yourself in good stead immediately, and then not even coast on it, no pun intended. But you just set yourself up, say that your intention is this, and very strongly after that, you just keep on playing your solid game, and this is exactly what we saw. Bar one misstep on that pass to Envy, everything else was looking smooth and perfect for Coast Guard Game.
I think experience will come in handy for the Storm Shadows here. Recent experience, that is. We saw them in a helter-skelter series against the French Air Force yesterday. A series that they did lose, Jam, but a series in which they were asked to get back onto level terms in terms of games, not once, but twice. And all of those games, barring one, were incredibly close affairs, no less the final game, which was taken to overtime. That said, Coast Guard Gaming, experience of their own, not just from the success, all the success that they had yesterday, but it's the only roster that's stuck together between years, and so the synergy feels so natural, cruising through their qualification stages as well to make this point of the competition. It's no surprise to see them as such a strong squad at AFI 2025. Why wouldn't they be?
Yeah, it's this is not the wide world of esports, but rosters constantly changing is a big bane of esports in general. I feel like I understand the reasons. They're plentiful, and some of them are good, some of them are bad. Xylem, how does Xylem have any time to look at the game monitors? Because I feel like half of the time, or most of the time, we look at him, he's staring at the camera. Ugh.
He just does. It's his superpower. What worries me...
Dear me.
Well, actually, not so much that worries me. Like, I don't think I can ever be worried about Xylem. Looks to take very good care of himself. I just wonder what the routine is. Do we have eye drops? You know, are we hydrating? Does that create the natural moisture to maintain that level of contact for such a long amount of time? I mean, whipping out the blue steel, honestly, handsome looking lads. Great to see you on stage. Great to see you finding success, but the Storm Shadows, those sort of mind games, that air of confidence, they got to dispense with that. They got to take it on. And to be fair, with that first 90 seconds, Jam, I think there's so many goals in such quick succession right at the beginning of the series. If you're ever going to concede that many goals in such a short amount of time, that's truthfully the best time to do it, because you can find so many excuses as to why that would happen. But the excuses end here. You've had a game. You have to have found your groove by then. Start strong here. Even if you don't find the opening goal, at least keep it closer throughout that 5 minutes so that by the time you reach endgame, you're in contention for a point at least.
Yeah, so straight off the kickoff, make sure that the moves that Coast Guard Gaming were pulling off in the previous game are not going to be efficient anymore. Now straight up from this, as Lights has all the boost in the world, even has a chance on target, RF Storm Shadows needed to be there to stop, needed to be there ready with the boost on backboard in front of the net, since nobody has been contesting Coast Guard Gaming in the air. At the very least, the setup needs to be around the net to stop whatever they're doing. That means stop an aerial attempt, stop a double tap attempt, covering the backboard, something being in the net. There's a 1-2, Echo down. Are going to be clearing out? Yes, it goes out.
C. Shot for Cedric, don't you know? Unfortunately, he gives it away. And Echo over one will not be able to find the crisscrossing paths of P and Cedric who combine, but then both miss the ball. Feels like the defense is slightly built on hopes and dreams for the Storm Shadows right now. Nothing feels particularly deliberate. And as the ball is thrown downfield, they're going to be asked to do it again.
Just a reminder for everybody, 1-0 to Coast Guard Gaming. Previous game ended at 4-1 in their favor. They're currently leading in the series. Best of 5 series. 3 to win it. For RF Storm Shadows, they're looking for their opening statement in the series themselves. They've scored 1 in the previous game. Would love to go for a win as well. I see Envy has not completely reduced his nickname. He's just now NV, but now he's joining Cedric as C, and P, who has always been P. There's no more than that. P is short for P.
Yeah. There it is. It's not much shorter that you can get, to be honest. As Xylem looking for the shortest path to goal now. Actually misses that 100, not an ideal rotation out, and has allowed P a bit of free roam. Cedric taking out Xylem, but Lights is now 1v1 with Envy. Gets over Envy, but then is going to be stopped in their tracks. Echo snuffed by P, throws it away.
Back to the Coast Guard Gaming side, it goes with Envy. Going to be intercepting to Cedric on the ground. He plays it to the side. Smart play is not to give Coast Guard Gaming an immediate rebound. Now they can push it through, and my boy, they can. P puts it out. Envy thankfully on points to put it on target.
Ay. Oh man, P off the post and then puts it out himself.
Honestly, helps out Envy.
Does kind of set up Envy, yeah. As long as it goes in, Jam, doesn't matter how it does. 1-0 Storm Shadows a lead in this game.
Beautifully set up. Again, they had the numbers. And Cedric over Echo to the corner post denies him. Now they need to be rushing back immediately. He immediately with a follow-up himself. Set up in front of the net are RAF Storm Shadows. That goal has certainly rejuvenated them. And they're looking better than they've been so far in this series. It's only 1 goal. It's only 3 minutes gone in this game. It already has been a much more rounded, all-round affair. It has not been a 0-3 dismemberment we've seen in game number 1.
Cedric, it's a nice clear. It's going to be an okay shot opportunity. Oh, the double tap fails to find the mark. Envy towards target, helped on his way by Xylem. See, Cedric doesn't quite get the pinch that he was hoping for. Will stick around in the midfield to enforce. But Xylem's going to win this race. Backboard. Anyone on hand? Yeah, you bet. It's Echo.
Just a series of back passes that didn't really work out for RF Storm Shadows. And as challenge needed to come, Xylem sets up Echo perfectly. Again, backboard, if it's uncontested, then any old team, especially Coast Guard Gaming, has a perfect opportunity to set up a pass and whatever continuation of play that can be. Envy 1v1, 1v2 probably. Even Xylem boots it high, but it still rattles off the woodwork and into the hands of Envy.
Just like a decadent slice of vanilla cheesecake. Sometimes you need that slice of luck to be able to find another way forward. And off the kickoff, yeah, it wasn't the cleanest connection for the shot, but it worries Coast Guard Gaming enough to force out the mistake. Less than 90 seconds left. And the Coast Guard going to be brewing that one. Storm Shadows. It's a free hit, essentially. But there's no more lives left. You know that if the next team is going to score, it's going to be the Coast Guard. Or maybe not. Pinch down the other way. Is that a target? Oh, shut up, Mr. Commentator. 3-1.
My God, what a turnaround. Great win by Envy. Long-range effort and past absolutely everybody. We haven't seen these long-range rockets in a while. And Envy is putting on a show. The name change helped. He's doing it.
He's doing it. He's doing it. He's really doing it. The Storm Shadows, pleasantries aside, as you rightly pointed out, Jam, a much more accomplished performance, irrespective of what the result ultimately will turn out to be. There's so much more to talk about in terms of their passing plays, in terms of accuracy on net, working the defense, and maybe the Coast Guard Gaming will now get a slice of fortune for themselves.
What a nice little pinch of Cedric. Not what he planned, not what Coast Guard Gaming have planned, but they're gonna take it nonetheless. The lead has shrunk to just 1 goal. And in those remaining 35 seconds, RAF Storm Shadows need themselves to play against a storm that is Coast Guards. They're in front of the net, maybe for a bump. P is sitting very deep into the field, making sure that no stray players from Coast Guard Gaming can even make it through. They're retreating. They'd rather take another chance from a more favorable position with more boost. And that shot, top right corner, Xylem. Echo will be setting it up high, but Envy is already there. Echo passes it all the way back. Xylem bottom left corner. Cedric redirects that ball, but it's still there. No immediate big clear. We're going to be living on a dribbling time. 0 seconds. Echo high, but not long, and that's the problem. They have so much to do to bring it to the other side of the field. Ladies and gentlemen, RAF Storm Shadows take a game off the Coast Guard Gaming and tie up the series 1-1.
You know what I really liked about the Storm Shadows performance, apart from most of it just in general, I value way better than what we saw in game 1. Maybe minus the very first instance. I really liked their kickoffs, Jam. I thought that their kickoffs saw far more of a success rate, keeping possession. Again, the one time they didn't have a successful kickoff was literally right at the beginning, where we see Coast Guard have a flyby opportunity to score a goal, which they don't convert this time. And maybe that is also something to consider, that the Coast Guard weren't as accurate with their shots, so they didn't find as much joy on net as we've seen in previous games and previous series.
I know, what? Yeah, everything just better for the RAF Storm Shadow side, and it is working wonders for them now to take this momentum, now to take this feeling, and continue on playing on these vibes throughout the rest of the series. It is tied now, and best of 5, so we're going up until 3 wins. And RAF Storm Shadows and Cedric immediately received this pass, and this is what we've mostly been seeing Coast Guard Gaming do as well. Receive that pass deep into their side, player with the boost coming on from the corner, and start up something big. Right here, Storm Shadows keep on testing Coast Guard Gaming with their plays, their long clears. And so far, on the previous game, no answer. And this game, see how it goes. Do say no answer though, obviously. 2 goals in Van's demo as well, but ball goes to the corner, so no immediate threat.
It's a nice recycle though, and P's not able to connect with it quite as well as they want, and hitting the backboard gives Echo the time to make the clearance, but P with the double tap off the post, peppering the net, but the Storm Shadows don't quite find the seasoning to apply the actual finish.
My God, these chances, this looked as if this was in already. Sorry, Storm Shadows will have to try again. Now in defense. And over here, we need to be incredibly careful. Echo up in the air, so deadly. Same goes for Light, and he is uncontested. Does everything as if it was a training pack off the backward. Beautiful recovery. He changes his movement 180 degrees from the moment he grabs the ball to the point he scores.
Envy chasing Shadows, Cedric gazumped. I don't know whether it was a poor starting position or a miscontrol mid-air. But you're absolutely spot on in that it's worth pointing out that he was uncontested, because it really should have been. And the Coast Guard with first blood in game 3. For those of you who are accustomed to following the scoreline via the little green lights, slightly incorrect here. We are in game 3 and it is 1-1 in the series, so don't you worry your little heads about it. We will keep you up to date with the scores as we rumble on here, as Coast Guard's now on the defensive, and it's such a shame for the Storm Shadows too, Jam, because they've had the better of it, and you know what? They're going to roar back into this game with a well-deserved equalizer.
Yeah, they keep on pressuring and keep on finding these opportunities on the field. So little roots and gaps in between the Coast Guard Gaming's players that their rotation does not account for, and it bears repeating, but the rhythm of the play. Sometimes your rhythm can be perfect. Sometimes your opponent completely throws you off that rhythm, your movement around the field, and just nothing really works out. Right now, REF Storm Shadows are managing to sneak in between the beats. What Coast Guard Gaming is doing, they're mightily efficient at.
Loose ball. Lights gets the shot. Envy gets the interception. Echo with a follow-up. And C with lightning reactions like a cat. Meow.
He will block Xylem. Not on target. Lights and Echo with full boost. That's not what you want to see as REF Storm Shadow player, but a demo and Lights and see you later. With that full tank, no aerial attempts. Echo goes high, then goes low. And he does not have anybody in immediate support there. Cedric goes back the other way. Now they need to be incredibly careful. Storm Shadows keep a player pretty deep, knowing how deadly these counterattacks are by Coast Guard Gaming, and especially keeping that last player on full boost, knowing that Coast Guard Gaming are gonna most likely go the aerial route.
Not the greatest fan of this phase of play for the Storm Shadows. It feels like they're too desperate to keep the ball at a high pace. And we're seeing unnecessarily aggressive attacks on the backboard. We're seeing unnecessary touches that actually do more to hinder teammates than help. Finally, a bit of a release as they hit the blue side of the field. Fortuitous for Envy, who's just picked up the 100 boost, but Lights does well to navigate their way past him. Gets the flip reset opportunity, doesn't utilize it. Xylem with a gorgeous chip, hits that backboard. Envy hits the backboard again. Cedric is not going to get there in time. Envy completely misses the ball. Everybody stopping and staring for a moment as we're all flummoxed as to how no shot opportunity was taken.
Oh, it all started getting worse the moment the ball was pretty much put back on the backboard by REF Storm Shadows in a position where Coast Guard Gaming were already prepared to take a shot at. Lights to Xylem. There's a shot, but he is safe in the net. Now, the whole of REF Storm Shadows are set up to be defending, to be getting anything against Echo. Oh, Cedric. Hoping that there's going to be somebody up front, but to Envy has been on point with his goals in this series. Going to be looking for even more output for him. This is an open net, and Echo cannot be stopped by P. Too little time, 2-1, and we're entered our last minute of game number 3.
Somebody left the keys in the door. And Coast Guard Gaming walk right on through. That last challenge should not have been the last challenge. And Storm Shadows, not a great time to concede here. Less than a minute on the clock, but Cedric eager to put the record right. Denied. Envy in field. Xylem. He can't do much here. Back to Xylem. Interception from C as Envy goes on the chase. Wins the race. It's Peeb and Cedric takes it off him. Unnecessary double commit, which just gives Coast Guard Gaming the ball back.
Lights waits for 2, beats them all. There's a demo attempt in the net. Cedric all alone. Xylem needs to come in above him and gets the double tap. 3-1. The timer now is not a friend of REF Storm Shadows.
It further puts pain to the point. The Storm Shadows, again, on their day, they're as good as anyone. But these inconsistencies at this level of competition, it's gonna bite you. It's gonna bite you really hard. And from what was looking like a relatively strong starting position after coming back from a disappointment that went against the run of play. Well, as it turns out, the run of play in the end favors the Coast Guard. It's match point and a 4th to take on their way.
Oh, this is a repeat of game number 1 in terms of scoreline, but that's not in terms of play. One thing's for sure, compared to game number 2, in game number 3, Coast Guard Gaming managed to punish more of the mistakes. And in the end, that scoreline just kept on ballooning a little bit more until it was no longer reachable for the opponents. Match point, and Royal Air Force Esports need a good pep talk from Stelios to bring it all back. It all looked good. Again, they found their opportunities to go to the other side of the field, get those chances. It's not like they never saw the light of the day on the blue side of the field. Now they need to repeat the same.
It was a fantastic 4 goals from the Coast Guard. I can't shake the feeling that the Storm Shadows were the doctors of their own doom here. Jam. There was a couple of periods there where, in their eagerness to keep Coast Guard on their toes, the play actually ended up running away from them. And especially in Rocket League, although chaos can get you some places if you're a team punching up, at the worst of times, it means that you actually lose any semblance of control over what you're doing. And when you lose control, especially when we're talking about the midfield and executing counter opportunities, when you give a team like the Coast Guard that counter opportunity, when you've got that stare looking you down, fear sets about you. And especially if you overcommit, as we saw them do a couple of times, Jam, then the goals will go against you. And Coast Guard demonstrating exactly why that point is always correct.
We just had a confirmation that Xylem actually looks at the game during the game and not at the camera. He averted his eyes at the last possible moment was the countdown started, but because I had an impression that he just plays by feel, by sound, and Lights and Echo are currently trying out to break down RF Storm Shadows and goalkeeping again. Not the place that RAF wants to find themselves in. Echo past one. Xylem will be shooting. Of course, more of a setup perhaps play. Now on the other side of the field. It's nice to see RF Storm Shadows sending players forward to start an attack. And look at that, just immediately they're overwhelming them with shots.
Oh, Cedric, very tight angle, very difficult shot. Lights carries downfield. Envy, much like Elvis Presley, sends it right back to sender. Envy, continuing this charge, backboard, Cedric, intercept, loose ball. No third committed from the Storm Shadows. Instead, they are choosing conservatism, looking after their own net. Will it pay dividends? Well, Cedric has made that initial save. Xylem with the follow-up. Xylem hangs about. That's going to go downfield, only as far as Lights at the midfield line. 100 boost secured. Potential opportunity. Envy taking out Xylem on the far side of the field. Cedric with a big challenge, and it's over into the blue half once again, but not for long. Backboard, and P handles well.
Xylem again, sending it to RAF Storm Shadows. You can see how often Coast Guard Gaming are just inviting RAF Storm Shadows onto them and just, okay, do whatever. We are set up to do something like this. Literally, Lights does not need to do anything. Opponent has the ball. Everything is okay for him. He just, okay, I'm going to throw a block. And then he throws it right to where Lights wants.
That's the Rocket League equivalent of here, have a free shot, unfortunately. You can see what Envy was trying to do, but the execution was sadly lacking. 1-0 Coast Guard. You can't argue that it's not been deserved. They have had far more opportunities. They have been far more proactive. Storm Shadows need to settle, but Lights is on the charge. Lovely backward defense here from Envy, who's now looking to rotate out. Lights intercepts his P. Pick up the pieces. Nice stop from the corner with Echo. P was maybe hoping for a bit more interplay with Cedric. Maybe confusing themselves. Envy towards the target. Maybe more dangerous than they had any right to be. And Lights comes out with this one.
They're having some great chips from the corners so far, not finding the target, but the shots are dangerous enough that Coast Guard Gaming, in some cases, might not be able to stop it just because the angle is so awkward. Double demo. Going to be a momentarily 2v2 on the other side of the field. Although the defender, there's Envy. RF Storm Shadows is going to be there. Easier for RF to deal with it. But going back, there's only 2 minutes standing between Coast Guard Gaming winning this game and the series. As the score line overall is 2-1 in favor of the US Coast Guard. But RF Storm Shadows have been getting some great looks on the other side of the field. This could be one of them.
Lights, nice and slow. Echo ready. Envy takes it away from Echo. And Cedric will have to start from square one. Still over a minute and a half left. But the defense has been incredibly disciplined from the Coast Guard, as proven here. Echo on standby. And Cedric unable to win the challenge. Breakaway opportunity for Echo. Got Lights in support. Lights, a ball just escapes his clutches.
Still on the other side of the field, RAF Storm Shadows need to find a clearing quick. The problem is the ball keeps them moving high and not down the field, and all the while Echo still looks as if he is uncontested, has all the time in the world, has all the boost in the world.
Oh.
man just brings himself to the net, and challenges seem to be coming in at the wrong time for RAF Storm Shadows. Coast Guard Gaming can just keep on going into the air where they seem to be unreachable.
I think that was a brutal missed input there from P, or rather the wrong input at the worst possible time. It does happen, finger does slip, but unfortunately on the defense, it means that we're in this scenario 2-0 in favor of the Coast Guard. Match point awaits. Ooh, nice shot opportunity there. But close to the target is as good as it will get down the other side. Coast Guard for the third. Echo does enough.
It just sneaks in. And it was already looking like Xylem beating everybody in between them again. Just splits the difference. Splits the difference. And with third for Coast Guard Gaming with 33 seconds remaining, RAF Storm Shadows, it is a storm that they had to overcome, and Coast Guard Gaming, for good reason, are considered to be, or at least the second best team of this tournament. The title of the best so far still, I would say, goes to US Air Force, the reigning champs, the performance that we've seen from there yesterday, and still haven't dropped a single game. I mean, it bears repeating, but not series, games, literally. They've conceded the goals. There's at least something P off the post, and well, at the end of the day, 3-0 or 3-1 doesn't matter that much. 3-1 overall, and Coast Guard Gaming take our opening series over the RAF Storm Shadows. Again, hugs, camaraderie, that's the truth. Feels like it stings a little bit for the boys in RAF shirts, because it could have been there again. Could have been their series.
It could have. I think there will be people who look at this with perhaps a bit more pessimism, and they'll say, oh, why is it all smiles? Why is it all smiles? When actually I look at this and I think, wow, this is a team that it doesn't matter whether they win or lose. They're going to have a good time, and they're going to understand that there's plenty more ahead of them, especially at this stage of the competition, Jam. Every one of these teams gets a slot in the double elimination bracket, and this is all about seeding and ultimately who you're going to face first. Doesn't matter who you face first, as long as you beat them, right? So for the Storm Shadows, another good learning experience. Our Sleepy Boy Vodable Prophet turns out spot on the money with the prediction. And I think that the Coast Guards, I think, well, we were talking about, should they 3-0 here if they want to go up against the Air Force and genuinely contend? I guess we're going to find out either way a little later. But let's find out some answers now, shall we? With KP on the floor with our winners, Coast Guard Gaming.
Thank you, boys. I'm joined by Coast Guard Gaming's Xylem. You good? You feel good? You feel strong? Do you go through a lot of eye drops to keep the stare? Do you feel confident about the way you won over RAF here?
Yeah, I can't do it anymore. It's so hard. Yeah, I think we played really well. We had a lot of fixes during the matches. RAF played really well as well. It was tough to, meld into like how we actually wanted to play, but once we got it together, we did really well as a team.
I know you were gelling well. I mean, you gave RAF a little bit of inspiration, getting that one game, and I guess it feels good to get the win, but in the back of your mind, it feels like perfection is needed here, right? Like AFG is still the team that's not dropping any games, so how do you guys feel about that? How do you approach that? Because this was a good performance, but it feels like AFG, you're always looking and it's the boogeyman in the shadows.
Yeah, fortunately, we play AFG all the time, whether it's a different mix of what AFG used to be and what they are now. But we're all in a Discord server together, and we always play all the time. So we kind of know how they play a little bit, and we just, again, have to try and do our best because the perfection aspect may or may not happen today. I'm assuming may not, but we'll see.
We saw the boys over at Space Force try to take more of a defensive strategy against AFG. How did you rate that? Do you guys see that as maybe like a good plan, or do you feel like you have to take control of the ball, you have to be the ones attacking?
I think it's a bad plan just because of the speed of how AFG plays and their passing plays and everything like that. You can't just sit back. If that's what Space Force wants to do, they'll probably lose out, but that's not something that we're going to do.
All right, well, we're still excited to see that one happen in the group stage, but thank you for the interview. Good luck with the next series. And as the next series for us, folks, next up, it is a British showdown. That's right. We found another way that Brit team can get a win. We have to slaughter each other again. Next up, after a short break, we've got HMS Triumph going up against RAF Shadows. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. It's day 2 of the action. We just had one series. There's still 11 more to go in the day. You're going to be treated for Rocket League throughout the whole weekend. Charge M here with Relic. We just saw Coast Guard Gaming take a win over the RAF Storm Shadows and continue their undefeated run. But we are turning our eyes to other series and other events because there's still plenty more of Rocket League to be played. We need to go to 21 games in the group stage, the round robin, and then we're going to be moving on to the double elimination bracket at the end of the day. Tomorrow, we're still going to have a ton of games to play to finally find our winner of 2025 Allied Forces Esports Invitational. This is how the standings are looking right now. Coast Guard Gaming dropped a game, of course, against RAF Storm Shadows. So at least series-wise, they're not on a perfect run. Air Force Gaming still holds that record. While the two upcoming opponents, RAF Shadows and HMS Triumph, finding themselves at the bottom of the standings, but one of these teams is going to take their first win.
Less How I Met Your Mother and more How I Met Your First Win. This is the no-win derby, as we were talking about in the break, and so that means that one of these teams is going to be walking away with a lovely W next to their name. The Shadows will come into this one as the favorites. We've seen some really good looks from them over the course of day one. They've interchanged their roster, utilizing their sub and really just trying to acclimatize all of the team to the playing environment to try and establish what's the best look going forward when we consider that double elimination bracket in mind. We see the Romus the Welshman really popping off with any goal that they scored, and it's going to be that sort of enthusiasm and excitement that could get them over the line. HMS Triumph, very different style of roster, a team where the heads seemed to drop if things went against them. But this is also a team jam that took it to Air Force Gaming, coming within a goal of taking them to overtime, potentially even beating them. They led the undefeated team for the last 2 years. If that is not a sign of their potential, I don't know what is. The question is, do they have the mental to continue through a series, even with the downs, to ultimately end on the fullest of highs?
There he was, Stimpelbach, the man who could make all the difference in the world and still can. Brilliant goals from him, and the rest of the team is also going to be in support. Right now, as the Stratos are on the screen, I would like to issue an official apology to Daromas for calling his Welsh flag Irish. It is an official apology, and I regret horribly that the little bit of that flag that I saw on the screen and that didn't register with me that he is indeed Welsh. My apologies, Daromas. Moving on, he's today on the field, and he himself has told me that their captain, Kurt, is the one making the shots, calling who is going to be where and what. They're rotating the squad to keep it fresh. So if yesterday we saw, even throughout the whole yesterday, we saw players come in, come out. This time, Kurt is not on the field, but Daromas, their Stark Jr., and the Gray Man are representing the REF Shadows.
Lovely bit of individual work here from Death Star Jr. actually to get past one, but not the third ultimately, even though a second was accomplished. Here's Lou Money and Stimpelbog forcing the save. Rayman. Only as far as Lou Money, but doesn't quite generate the power on this one. Daromas throws it towards the orange net. Stimpelbog with the save.
They're exchanging a couple of just exploratory runs and shots down to both ends, and Stark Jr. I think has a right idea. Again, wait for HMS Prime to react, play more of a against the team rather than start creating something of your own. And that worked really well for Coast Guard in our previous series, but not for. But let's see how it's going to work out in this one, particularly. No early goals. Stimpelbog has an eye for a goal and might be looking for one on the other side of the field. Our Shadows better beware.
Like what I'm seeing from Triumph, generating the most opportunities. Shadows for the counters. Honestly, actually in line with what we've seen from Triumph yesterday. They know that this is a team that loves to overload, that loves to overcommit. And many a better opposition on the day has punished them for that. There's still no breakthrough as we approach 2 minutes into this thing. Oh no! And breathe.
They get out of that pickle. Though clear still needs to come if Stimpelbach can put it past Grayman. He does, into the corner. No boost for him. But Judge Drury is going to be there for a shot. Blocked by Death Dark Jr. Now we go to the other side of the field. Demo. Grayman has an easy placement into the net as him and Daromas connect 1-0 for RAF Shadow.
It just feels so simple, but Daromas does a lot of legwork by removing that last defender from play. That's what sets up the tap-in opportunity. So yes, Jam, it does look way easier than it has any right to be, but actually there was good setup within that play that sees the Shadows against the run of play, taking the lead.
They're going to try to return straight off the kick off Judge Drury. Feeling Daromas breathing down his neck as a Templin shot is going to be coming in. Grayman with another shot and another goal. 100% efficiency. RA Shadow extend their lead.
Just one of those where was Stimpelbog rotating in a little too late? Should Judge Drury have even had a touch of the ball? Would it have been better just to leave it be? Questions that won't get the answers that the Triumph are looking for here. 2-0 to the Shadows in quick succession. And for all of the good looks from this team in orange, a similar story unfurling in this series and in this game. And we've seen many times before, unfortunately.
Stimpelbach makes an all-important block, but Daromas is already there to continue. There's Stark Jr. Snaps in from the corner of the screen and gets his goal as well. Yeah, Daromas, after HMS Triumph have already used all of their defenders, returns to the play really well and just restarts the whole process altogether. But by that point, Shadows were in great positions. HMS Triumph were out of those positions. Third one comes in, and Shadows right now feeling like they are the Allied Force Gaming when their goals and when their uncontested runs into HMS Triumph's net.
There was a saucy little second touch in that play from Doromus as well that was literally the perfect tee up for Death's Dark Jr. Well, the floodgates have opened. And sadly, although you'd think that the submarine would do better in water, there's a drowning feeling for the Triumph, who with 90 seconds left are still searching for that first goal and still searching for a way to stem the tide.
While Shadows return to the other side of the field, flying high, Doromas. Nothing for him, but Dexter Jr. sitting for his chance. Greyman now will be the last defender for REF Shadows. A setup, Stimplebog, Blue Money. Corner it goes, and Judge Drury now going to be all up against everybody else. Stimplebog, a much needed save on the other side of the field. It's going to be also the one bringing it on through. Dexter Jr. Blue Money in tow. HMS Drive are trying to get out of their own half, but REF Shadows are well enough meeting the midfield.
Suffocating. Oh, Blue Money with a missed opportunity to clear. Shadows passing it around themselves in the orange side of the field, on the orange side of the field, I should say. In just over 30 seconds now. Misery loves company, unfortunately, and for the Triumph, we're back to the same old, it's one goal would do them the world of good, surely. But where's that goal coming from now? All of the ideas have dried up.
An attempt from the wall as Stimplebach calls for Blue Money to continue on pushing the ball. Now return to the other side of the field. Stimplebach is there still. There's Darks Jr. not reaching the ball. We're going to be cleared out to the midfield again. And we're going to be counting down the last remaining seconds of the game number one. It goes to REF Shadows with a great performance. Yes, this is exactly the reaction I expected from them. This has been a great effort in game number one, and everything seems to be looking on point. Again, an interplay between all of the players. Their defense is there. When they go on the offense, there's so many options for them to try out. And their precision with their shots is great. Exactly what they wanted to see in this day two.
They're thrilled, and they have every right to be, because they turned it around from what was a great start from the Triumph. And I think that's perhaps the most disappointing element of how this game turned out for the Triumph, is that they did start so well. They were in the ascendancy. But it is a fabled tale as old as time in this esport Jara Jam. It's, you don't take your chances. You are therefore giving your opponents more enthusiasm and more encouragement to think that they can go down the other side of the field, upset that proverbial apple cart, and run away with the victory themselves. Now, of course, we reset for game number two, but have the Shadows found their wings?
I like how this is looking for Stimplebach and Triumph. Off the kickoff, they're looking to set up a play in front of the net. Stimplebach still stays there. They're trying to find if RF Shadows will commit too early, get all of their players out, keep some players up ahead, HMS Triumph in this case, and try to sneak one on through. We've seen some covert ops yesterday as players sitting deep in the field were just receiving these passes and redirecting them on point. Drive might look for something like that themselves, but for now, the important thing is to get out their own side and stop REF Storm Shadows from making that orange side of the field their home.
Stimplebog. That will register as a shot. Good save by Death's Dark Jr. Does Jury. We'll go for the shot straight back to net. Gets a bump, not a demo. Allows Stimplebog to step into the play. Rayman off the backboard. Judge Drury commits, misses the ball. Death Star Jr. luring out Stimplebog, but Stimplebog wins that challenge, forces the Shadows back.
They're all in a corner. Possession still with HMS Triumph. This was a great opportunity for Triumph to just utilize the fact that RF Shadows were all in the same spot, so any sort of rotation would just bring them to the same position anyway. Some open space in a demo. Rayman on the defender of HMS Triumph. That's Judge Drury in a corner. That is just enough to open that defense. Remove one man. It all goes through.
That's sweet. and as addictive as Joe's Ice Cream. Hopefully Doromus enjoys that one. We all love Joe's Ice Cream in Wales. If you don't, you're on the wrong side of Wales. But that's the first goal for the Shadows yet again, and again after the strongest period of play for Triumph. You gotta feel sorry for these guys as the setup opportunity's there. Judge Jury makes the connection, but a player in the way. They can't allow what happened last game to happen again, Jam, but it might very well do! And that is an extraordinary pop-off! Excellent goal!
It's a runaway Greyman, 2 Death Darks Jr. Give and go. Elated are the REF shadows on our screens. That's top left for you. Drums cannot believe what has just happened. We can. It is a great combination of play. They can do another one. One thing about these kind of goals, it elevates you to new heights, and all of a sudden everything starts clicking and you go for crazier things, and they keep on working. As at some point perhaps you have to come down, but for a moment it feels like you're on top of it.
That's the one goal that Triumph don't have to feel any remorse over. That was genuinely beautiful passing play. Prettiest goal of the tournament, question mark so far? The sideline, it will put a pin in it. For the moment, Triumph have to get on with the task at hand. Still half the game to go, Jam, and one goal can change the complexion.
For now, Jeromas is going to be looking for a third for REF Shadows. They're getting some nice rebounds, but there needs to be more power as the Greyman and the rest of REF Shadows are sitting a bit further down the field. There's a miss, but Dexter Jr. comes in for a great rotation, making sure that Mr. Prime does not even have a sniff at that ball, let alone a shot.
Snivelbog chooses safety, putting it back into the corner. Ends up in the hands of Lou Money, who avoids Deathstark Jr. Snivelbog towards net, easy save. The Greyman, especially with the boost. Speaking of, the Roma's got plenty of it. Dances past one, not past Stimplebog. Deathstark Jr. beats the press. Greyman up high. Who can fly? It's Stimplebog off the backboard. Lou Money. Oh, great read from Deathstark Jr. Looking to fall on it. Does Drury backboard. Stimplebog over the top of the Romus. There's Greyman off the side. Deathstark Jr. lining up on target. Surely could save Lou Money.
And a demo just off REF Shadows having man advantage in the attack, but Doromus goes by himself on the wall. Deathstark Jr. is going to miss on that, so there's going to be Judge Drew and Stimplebog already moving on through. But he uses every single tool in his arsenal, including all of his boost and all of the flips, to make sure that that ball does not go any further than it has to. With that, RF Shadows stop a counterattack from HMS Triumph. The ball returns to the regular occasion of being under control of RF Shadows and lurking and creeping ever so closer to HMS Triumph's now.
Lou Money, nice lift. Good read. And Deathstark Jr. wins the race to the ball. Greyman, oh, Lou Money lifts it away from them. Oh, and Judge Drury, worst touch, the worst time. Stimplebog into the midfield, but now the Shadows have set up, looking for that third. Good save, 30 seconds left. Have Triumph already done enough time burning? Stimplebog from the top of the box gets the flip, but it goes far wide. Lou Money round the corner, now Doromus there.
Drury keeps it alive in the blue side of the field just for a little bit. And it's that keeping alive. He would love to have more player presence on the other side of the field. For those passes to have somebody to address them to. And the ball is going to be rolling to the other side of the field. And at the moment it touches down, REF Shadows are going to take their second game of the series. We had some great keepy-uppies yesterday. I forgot exactly which team it was, but boy, did they love to just bounce the ball around. RF Shadows with a second one in the series, match point. And when it comes to holding off their opposition, they are doing really well.
Yeah, better all-around game from the Triumph. I think we've got to commend them on that. Very different look to the game, honestly. Like with game one, it was all of those goals in such quick succession, a proper collapse of defensive structure that the Shadows punish maniacally almost. It was almost evil in how easily they were ripping apart the defense and finding those goal conversions. This time around, Triumph don't start the game well. They get back into the game. They're in the ascendancy yet again. Again, they concede that first goal. But then the second goal is pure cinema. It's magic. In contention for one of the best goals of the tournament so far, Jam. So that magical wonder goal aside, we can consider this as close to a 1-0 as you'll get. Much closer game. Now Triumph need to find the goals, and for that they need ingenuity and invention. Get some more demos involved, unsettle that rotation, which the Shadows feel so comfortable in currently.
Yeah, it feels like this is the way to go, since we cannot ask HMS Triumph all of a sudden find flip resets by a dozen in their arsenal or something like that. We can only ask of them to look for something that they know that can be useful and working in this case, and feel like, yeah, it's some of the basic, more simplest play in the world. That is go for bumps, go for demos. Make sure that RF Shadows just are not there where they want to be, and unsettle them. Just make their life a living hell. And let's see how it's going to go. If Lumine can drop this down, oh my god, he does make a touch on it. Beautifully set up. And really written down on the board. HMS Triumph, more of this, please.
And you know, that he actually missed an initial opportunity to intercept the ball. But the crucial thing is he's still got the player! But Doromus is feeling it right now. First goal, the earliest goal in a game this series.
Oh god, there's so much happening in front of him. But he picks his time. And he picks his time right. 1-0 for Shadows. And yeah, they work their way into the orange side of the field. There's goes a lot of passing. They sure love to move that ball around, and that opens up so many opportunities for them. He goes for a second one to Romas. Death Dark Jr. tries as well after the gray man takes a peek himself. REF Shadows, yeah, bring everybody in, and it's a party.
They've learned to walk, and now they're running. Triumph. Majority of the game still left to go. They need the next goal. They almost don't. But for the heroics of Lou Money, who has come closest to scoring with almost a spectacular in the works. Judge Drury now stepping in, misses the second follow-up play. Doromus, the Stimple Bog, who just holds up the ball, gives it right back to the blue team. Possession will be key going forward. Judge Drury 1v1, Greyman big save. Stimple Bog straight to Doromus in net.
He was safe all throughout the day. Ball was heading straight towards him, but he was there. That's the important bit. Sometimes the goalie's nowhere to be found. Doromus had the wherewithal and boost and everything about him to make that stop. Now, even more from REF Shadows. They don't need more. They're already leading 2-0 in the series, 2-0 in the game. Death Dark Jr. is going to be looking for a pass. Yes, Greyman was waiting for him in the far post. Well, it's still with Shadows. Nothing seems to be working out for HMS Triumph in terms of clearing that ball out. Somehow, it just goes straight where REF Shadows are, and they keep on bringing it back.
Positionally speaking, really strong from Shadows as well. And look at that. Doromus from 0 boost and clearing the ball to 100 boost, getting into position and finishing off this third. Everything is going right for the RAF Shadows.
Did I just see the gray man driving backwards to get on the wall to set up this pass for Doromus? Because I think that's exactly what happened, and that makes that setup even better. Doromus off the kickoff, you're rushing versus 2. Is not able to put it on target, but it was a tough ask with so many defenders of Triumph needed.
Half the game to go. Do the Triumph see this as a chance? Or would they rather see the end of the timer now? Hard to read the room, honestly. And it's such a shame because you can see the good things in this team. You can see glimpses of greatness time and time again. And let us credit their wonderful work rate in the midfield, getting in front of net multiple times. Surely they've got to be rewarded with a goal at some point, but the Shadows want to put pain to misery.
There's Dark Jr. returned with RF Shadows in tow on the other side of the field. See if they can maybe find another one. Man, great. Even when there's a long clear, when I feel like RF Shadows, okay, this one they're not getting to. No, they are getting to it. They are making sure that the ball stays on the orange side of the field. Seems like Triumph have tried everything. Really, like, spraying RAF Shadows away like a pest, and yet still they come back in numbers. And still the ball refuses to go in RAF Shadows net. All the while, they are really having a grand old time on the other side of the field. Blue Money, I see a long clear. It's just going to be to the corner for Death Dark Jr.
I've really enjoyed watching Blue Money across this series in general, but he's being chased down by Daromus. And the shot from Greyman harmlessly off the crossbar. Death Dark Jr. just keeping it pinned into this orange corner. Bit of time wasting. And it's a good time to do that too. 60 seconds left on the clock. Time running out for the Triumph.
They're going to be looking right here to any sort of simple stuff. I'm looking at Daromus, and Daromus is literally rotating to his opponent's net. No reason whatsoever but to perhaps receive a deep pass, grab that boost, but from his angle, we were just looking as Asymmetric Driver trying to get to the ball. All the while, Daromus was deep there thinking, yes, this is perfect position for me, everything is okay. Just Drury needs to make that touch. And that's a long clear come on through HMS Drive, trying to get an anchor on this play. One bump, two bump. Drury is there, has to play it slow because they're expecting it to be there.
Greyman, I think looking for a fourth now. Simple Bog, can they get at least one goal? I would love for them to get one goal. It's set up, Greyman denies, falls two in fortuitously again, and the slow down play completely suckers in Lou Money. Simple Bog marooned in his own corner. Shadows swarming over the Triumph that is sent to anchor down in last place. Shadows lift themselves off the bottom of the table in fine fashion. 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, they looked great on the field. Everything was working out for them. Their defense was solid on point, not conceding a singular goal from HMS Drive this way. REF Shadows are going to be one happy set of players, 4 of them, including their captain Kurt, who has not been participating in this game. But yeah, as I said, they're rotating them out, they're keeping them fresh. This could be, at the end of 3 days of gaming, a very important bit. Players who are still sharp mentally, they're still sharp physically. Yeah, it takes a while to hold all these controllers. And of course, we have a couple of keyboard and mouse players as well, namely on the side of REF Shadows as well. I do believe are actually the HMS Triumph. In any case, it is a long 3 days of Rocket League. So what REF Shadows doing is doing respectable, commendable, and what they've shown us in this series sets them up on good pace for the remainder of the day.
It's the perfect result to start the day with. Not just a 3-0 sweep, a perfect 3-0 sweep. Not a single goal conceded, irrespective of opponent. That is so impressive and will give them so much confidence going forward. Let's learn a little bit more about how they achieved victory and how they see their chances moving forward, shall we? KP, over to you.
Thank you, lads. I'm joined by RAF Shadows Daromus, who is on top of the world right now. Daromus, we talked a little bit yesterday. Your biggest focus, your biggest fear was finishing last. Feels like you've avoided that now, so what's the next goal?
Well, we got the French coming up next, and they were a tough task. They took down our sister team, the Storm Shadows, so what I'm hoping to do is try and provide a better viewing for the British fans back home. My family is taking a look at this as well, so hi ma'am, hi dad, and hi brother. How you all doing?
And you know, like, talk to me about the strategy here, because I think you're the only team that's interchanging regularly the fourth player. Like, is this intentional, or is it just kind of a case of we're all on similar skill levels, we all want to play? Or is there maybe some sort of element of they can't figure us out if we keep doing this?
So Kurt is our captain. He decides the teams when and where. This is known as the bomb squad, me, Steve, and Logan. We basically, we go out there, we play as fast as we can, we get as many demos as possible. You've got 2 other teams then as well, which would be me, Kurt, and Steve, me, Kurt, and Logan as well. And you've got different interchanging teams, and we're all in the same ballpark, so yeah, it's all in the name of strategy.
All right, I'm gonna throw the casters under the bus. They said something that should deeply offend you. That's an Irish flag, right?
Jam. Well, we need a word, Jam. Yeah? I can't believe you made this mistake. It's a Welsh flag. You know it is. We spoke.
Oh, the best part is he just instinctually knew who it was straight away. It's like, I mean, at least he didn't say it was an English flag. That's always the one that's the most offensive.
Are we being serious? You dropped the English flag in here. No. There's a reason why I got this around my shoulders.
All right, you mentioned those Frenchies. They're coming up next. I'm sure you're going to be watching closely. Is there anything you've seen there, maybe a weakness that like the other team should be exploiting? Because they're up against the boys from Space Force Gaming. Pretty tough opponent. Have you got any predictions overall? Do you think the Frenchmen are just on a high because their emotions yesterday were insane?
I think it's probably going to be a French 3-1. Space Force, they haven't looked as strong as we've seen them before, and we even had a chance against them yesterday. So yeah, I'll go 3-1 the French.
Oh, an opportunity to maybe slay the Americans. We'll have to find out soon. We're going to head to a short break. When we return, we've got Space Force Gaming going up against French Force Gaming.
folks, welcome back. Allied Forces Esports Invitational is on your screen for the third year in a row. Georgie, I'm here with Vaudeville. Vaudeville, great to have you back for the next two series. And of course, we have just seen REF Shadows pick up their first win of the tournament over the HMS Triumph, UK on UK action. But our very next one is going to be the representatives of the French Air Force versus the Space Force Gaming. It's great to have the French Air Force here with us. Space Force Gaming, of course, an established roster already in terms of the team rather than the roster itself. So it's going to be a fun old little match. We've heard from French Air Force players and their coach Hitman yesterday as well. Today is a new day, and I hope that they have assimilated even more, and they're going to give us one heck of a game.
Really excited to see how these matches go. I mean, we've seen some great performances from all the teams that are out there, and also these hype videos just get me super excited to see how these teams fare against each other. Both these teams have a little bit to prove to see exactly how far they can make it into the standings and have the best seed possible to progress through that double elimination bracket that starts at the end of the day today into tomorrow. But both these teams, the French Air Force and Space Force Gaming, have had some tough opponents up to this point. So I'm expecting big things from this specific series, and it will really kind of differentiate if it's going to be the US teams versus the rest, or if the French Air Force are also going to be in the competition.
Well, it's still going to be decided here on the field. There are your teams, Zalu, NTH, and Sakata for the French Air Force. And of course, their opponents, Space Force Gaming, Sir Sizzly, Sour Patch Kid, and Dingleberry. And I was really happy to hear yesterday that Dingleberry's nickname was chosen together with its friends for the clear purpose of having that name called at one time somewhere in the future by casters. So Dingleberry, if anything else, your wish has come true. Your name has been called multiple times now, and it's great to see you in action.
One thing I'm noticing is, every player on the French Air Force squad is as prepared as they can be for this series. They were looking really solid up to the point where they went to that game 5 yesterday, and they were able to come out on top. And I feel like that was a turning point for their squad, where they started to look even better throughout the day of competition. Now it's a whole different ballgame for a lot of these teams. I mean, the first game today could be that wake-up call for squads who might not have had the best performance yesterday and want to start off on the right foot, and the best way to do that is getting that first game victory. So we'll see who comes out on top in this one, but I'm excited because this one could be another potential 5-game series.
We got a little quick look at what the players are doing preparing for the game. Quite a lot of them are listening to music, and I would love to see what that liked playlist is looking like for that particular player. This could have been seriously indeed. As teams are on the field, let's put 5 minutes on the clock. Put French Air Force in blue, Space Force Gaming in orange, and get the series underway.
Let's see exactly how these teams look at the end of this game in terms of standings. But even then, French Air Force, I feel like this is their series to prove themselves against the Space Force Gaming squad. Played some tough opponents up to this point in time, but now we'll see what they can do against this team here and now. Salou with a good touch off the backboard, and actually it's not even gonna hit the backboard, it'll just go straight in.
Just making it work with whatever way that he can. And if this is the way, then why not? Space Force Gaming get beaten by a stray ball, getting sent by Zalu from the corner. So opening for a French Air Force. And so far we've seen those opening goals having a lot of weight for overall game performance. Every single time somebody scores, I would say we have about a 80% conversion rate from the players, the teams who are scoring first. It's quite sort of a common statistic, I suppose, but it feels like over here especially. Sir Sizzly, my God. Sour Patch Kid didn't have to make a touch on it, but in the end, I think it makes even greater for the attempt that Jay just made. Not just an attempt, straight up goal.
You know, that was the first time we have seen a team other than a US-based roster in a match that included one of those, of course, getting the first goal. The French Air Force, I mean, it was relatively short-lived for their lead as Space Force Gaming were able to bounce back themselves pretty quickly into this, less than 30 seconds afterwards. So a good bounce back for Space Force Gaming. See what French Air Force can do, though, to get their lead back in their favor. First minute, pretty eventful between these two squads. It makes sense. They both have 2 wins. 1 loss for French Air Force, 2 for Space Force Gaming, but that's only to Coast Guard Gaming and Air Force Gaming.
I'm going to be seeing who is going to be scoring up next. Oh, a little bit of a bump here and there. He's had a lot of action. We even did some demos coming in through back passes. It seems like right now on the field we're seeing every single bit of like tiny elements of Rocket League gameplay all thrown out in a big melting pot. And French Air Force and Space Force Gaming are just enjoying themselves tremendously on the field. It is the French Air Force trying to find something in between those rotations. Sakata needs to be careful. He's the last player, but his dribbling skills are fit for a French Rocket League player for sure.
Solid looks, to say the least. Dingleberry going to be giving that one back up to Sir Sisley with the back pass. Wise decision to back up on the play and bait out the attacking players on the other side, but it has led to a dangerous spot in the defensive end. Going for the squishy save out of their own net is Sour Patch Kid. More demos galore. NZH credited with that one. Sir Sisley does not continue to play, progressing forward for now, but Dingleberry straight towards both defenders. If they shot to the right side, might have had a better chance for a goal, but French Air Force doing what they can to keep this at an even score line until they can get downfield themselves.
About Space Force Gaming with their run around. Sisley to Sour Patch Kid. Again, you might call that. That's how they scored their first goal. Sakata tries to bring it on through too many players.
Wow.
I say too many players. Zalu had contention in the air. But even that is not enough to stop his great flip attempt. Well, first it's Sakata setting it up and then Zalu dropping it all down. French Air Force go ahead by 1 after both teams exchange chances on the opposite side of the field.
I'm liking the follow-up play that we saw there from French Air Force, and we've seen some great looks from them up to this point in time in the first 3 minutes of gameplay. But even then, Space Force Gaming, they're no slouches themselves, and they're looking to take off if they can at least get possession of the ball, but they keep getting baited out every time on these challenges, and Zalu with a hat trick.
Sisley works on the backward, but NZH's block is the cornerstone of how this ball even ends up in the center of the field. For Zalu to make that shot ends up in a goal. All action for French Air Force. And Space Force Gaming, they wish they had a 4th player. NZH, first a center upper, now a goal scorer. Just like that, on a dime, French Air Force drop a bundle of goals in Space Force Gaming. It is now 4-1.
This was something I talked about earlier yesterday when we were seeing this Space Force Gaming roster against Coast Guard, against some of the other teams that are out there, and saying, hey, this squad, you know, they're really good on offense, but might struggle a little bit defensively, when that's why we see how good they are on offense. They get back into things to get the goal on the board, but that was all Sir Sisley just baiting out NZH, pulling them around and making it so there's no chance they can make the save.
Oh my god, that was a perfect read for Sisley and what NZH is going to be doing and how to stop them. And that little cat and mouse game, as good as the goal itself. And that's exactly what you want to see. Now though, Sakata would love to set up something in the middle of the field, and those blocks, well, that's one part of the job. The next part of the job is going to be making it clear. Sour Patch Kids, oh, there's 3 of them versus 4 NZH. But even with that, somehow the ball goes all the way high. Sour Patch Kid, no bump on the incoming defender. Some Space Force Gaming are still setting up camp on the other side of the field for as much as they can. The UF since have moved, and possession has exchanged hands multiple times.
Decent touch there by Sir Sisley just to get that back in favor for their teammates. Slow things down a little bit, a nice fake. And that might be enough if NZH wasn't in position to get them on the board again for Space Force Gaming. There's a good look for Dingleberry, though, right past the defender, and no way they can stop him.
Okay, we got a bunch of goals for French Air Force, but little by little, Space Force Gaming are clawing their way back into this game. A little bit less than a minute remaining, but they are constantly visiting the other side of the field. They're constantly creating dangerous chances. Because the problem is, with all of that, first and foremost, they're still not out of the woods just yet. One goal is still needed. Second of all, French Air Force are doing absolutely the same. They're also constantly visiting the other side of the field and getting their chances. So now, two incredibly important tasks. One without the other, it's not going to work. Defending as hard as you can and try to find that tying goal on the other side of the field for Space Force game.
Well,
twice. And now counterattack as well. If Dingleberry can get this versus Sakata, good flip reset. Sargebash getting a follow-up. Sir Sizzly a little bit too far, will be slowing it down. Now he's just going to be dropping down, and Space Force Gaming had a perfect chance on the counterattack. Sargebash can still do it to the side. It goes audible. And all that they can have is one last attempt. Dingleberry needs to keep it high. We're going to have a Justin moment right here. Dingleberry has been great. To the corner it goes. French Air Force get game number 1, but it came this close to it being a tie game.
that was a silly last 30 seconds of play. 2 crossbar hits, the transition downfield doesn't quite work out. They do their best, and I feel like the biggest takeaway here for Space Force Gaming is that they need to get started a little bit earlier. We saw those 2 back-to-back goals from Zulu and then the one from NCH right afterwards, and that seemed to be the nail in the coffin. Even with the little bit of a comeback that we saw towards the last minute and a half, just did not prove to be enough. Too little, too late. So we'll see what they can do in this next one, but right now, things are looking in favor of French Air Force if they keep that momentum going. And Zulu, just the way that them and their teammates were baiting out the defenders, waiting to go for those shots, slowing things down and faking out the defense where they were just not in the best position to try and make saves. This way, if you are Space Force Gaming and trying to stop those shots, you need to just challenge a little bit sooner than we were seeing them give them a bit too much space.
It shows in Zulu's 3 goals to his name. A nice old hat trick that really made all the difference with MZH scoring the 4th one as well. But with what we see at the end of that game number 1, though, with all of the good stuff the French Air Force is showing in the offense, they need not forget about the defense. Space Force Gaming will be just as deadly in this game number 2 as they were in the game number 1. Dingleberry just needed a little bit more space to work his magic, and perhaps his teammates on the other side of the net to collect once that ball went on rampaging low. Sir Sizzly, well, he's just going on a legendary run, but lets the ball dangle there just a little bit too long. Great idea. Need some more, and those blocks by the French Air Force are great. Will another one fall in?
No.
Pretty much, yes. NZH needs to put it in. But overall, the moment this pops up, it's just alarms start ringing in heads of Space Force Gaming.
Odd spot to be in defensively again for Space Force Gaming, and it comes down to positioning on the goal line. We've seen that happen a couple times in the last game, but now it carries over to the second one here, and this is a rough spot for them to find themselves in so early. Another goal opening for French Air Force. Similar story to what we saw in the last game, and they can just play keep away at this point if they wanted to. But you talked about the defense for French Air Force. They need to shore it up a little bit here, and they are still giving up some opportunities to Space Force Gaming, but not too many. Zulu just takes it past both attackers, and a double commit's not going to play any favors to Space Force Gaming.
Sakata with a touch of his own, and that runs in. He will be credited with a shot, but yeah, taking it off the 2. Space Force Gaming seemingly had everything set up. It would be the great double play, but Sakata just cuts in and says, no, so I'm going to take this one, and right on target it goes. French Air Force. Maybe roll, throw one in, whichever way you might want to describe it. And Sakata with a chance of his own, but Sizzly would have been there if this would have been a throw.
Good touch by Sir Sizzly on the follow through. Zulu's in position, no boost. Heroics went for the save and got it. NZH buying some time for the teammates to bail them out of this awkward position, but what a beautiful passing play to Dingleberry.
Yeah, they set up in the corner. Starfresh gets Dingleberry continue just playing with that shot, and right where Dingleberry was perfectly placed by Starfresh. Bravo. That once again brings Space Force Gaming in, and the net was empty. As you could see, nobody from French Air Force could even contest that. Even in any other situation, just no goalies around. Beautifully worked out by Space Force.
Took them a little bit less than 30 seconds that time as well to get their first goal of game 2. So Space Force Gaming at least being a little consistent with their bounce backs, just took more time. Another goal was let in comparatively to game 1. So they need to get this away and fast from Zalou, who's been so deadly on the accuracy category for their team. NCH is trying to bob and weave and dodge away from the shots and pressure. Sour Patch Kid, great read on the block. Dingleberry for the fall through. NCH and Zalou. Zalou just sending NCH to the heavens. And Sakata keeps the pressure going. Even on minimal boosts, the French Air Force team acts like they have all the boosts in the world. That's causing Space Force Gaming to second guess themselves in these challenges.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Do they have it? Do they not have it? You assume they have it, and you act accordingly. And this obviously also allows them just to be a little bit more aggressive, the French Air Force. Right now, they need to make that clear. Sakata will be first to the ball. And, well, not that much boost for him. And Sir Sizzler already contesting. No, he just drops the top left corner. This was just a little bit wide. He's still on the ground and continues to play. I love seeing that. He never gives up on a play where he sees that there's an opportunity to follow up.
The name of the game for the French Air Force in this series is efficiency, and that's what we've been witnessing so far. Boost efficiency, also with their shots, timing them at the perfect moment. Even if they aren't exactly where they need to be to get the goal, they have the lead, and they're wasting precious time for Space Force Gaming to potentially come back. And Sour Patch Kid, no boost, had to use all their maneuverability to get to the ball and try and carry it away, and it's still in the orange half and in their net now. 3-1. French Air Force are dominating this game.
Just imagine as I'm seeing Zalou. Yeah, he threw a great block on Dingleberry. And with NZH shot coming on through, I think that it made just enough difference, interference on the goalie to make this goal happen. And I've just imagined as I'm hearing some shouts in the background at the venue, pretty sure it's the French Air Force being very excited. I just imagined this, but with the Carmine Corp fans in attendance, the loudest fan group in Rocket League cheering for the French side. That would be something.
That would be interesting for sure. Either way, though, the French Air Force giving it their all, really showcasing the skill of French Rocket League is their adaptability between days of competition. We've seen that in other leagues here for just Rocket League Championship Series, as we were talking about, but also now here for the French Air Force. They've learned from some of the mistakes in the competition yesterday and are proving to be the team to beat, at least at the potential third into the ranking spot, and that will be theirs if they get this game and then one more. But Sour Patch Kid are going to make it a little bit harder for French Air Force, getting one on the board and bringing within that 1-goal differential.
We've been here before, Vaudable. Last game, Space Force, disregarding whatever French Air Force is doing, are slowly crawling back into the game. Now with only 1 goal, there are constant openings that they can utilize. They're looking deadly on the opposite side of the field when they can make it there. And by this point, it's almost like do not concede so many so that your goals count for more. The ball, well, it's 50 seconds now, cut down to 30. And the French Air Force will be very happy just to keep away. They don't want to give Space Force Gaming any sort of opportunities. Even just wasting time in the corner is already good enough.
This is a great series so far between these two teams. Exactly what I was hoping to see. Even though French Air Force have had that lead in both games and Space Force Gaming playing from behind, it's still showcasing some skill from both sides. On offense, whenever we see the bounce backs from Space Force Gaming, but French Air Force just with their team play and coordination downfield. Rotation-wise, the bumps as well to clear some space, and that's going to be enough for the final nail in the coffin in this one. NZH with that 4th goal to get the win in Game 2.
I was trying to figure out, does he have time? Does he have anybody in support? Doesn't even need Zalou. It just drops into the net. Beautiful move. Yeah, just sends him down an even better path into the game number 3. Match point for the French Air Force and their opponent, Space Force Gaming. They need to start strong. It feels like this chasing position, well, looks great as like a plot for a movie. Oh, they're gaining on them. They're gaining on them. This looks great. But perhaps try a different position. Start in leading. Start in the lead. See how that suits you. See how French Air Force are playing when they have to be the ones chasing. And perhaps their defense is going to grow a little bit more concerned by scoring and still not that much concerned about defending, and you can score even more. I want to see a first goal for Space Force Gaming and see how this might turn the series around.
I just want to call out that solo camera shot, and it just seems like that's where a monologue would be going through the head of the player as they're trying to think of like how they come back into this and prove themselves worthy for the victory. And we'll have to see what happens in this next game for Space Force Gaming. French Air Force, I mean, they're doing everything right. They don't need to change anything. Even when they've let goals in, it doesn't really matter too much. They've already been up by 2 when the first one went through, and then afterwards, yes, we saw it get a little bit close for comfort with 50 seconds left, and Sour Patch Kid got the second and final goal in Game 2 for their team. But the big thing here is, as you were talking about their GM, is for Space Force Gaming to get on the board first. That's exactly what Sour Patch Kid does.
Look at this connection. Dingleberry does a perfect setup. Sour Patch Kid only needs to finish. I say only. Dang hard to do this, folks. It is Rocket League after all. You have to control a flying car in 3D space. And not only that, but to hit shots on target. Zalu so great that he was there. It's a fake kickoff, but it still moves to the other side of the field. We're treated to goal bonanza in the first 13 seconds.
You hear the cheers from the French Air Force players as well as the goal goes through. They are bringing the passion in loads for this series, and they know they have it in them to pull off the 3-0 sweep again. Tiebreaker-wise, it's going to be huge, yes, head-to-head, but also having that game differential just in case there's any other teams who have a sneaky comeback throughout the rest of the competition today. A lot more matches still to go for some of those teams that are still in the running for those kind of top 3 or 4 seeds. Either way, though, first minute of play every time so far. We've had at least 1 goal in every game, so nice to see how things are going this time. So we'll see how things progress for the French Air Forces. They look to get possession of the ball back in their favor. Space Force Gaming still keeping the pressure going on offense, though. Sakata, great defensive stop there.
Well, fine gentleman never keeps other people waiting. And everybody who's participating in this tournament is a fine gentleman, so no wonder we're seeing some early goals constantly, so we don't have to wait for action. And when goal comes in bundles and bunches, that's even better. Defense on point for Space Force Gaming. That pinch could be on target. Sakata, wow. Host denies Space Force, but their connection was sublime. To find a clear like that and also to threaten the net, it's two best worlds colliding into one. Unfortunately, no goal in that particular attempt.
Yeah, you know they were wanting that one back to be a little bit more accurate for them. Zulu just taking their time on the challenge, noticed that there was nobody using their boost going for the ball, so they could just simply touch it away. And Sir Sizzly, all series go here on the defensive end. Some bumps happening to clear out some space. That was interesting, yeah.
Just bulldozing the player out, like taking out his... Amazing.
A little bit more than a bump. Yeah, bulldoze is a pretty apt description for it. But Sir Sizzly now on offense, can't get up in time with no boost left in their reserves. Will be on NZH to clear this one out. Potential for the center. Dingleberry, nice touch, but a bump onto Sir Sizzly on the rotation back towards the blue half. A demo for their side onto Zulu. Does relieve some pressure, but still the challenge is going in the favor of the French Air Force, and Sour Patch Kid needs to make up some magic happening here if they want to get the lead for the first time in the series. We have not seen a lead yet for Space Force Gaming, except when that first goal went through, and it was relatively short-lived.
French Air Force was trying to very quickly change that by making it a tie game, but we're already past the halfway point of the game. We're still tied, but as a reminder, French Air Force are on the match point, ready to take this series and cement their status in the overall standings. Right now, they're sitting on 2 wins and 1 losses, moving into the 3-1, which put them in a very nice company together with Air Force Gaming, with Coast Guard Gaming. They would love to take this win. But I do have to give a huge credit to Sour Patch Kid on Space Force Gaming side. Today, he is looking so great. Compared to what we've seen yesterday, today he is on absolute point. His moves are looking slick, and between yesterday and today has improved tenfold. NZH wants to have the spotlight, so we'll give him that. Goal for French Air Force, 2-1.
Great one there from NZH too. Tough spot to be in defensively. I mean, you have to go for the challenge either way because NZH would have been in position to put it through themselves onto the follow-through. Maybe if you had someone rotating for the other end, you would have had your bases covered, but that time it just did not work out in the favor of Space Force Gaming. Time ticking it down. French Air Force are on pace to get a 3-0 sweep, cement themselves for now as that number 3 seed. Try to hold on to it the rest of the day. Space Force Gaming, all eyes on them to see what they can do and if it's possible to force an overtime the first of the day.
We've seen overtime yesterday, and it was the French Air Force who took the overtime pretty quickly as well. Right now, shots from the French side continue on coming on through. And Dingleberry has a lot of things to work on, but this pass actually might work out for them pretty well. To suffer a great little run. NCH already, whatever the cost, he's going to be stopping that rush and making sure that maybe he can even get a tent at the look for something. French Air Force chasing the ball, and Space Force are forced to respond on the field, trying to figure out where the ball is going to go.
Just minute differences in the positioning from Space Force Gaming would have led this game to being in their favor by a lonesome, but so far not as good as they would hope. Less than 20 seconds ago, French Air Force are holding them down as best as possible. 10 seconds remaining. Zalou with possession takes it downfield for NZH into the corner towards Zalou. Dingleberry can't get possession either. The demo goes through. One last ditch effort if they can keep it up into the air. Sir Sisley back towards Zalou and drop down. It is the French Air Force getting a 3-0 sweep over the competition.
Every single time in those games, Space Force Gaming came in close to upsetting the French Air Force. Every single time there was something that could be called a comeback, a return to form. Space Force Gaming overall played tremendously. Again, shout out to Sour Fat Kid and his performances on the field, but of course Dingleberry and his teammates brilliantly played, but it was just not enough, because even if you play brilliantly, the way the French Air Force are playing, they are playing even better. So congratulations to them on that 3-0, and of course 3-1 in the standings now. One of our best teams so far in the tournament final.
Yeah, looking really strong themselves. I mean, the really only struggle we've seen from them so far was against that Coast Guard Gaming squad. But apart from that, they've been looking really good and taking down top squads left and right. We saw them against RAF Storm Shadows. We saw them here against Space Force Gaming, cementing themselves kind of in that top 3 based on how we've seen the rest of the competition fare up to this point in time. So they are a force to be reckoned with, and I'm expecting big things for them for the rest of the tournament.
All right, I'll just quickly take a look. They're playing RAF Shadows later on in the day. And, well, I mean, the big dog, Air Force Gaming versus French Air Force, are going to be second to last round robin match. So they're going to test their mettle right there and there. Their chances versus RAF Shadows, I would say, to be pretty good, knowing how they've been performing so far, including beating, I believe, their sister team, the RAF Storm Shadows. So right here, looking good. So folks, let's hear it from KP and the French Air Force on their wonderful win.
All right, thank you, lads. I'm joined by Zalou from the French Air Force Gaming. Zalou, first of all, congrats on a fantastic win. I got to give it to you guys. I feel like you're pumping the most emotion on that stage. And now I feel like things are getting real. When you came into this event, I know you guys just want to have fun, but you're kind of starting to look like the dark horses. Are you feeling it as well?
Yeah, we are really happy to be here. So that's why every game we are going to play, it will be the fun part for us. If we lose, we don't care, and just playing for fun. If we win, so it's cool. So yeah, we take this, and that's nice.
Playing for fun, it's a superpower, right? Because I guess you just don't feel any pressure whatsoever.
Yeah, no pressure. Just play the best as we can, and we do a great job today, like yesterday against all the team. So we are very happy to perform like that, and I hope it will continue.
So looking at the brackets, you're now in 3rd place. You know, is this like exceeding expectations? Where did you guys expect to finish when we reached the end of the group stage?
Honestly, we didn't expect anything at first, but now I really want to keep this third place on the first day, on the second day now. But I hope I won't pronostic something. I just want to play, and we'll see, I think. So.
Yesterday, I asked your teammate if you're going to shave your head for good luck. He didn't shave it. You haven't shaved it. Like, are you just chancing this?
Maybe, but yes, Hitman is our bald head, but lucky bald head. But I think everything is. We did everything to win, and no like just skills, I guess.
Well, it's good you mentioned Hitman, because we're going to bring him in, actually. It's a very special day right now to someone back home. So if you want to look at the camera. Yeah.
Coucou Madiline, je te fais des gros bisous ma chérie, joyeux anniversaire, je t'aime très fort. Gros bisous.
No, thank you. It's his daughter's birthday at home. We had to get him in on that. Thank you, boys. You are the phenomenal spirit. I love you guys on this stage. Looking forward to seeing more of you, and good luck with the next games. But guys, we're going to head to a short break. When we return, plenty more Rocket League action to come.
And once again, we welcome you back to Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025 Jar Jam here with Vaudeville. We've had 3 great series already. French Air Force just took down Space Force Gaming to cement their 3rd spot in the overall standing. There's still more games to play, so things are going to turn out around. But we are moving on to one of the tastiest morsels of today. Some may even call it the main dish. This is a replay of last year's grand finals. The reigning champs Air Force Gaming versus Coast Guard Gaming.
That's going to be a good one. Air Force Gaming, they have been the most dominating force throughout the history of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Won the last 2 years, looking for the three-peat themselves, and they have not dropped a single game so far in every single event. And they don't want to stop here against Coast Guard Gaming. Different rosters than what we saw before, but still the same fury and ferocity as well. But Coast Guard Gaming, they are here to bring the fire themselves and prove that they are the next upcoming and top dogs in the Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
I would like to know if Xylem can stare down Buck, Chowder, and Crow, or whether previously he was the predator, but now the predators are on the other side and gonna stare him down. I might have to figure that out again. Really lovely to see Light Xylem and Echo here for Coast Guard Gaming. It's gonna be quite a series. My God, nope, still there, still staring, still. I mean, he can answer so many questions just by doing this.
Yeah, that's the only answer you need. If there's ever a question asked and there isn't an answer that you can think of, you just got to stare at the camera, and then, you know, it'll deliver the message as succinctly as you need it to be. But look at on the other side of the pitch, Air Force Gaming, they have been so lethal on the scoreboard, at least so far. I mean, the shooting percentages that we saw from Crow, the most goals, at least until today, of course, where Echo was looking pretty good themselves. 23 goals for Echo. Xylem's also had 14 to their name, Chowder for 13, and then, you know, Crow just was the main one leading the charge for Air Force Gaming. But we also saw some good looks from the rest of the players. I mean, Buck really holding things down, being a playmaker for their team, and then everyone just kind of coming together, with Chowder being more that offensive or the defensive powerhouse for their squad, just keeping them together as a solid foundation for them to build off of.
Yeah, you look at those numbers and you're seeing that it's all around well-built rosters that do not rely on one star player. Nobody is not pulling their weight, and it would have been a team that it is right now without them all contributing and working together as one unit, something, of course, that you want to see from these service members. So on the field, they are really delivering the whole thing. Some pep talk, some really confidence plans at the beginning of the series. That is, of course, the the Air Force Gaming radar on your screens. They just take every single game very calmly, they have everything under control. No worries. But this, first and foremost, what a stylish man. Look at it.
We didn't have time for it, but we still got to get this underway as well here. Jam, I mean, what do you think prediction-wise for this? This is for the first seed. Guaranteed whoever wins this is going to come out on top in the groups.
So, Vaudeville, I'm going to be controversial because the controversy sells really well on the internet. I'm going to say this is the series in which Air Force Gaming are going to drop their first game. First game in 2 years, mind you.
Okay, I respect it. I could see that happening, but I also think it's not going to happen. I think I'm going to go with Air Force Gaming taking this in a sweep yet again, but we shall see if Coast Guard Gaming are the top dogs or not. They can prove us wrong here and prove themselves to be the best team, at least up to this point in the group stages. Get that #1 seed, a buy into tomorrow's competition, not having to play those first rounds of the winner's bracket at the end of the day. Enjoy the rest of the festivities around the Air Force or the Force Base, but even then, Air Force Gaming doing what they can to get this out of their side so far. And Coast Guard Gaming keeping that pressure going. Lights, we didn't really mention them too much in the stats, but they're still there involved as best as they can be, keeping the pressure up as well. Echo, not a touch that they were looking for, in a dangerous spot to be in defensively.
The speed from both of the teams is top-notch. so far, Coast Guard Gaming are holding their own. And if there was a little miss, I hope that's not indicative of the fact that the pace perhaps is a little bit too high. But everybody is moving off the field. Chowder is going to be setting up either Crow or Bug. That's Crow with a touch. Not favorable to him, so we are down in the corner. Bug still continues on playing while Chowder is way deep. By this point, Crow's already in. Air Force Gaming is that well-oiled machine. Just keeps on turning those gears. Rotations keep on happening. They always have a player to attack or defend. And for Coast Guard Gaming, well, to find those weaknesses. I do believe it was the CGG themselves, rather, who were talking about that. We know that there's a weak spot. Well, this is a perfect opportunity to find that and show everybody what is the one weakness of Air Force Gaming.
I guess we'll have to find that out. But first and foremost, both these teams need that first goal on the board to be able to do something. At least get that first game win. Could be just a 0-0 overtime scenario with the pace of play up to this point, but Echo seems like they're trying to bait out the attacks and boost wasting from Air Force Gaming, and Echo, it's actually working out pretty decently, but Crow, as patient as they can be, watching them like another flying animal, a hawk, as best as they can, just to keep their eye on them whenever they're going for these challenges.
There's so many to choose from. Like a pigeon, for example. Shout out to Killer Pigeon for his wonderful interviews and introductions throughout the day. Buck, first weakness, but it's not weakness for Air Force Gaming, it's weakness for Coast Guard Gaming. One quick clear, but Buck just knows where to be, quickly recovers, and you saw two defenders in the net for Coast Guard Gaming just a moment ago. The moment camera moves back, in the best ways of filmmaking, there's nobody there. Air Force open up the score.
And that's typically what we see happen when teams face off against Air Force Gaming. They get overzealous, they try to commit everything that they have onto offense, and they get countered in a way that they don't quite expect and can't get back in time because they already ran out of boost. And that's the one thing I've been noticing here from Air Force Gaming. They are being as patient as they can, not using everything until they actually get back to their own side and eventually pick up their own corner boost pads. And that was a very dangerous spot to be in yet again. Seemed like there was a minefield they were having to navigate defensively with all the shots that were coming out from Air Force Gaming, but now we do see Crow, who had the most goals at the start of the day for any team and individual player, looking to set things up for success for Crow, and oh my goodness, what a beautiful shot.
Lights thought Crow is gonna go high. Instead, he goes low on his attempt. It just sneaks underneath the Coast Guard Gaming defender. Again, pace, pace, pace. And you mentioned boost, use it for Air Force Gaming. Yes, they have droves of it. While the Coast Guard Gaming quite often find themselves boostless in their own net, and they just don't have the time to leave the safety of their net, and they have to keep it safe as well because Air Force Gaming just keep on coming on through. It still looks like as if there is no weakness, no that avenue, no route through which Coast Guard Gaming can go where there's nobody from Air Force. Right now, maybe here with a bomb, but even that's not enough on Crow. He has Goomba Stun to recover just in time.
Fortunately, they had another level up mushroom, so they had one extra life for them there. So it won't be exactly what the Coast Guard Gaming were hoping for when they went for that challenge. And Air Force Gaming still holding stalwart at best. Really just not letting anything in at worst. Coast Guard Gaming have had a couple of opportunities here and there to put shots on the target, but for the most part, they've been sectioned to their own side of the field or right outside the box and have not been able to hold on to possession for as long as they would like. They keep going for long clearing shots, and they need to keep it closer to their chest if they want a chance to win at least a game or get a goal even against this Air Force Gaming roster.
I think it's safe to say, though, that this is the lowest scoring game that our Air Force's Gaming, my apologies, has got so far. Only 2 goals scored, and in a big way, this is down to how well Coast Guard Gaming are playing in defense. So now, knowing that the goal differential is not as high, bringing it back into game number 2 is going to be more comfortable. Echo, Xylem, and Lights both working out in the goal department, or rather, sorry, in the save department, making sure that their net stays at least within the scoreline that is savable, recoverable. Well, on the other side, Air Force Gaming not having as many chances perhaps as they would like, only 6 shots to their name. So game number 2 is going to show that, probably even the breaking point between whether it is going to be moving in the US Coast Guard side and making sure that they can slowly turn the tides of the game around. Whether Air Force Gaming, with their style, with their play, is going to still swing it back heavily in their way. Game number 2 coming up soon, and this is the series for that number 1 seed. I don't doubt much will change by the end of the day, so this is the one to know which one of these teams is going to be immediately seeded into the second round of our playoffs.
We shall see what Coast Guard Gaming can do. The first thing is foremost, they need to get a goal against Air Force Gaming, and then they can worry about taking the first ever game that this Air Force Gaming squad, with different iterations throughout the years, has not dropped up to this point. And they don't want to start now. They look as confident as can be before, and that's going to continue with Crow getting the first one in game 2.
It just starts with Buck pushing and pushing and pushing, and unfortunately nobody from Coast Guard Gaming in a position that they can swing the ball out of the net. Everybody's in front of it. The best they can do is shoot is right on target. And while I've seen crazy saves being made that way, nobody from Coast Guard Gaming tried on that approach. So on this particular one, Air Force Gaming just walked the ball in. And that is working out for Lights with a great bump. Again, if you cannot beat the defenders as they are, maybe Xylem on this particular play can create something back to the post and out Echo. Not following it up immediately. That's 2 Coast Guard players rushing on back. And now all 3 of them have to make a save.
Stuck again on their side, but even further back than we saw in the last game, more towards their box than anything else. And Xylem not able to get the connection that they were looking for. We do see Chowder getting their first goal of the series as well. Everyone has been involved in the goal scoring up to this point for Air Force Gaming. An unlucky spot there for Xylem.
Beautiful shot by Chowder, forces Xylem to reach back, and since these guards do not have any arms or hands, it's incredibly hard to get something behind your back. Another great run for Air Force Gaming. That's 2 already, and make that a 3rd one. Chowder inspired by his first goal of this. Let's bring him back again. That left flank seems to be deadly, and again, he finds an angle that, again, he goes away from the ball. He is flying away from the ball, so this shot shouldn't have much power. It should be imprecise. Chowder does not care about any of those variables. He puts it on target.
Another day at the office for Air Force Gaming. It feels like they are just back to the swing of things. Nothing has changed between the days for them, and the consistency is still up there. Even against the second best team, arguably, into this competition, Coast Guard Gaming, now showing that, again, even with them changing things up a little bit, it still has not proven to be enough to take on this behemoth of a roster.
4-0. Behemoth is sounding about right. Nobody so far can step up and defeat Air Force Gaming, even in its newest iteration. As a reminder, this is not the roster that won last year. The only remaining member of that team is Chowder, but Buck and Crow make it look as if nothing has changed. They are still playing like the champs. They're looking like they're about to take the whole tournament, and if they can make it in a perfect streak, it sure do be looking like they're going to take it in the perfect streak.
It does, especially with goals like that going in. They are unstoppable and undefeatable at this point. Echo getting demoed for their efforts. Crow with the sniper shot, and Lights could not look away in fear as it went over top of them into the net. It hasn't even been the halfway point of this game yet, Jam. It's a tough spot for them to be in. You could say that they're in a jam.
Ooh, they can, and we can, and they took offense, Vaudable, to me saying, well, only 2 goals. It's the lowest scoring game for Air Force Gaming. So in the very next one, they're trying to make it the highest scoring game. Again, we do have all of the results. I can quickly go through them, but so far, it's still not even tied for the highest scoring games. Air Force Gaming themselves have given us games like 7-2 versus REF Storm Shadows, for example. So, but if I just go by largest amount of goals scored in one game, So far it's 8-0, Air Force Gaming versus HMS Triumph, so we're still too short. And yeah, I think that's it by this point. But we only now crossing the half-point point. So technically, purely by math, if statistics would work that way, we could see a 12-0.
It is a possibility, but I don't think we will see it at that point. Coast Guard Gaming waking up a little bit further in game 2 after giving up those opportunities. Also, Air Force Gaming just kind of know, even with the pressure that they're putting on, that they don't need to full send with this. So Xylem, though, good transition off the backboard, though, deflected by Crow. Buck with a setup. Get it past the midfield. Back into the clutches of Coast Guard Gaming, at least for a little bit. They get it past one defender, center it a little bit as well, but still not enough there. It's tough. I mean, Air Force Gaming, they've been doing what they can to keep this out of possession for Coast Guard Gaming. Whenever Coast Guard Gaming has gotten the ball, they aren't able to hold on to it long enough to develop any meaningful chances on offense and slow things down for their own pace of play. They're just playing to the tune of Air Force Gaming's drum.
It's their world, it's their tournament. And while goals have stopped, the play on the field definitely has not. Air Force Gaming are still in control. The way they have been showing themselves on the field, Buck is going to be potentially receiving this, so running interference with Xylem. No, Chowder doesn't even need his teammate in that particular play. He has been on fire. Hat-trick for him in his game number 2. And as we're heading, I say we're heading into game number 3, there's still a minute left. We still might see more goals.
We've been heading into game number 3 for a while. Since the first 2 minutes.
Something like that. Something like that. God, they are wild. They're absolutely wild. And yeah, even if, as you said, they don't have to go all out, but I would respect them if they still play to their full strength all the time. And it's just going to be a display for everybody. Again, this is how we are. We're not dropping our hands at any point. We don't have to show our maybe weak side of some sort. Yeah, we're just strong as is. Performance. They're playing like champions, and they're supposed to be playing like champions. 7-1, Brazil. But it's exactly that. It's usually we're calling Brazil when the team in the lead scores that 7th goal, making it 7-1. Right now, Coast Guard Gaming do look like the poor Brazil national team suffering an absolute beating from the German national side.
Let's see what they can do here to prevent this from standing. Buck is not going to let it stand much longer, though. They got the maximum amount of goals that they've had before and still some extra time left.
Most goals scored in one game by both teams, I think, now. And I'm pretty sure I just saw them fist bump before the goal actually went in on the screen, so I got a bit of a spoiler. Why are they fist bump? Oh, that's the reason. That's the reason why. Air Force Gaming. Okay, well, right now, HMS Triumph, they're sitting at the bottom of the standing, and their loss to Air Force Gaming was what it was. Even though Stempelbach has brought it very close to taking one game off Air Force Gaming. HMS Triumph were the team that almost took a game off the Air Force Gaming. But right here for Coast Guard Gaming, to be the team that's receiving this 8-2 punishment, who can take on Air Force Gaming by this point? Again, I still suggest that all of the teams bundle up together and play like, let me quickly do the math, like 15, 18 versus 3.
You know,
maybe then
Jam, I haven't even been paying attention to what you've been saying because we've just found out that Buck's been playing on KBM this entire time. So destroying people in this competition on one of the hardest inputs that you can play, and there's, yes, some professional players that can compete on it, but what a feat to be able to do that as well. So, I mean, massive to see that even on KBM, you can be as lethal as possible here because the way that they're putting these pressure on, putting these shots on. Yes, we saw 3 goals from Coast Guard Gaming, but that was just a slapping and a half from the Air Force Gaming side on game 2. And if things continue this way, I mean, there isn't anything other than just a mistake, a giveaway that could lead to a downfall for Air Force Gaming, at least so far in this series.
Not gonna happen. Downfall, Air Force Gaming, that's gonna be a twist, a plot twist of the century. And there's indeed gonna be a downfall, but for the purposes of storytelling, for purposes of excitement. Hey, let's see what Coast Guard Gaming can show us in game number 3. Another great sign of great teams is being able to recover after going down 5 goals, 8-3. That game just ended. This game has put Air Force Gaming on match point. Coast Guard Gaming, Lights, Echo, and Xylem. We've seen how well they play. We've seen how great they are in Rocket League. They can be the one to bring Air Force Gaming down a notch.
We'll have to see. So far, the main team that really made Air Force Gaming sweat the most is our team at the bottom of the leaderboard so far with the standings, and that is, HMS Triumph. And well, right now it's back into the swing of things yet again for Chowder as they get on the board first. Buck with the setup potential. Xylem could really get the best positioning on that challenge, and they just were taken advantage of yet again off the kickoff. So first couple of seconds into this one, Air Force Gaming already up.
Incredibly important. Lights is on the opposite flank, has to immediately change directions. Honestly, for now, the best way to deal with Air Force Gaming, I've come up with a perfect plan to how to defeat Air Force Gaming, or really stop them from scoring all the time. Don't give them the ball. Literally, every single time you let go of the ball, again, Xylem, right now, sort of lets go of the ball. Previous goal that was scored, they let the ball just sit on the side after a block was thrown. And they just grab the rebound, just keep on running. There's a second one. Goal starting to come in pretty fast. A breakthrough is needed. Again, just to score a goal. No, the opposite side of the field, guys. Coast Guard Gaming need to score a goal just to stop this from happening. We're getting a goal a 15 seconds or something like that. It's crazy.
It is pretty nuts to see exactly how fast and furious the Air Force Gaming squad is. It's all about family for them as well, you could say, but right now it's all about scoring the goals too. Crow can't get that past Echo. Does a nice pre-jump from them. Xylem has a chance, but not going fast enough to get to the ball, and no boost there for Echo either to set themselves up for success. So instead, Buck will counter it in the midfield. Crow, good touch by them as well. Xylem in better positioning than we saw in the first 2 goals of Game 3. But already a 3-0 lead just makes this so hard of a chance for Coast Guard Gaming to bounce back in this one.
Again, just look at Air Force Gaming play. Every single time they know that they should challenge themselves, they challenge and get that win on the ball. Every single time they know that they can just play a little bit more passive and let the Coast Guard Gaming make the first move. Air Force Gaming still end up getting the ball in most of the situation.
Well, they get it again in that situation too after it's just shot straight to the corner. And that's another thing. I know being so rushed to go for these clears to the other side, you know that Air Force Gaming is capable of taking the ball away from you, winning these 50-50s, doing whatever they want with it, but you got to keep it closer to the nose of your car, not give it up as quickly as we've been seeing. You talked about it. As soon as you see that ball given away to Air Force Gaming, they're ready to convert that into a goal afterwards, and they're looking for another one here. Crow got bumped out of the play at least a little bit. Xylem got it past one. Can't get it past the other, though, for now. Chowder just taking their time to bait out them using all of their boost reserves. They do pick some up in the corner. Can't keep things going. Lights doesn't have the best positioning for the challenge, and Chowder actually gave that up to them instead. So buy some more time for Coast Guard Gaming. At least keep possession of the ball. The longest possession we've seen from them, and a first shot in a while as well, but still not enough.
I think it's even on 0 boost. Just the presence of anybody from Air Force Gaming in your side of the field or anywhere nearby the ball is danger enough. Xylem leaves it to Lights. Lights definitely had the better chance of making a clear. We're seeing that work on the backboard. Corner it goes. Boost is getting removed. All the while the Coast Guard Gaming are set up like around their net, on the wall. On the ground, Air Force Gaming are just picking berries in the corners and leaving Coast Guard Gaming without nothing. Chowder, another hat trick for him. And then he has been on point. If yesterday the day started with Crow and the name immediately escapes me. then Chowder has been stepping up into the goal-scoring boots the longer this series went on.
We'll have to see how the rest of this progresses. But a double demo from the center sets things up for Air Force Gaming. Goes into the heavens, barely deflected away by Xylem. Dangerous spot to find themselves in right from the get-go. Echo to the back wall and drop down. Bucks got some potential if they can get this away, but not much boost to the tank. Bailed out by Crow again. A good challenge from the blue half. Time ticking it down. Coast Guard Gaming looking for whatever they can do here to come alive and at least get one on the board. Echo with a shot, and that's exactly what they were looking for.
These little things breaking them down. A Crow just gets dispossessed. Xylem does not get the ball, but Echo does, and then they just run with it. Air Force Gaming usually on point with being everywhere on the field, be it attack or defense. This time, let it slip past them. But those little slips are far and few between. And if this wasn't the game number 1, in which Air Force Gaming only scored 2 goals, we'd be talking about, okay, from here, still a lot of work to do, but they have a chance. Right now, with 4 goals against them, only 2 goal differential. Right of pass does not connect. Coast Guard Gaming with a chance. It goes back.
Well, 40 seconds remaining. Xylem needs to do all they can to get possession of this ball back in the chamber for Coast Guard Gaming, but Chowder's got this stopped out at the midfield. Buck keeps the progression going forward. Lights with no boost. Echo not in possession either. Xylem just the last line of defense. 20 seconds remaining. Not enough time to come back by 3 goals. We do see a challenge though, and there is one for Lights. Okay, maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. It is technically possible.
Maybe if we extend this game just a little bit more, some extra time. Like in football, you do have extra time. There's injury time and everything like that. So over here, with all those demos accruing, say we can throw another, let's say 30 seconds on the clock in addition to those last 12 they're going to be ticking down. They're finding themselves on the right side of the field, Coast Guard Gaming.
Oh, no.
But as this ball goes past Lights, best Xylem can do is drill it up in the air and not allow Air Force Gaming to score one at the very end. The timer saves them. No extra 15 or 30 seconds. The team on your screens, Air Force Gaming, Buck, Chowder, and Crow, remain undefeated and take and cement, I think is the word I'm going to use, the first spot in the group stage.
They have one more match to play a little bit later on against French Air Force, but even then, regardless of how that one goes, they will be getting that bye into the upper bracket for tomorrow. So they won't have to play at the end of the day. They, got to wait a little bit today as well because they played so many matches yesterday, and it worked out well enough for them. And honestly, they looked even more confident than we saw in some of the games towards the latter half yesterday. So, they got some good rest, got some good food probably to get themselves prepared for today, and they just came and showed up and conquered, and they're ready for the next one.
Yeah, so far the only undefeated team in the tournament, and it might as well continue. Their play is, again, impeccable. I think it all starts building up from their positioning. Of course, a lot goes into the positioning, but the matter of fact is to get to the ball, to the defense, offense, whatever you might want to call it. They're there all the time. And I know who's with Killer Pigeon right now in the interview area. It's Buck. Boys, take it away.
I'm with Buck, who doesn't give a concern for anyone because at this stage there's no team left that can truly threaten them. Buck, this was the big challenge. This is the biggest threat. What now?
We just keep playing our game, and hopefully we take home the dub.
And I was thinking about this, right? Like, Chowder's the only one who has intimate experience long-term with these guys. Do you almost see it as like an advantage that you don't? Like, it just lets you focus on your game instead of worrying about Coast Guards?
I do find it as an advantage, actually. He's a good captain for us. He keeps us our head straight and makes sure we just stick to our game plan.
We got to talk about the input. Keyboard and mouse? Controller too easy?
I wouldn't say it's easier, as most people would say, but it's what I started off on, and it'd take too long to try to learn controller, so.
How many concerned looks do you get when you pull out the keyboard and mouse at a tournament?
People are usually just surprised, honestly, which makes sense.
I mean, it's a quirky little element. You know, we're looking forward to the day. At this stage, I think it's fair to say you guys are probably going to finish the group stage uncontested. There is one threat, right? I think you got the French guys next, who, have you been feeling it? There's like something about these guys, the vibes they're letting off. Is there maybe a little bit of a threat coming out of Team France?
So the French actually look really good right now. They're great guys. They look great on the field, so it might be a tough match.
We'll have to wait and see, but before we get to that, it's actually time to return to the slaying of the Brits. That's right, we've got an opportunity for Lightning to strike at a submarine twice here. Can HMS Triumph get their first victory, or is it going to be RAF Storm Shadows taking the dub? Short break, and then we return for our next series of the day.
the bank and I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves inside the spot, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters, they've been not about. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves inside the spot, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters, they've been not about.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm Vaudeville. We got Relic back in here, giving Jaro Jam a little bit of a break here because we have a interesting matchup here about to go down. But before that, let's get into the standings to see exactly how we got here, where everyone's looking so far. Air Force Gaming just cemented themselves as our #1 seed. Coast Guard Gaming a little bit above French Air Force, but I think that might kind of be why, because we saw them face off against each other for their first series yesterday. Relic, if they played again today, do you think it would have been the same result?
No, I do not. No, I do not. I think that we have seen a very clear upward trajectory of progression from the French Air Force, and to dismantle Space Force in the way that they did was almost as impressive as how Air Force completely dismantled the Coast Guard. 8 goals in one game against, theoretically, the second best team in the tournament. That's kind of nuts. But from the top of the table, we now take a look down to the bottom of the table, Vaudeville. Lining up first, the RAF Storm Shadows. Potentially can take out anybody on their day. But how often does that day come around? Once in a blue moon. Inconsistency, the key word that follows this squad. At this moment in time, can they click into gear? Halfway through the tournament now, when we consider the entire weekend, well, that's a question that only they can answer on the field. But they're going to be feeling pretty good, I feel, going into this matchup against currently the bottom of the table team, HMS Triumph. It has been a tough run for them, and it's not pretty reading. In order to not finish last, they first of all need to 3-0 Storm Shadows in this series. This is their last series before we head into the double elimination bracket. They then need a huge slice of help from the RAF Shadows, the Storm Shadows sister team. They need them to lose both of their final series 3-0, in which case game differential would favor the Triumph. That's a very slim margin to lift yourself from last place to second to last place possible. So quite frankly, I think this series can be called a mulligan, a free hit if you like. Whatever happens, happens. I think at this point we're all just rooting for them, and any game win will be a game win that is celebrated.
Yeah, based on the bracket, we would likely see them face off against that second seed if, as we kind of expect things continue for them to be that 7th seed going into that stage. So thankfully, because of that, though, they wouldn't have to face off against the #1 seed for quite some time in Air Force Gaming. They'd be on the other side of that winner's bracket. So if they somehow pull off a victory there, then they would be able to move on even further and face some tougher competition. But we don't have to worry about that for now. At this point in time, HMS Triumph, they just want to get a series win. They've gotten the game. They've looked as good as they can, but we need to see what they can do from here on out, because HMS Triumph, we've seen them get so close even against the best team out there, but they just weren't able to close things out.
I cannot believe that Stelios waved at you, Vaudeville, and you didn't say hi back. I think that's incredibly rude personally, but I think common courtesy goes out the window when you're on the field in Rocket League, especially when you are a team in dire straits, as the HMS Triumph are. They are fortunate that by virtue of the format, they are not eliminated today, but they want to place themselves in the best form possible so that when they hit that double elimination bracket, they're going to make the best account for themselves.
I just want to note these player names. The Cedrinho takes this for the Cedric, for those who are confused, from Pedio, as they were able to set things up there. And of course, I think we had Evinio, if I didn't read that incorrectly.
Yeah.
And Vinio, there we go. So great names that they have here. Oh, 10 out of 10.
Oh, we're feeling a little Brazil out here. I wonder whether they will achieve their very clear aspirations. They've already scored one. It was a pretty simple finish, to tell you the truth. But the shot on target for the Triumph, still a threat, not to be underestimated. And as we exit our first minute, the Storm Shadow's going to be pretty happy with this. Another shot on target. Oh, absolutely nails it. Beautiful from P.
What a great one from Pinto Bean as they put that forward towards the net. I mean, that's what it reads like almost. That's what we get to see with the goal there. Good look for Storm Shadow so far. I mean, they're having good fun with it, as you're talking about, and that's what we like to see with these players. Again, you know, HMS Triumph, they know where they're at in the standings. They really are just kind of playing this match just to see, okay, can we get that series win that we've been looking for? And that'd be huge for them if they can.
Oh,
but already Storm Shadows, they're giving this one up to Lou Money, and that's exactly what HMS Triumph were hoping for. Catch them off guard, make them second guess themselves, and well, now we're gonna go for that counterattack where they just came together as a squad and were able to put that on net.
That went from looking really good for the Storm Shadows. Lovely infield pass, good shot on target, and then the one player overcommits trying to snuff the counter effort, and it ends with a counter, and off the kickoff.
Wow.
2-2 Triumph. Well done.
It sounded like you were just getting drowned there for a second. And that seems to be what's happening to the defense of RF Storm Shadows. They are head underwater. They need to come up for air because at this point in time, they have not been able to surface with a shot that goes into the net after the first two that we saw put on target. Cedrinho doing what they can. Pedio also in a tough spot, but that's going to be enough for Cedrinho to put it on.
Nothing if not entertaining, Audible. Lovely pass from Cedrinho. P takes it through, misses the follow-up. Lou misses the clearance, and so Cedric's like, all right then, I guess I'll just do it myself. And after that rather hectic last 60 seconds or so, the Storm Shadows somehow still find themselves with a 1-goal lead.
Ooh, right in front of the net again. So we'll see if Storm Shadows take this forward after giving up those 2 goals. I mean, HMS Triumph are nothing but consistent when it comes to getting goals. I think the biggest difficulty is just preventing them from going into the back of their own net for these challenges. They both go up for it. That'll be a wide open opportunity for Envinio to get it on the net. 3 minutes on the clock now. Still plenty of time, though, for things to develop.
Little more mustard on that than I think Envy. I'm just going to call you Envy. Okay, listen, I love the name. I'm going to call you Envy. Little more mustard than I think that they were expecting, because that had a very real threat of ricocheting off the crossbar. It's happened so many times before. Triumph backboard defense. It's a problem. It absolutely is a problem, and I think you've hit the nail on the head, Vaudeville. It's not just about the consistency of the goals, because we've also seen it the other way, where they've gone ultra defensive and they just can't score goals. They're lacking balance, and when you're lacking balance, you've got to look to your midfield. What isn't working there that means that you can't do a little bit of both? And I just feel like there's a couple too many pure ball misses. I think there's a couple too many solo efforts that are not properly supported, no passing opportunities. We see here a nice drive downfield, but it's a solo effort. It drives against the backboard. By the time help arrives, it's either been demoed or it's run out of boost. And RAF Storm Shadows go right down the other end, and but for Lou Money, that was surely a 5th.
We'll see what HMS Triumph can do. I mean, things have slowed down a little bit, at least for Storm Shadows in terms of offense, which bodes well for Triumph if they can get possession of the ball, number 1. But Envy, some good pressure being applied on offense. He had a chance there as well. Cedric just keeping their space as best as possible. A good demo, though, that almost was enough for them to use the smoke screen towards the net for a goal. Couple shots come through from Triumph, easily deflected aside and batted away like a fly trap, just taking them out of that potential chance for them to get a shot on the net.
one of the best pieces of advice I ever heard in Rocket League mod is if you can't hit the ball, hit the player. At least hit something on the way through. Be a bully. Don't let them have a moment where they get a shot or a pass away for free. For example, P uncontested, but runs out of boost, runs out of players to support him, but Envy's right there. Sure shot. 1 minute and change.
Nice look for RAF Storm Shadows. Yet again, keeping things moving, grooving on offense. HOS Triumph, I mean, we saw some good looks, some signs of life from them when they tied things up, but since then it's been a ghost town. Nobody's home except when it comes to being on the goal line and seeing a goal be scored right over top of you, just like that. Cedric putting it through for their own hat trick.
Too spooky for me. And, you know, the worst thing for the Storm Shadows is that they can't get a Brazil now either. Triumph has scored the second goal, so therefore, again, we have to defer this to game number 2, but the more the merrier, as the old saying goes. And the Storm Shadows will be most happy with the work already put in. A firm hand on this game, and a strong start in this series demo, but Cedric's going to be taking this wide, and Triumph will be left to clean up.
About 30 seconds left on the clock now. Maybe a consolation goal if Triumph can get possession of the ball. Popped up right outside the box. Envy just going for the flip reset style points. Building up the meter like they would on SSX Tricky. But so far, it's still not enough for them to get that 7th goal. Even though it wouldn't be quite a Brazil, they know they want to get as many on the board as they can. Pad their stats for the final tallies at the end of the tournament. See who has the highest points out there and score per game. We've been tracking those in the background. We'll give some updates along the way, but for now, RF Storm Shadows, the only update that they need is to the amount of game wins that they have, with that being 1 so far in this series.
And unfortunately, that result does indeed consign HMS Triumph to the bottom of the table. They could go on and win this series, winning the next 3 games even in succession. And it would not be enough due to the Shadows' earlier victory against HMS Triumph. The countback would work in their favor. And so where to go from here? You're the team rooted to the bottom. You've had a moment of brilliance, let's say, 30 seconds of magic in a 5-minute game, which otherwise was largely dominated by your opponents. Where do you focus first? Vodable. Is there even a particular area that you should lay focus on, or is it just vibes from here on out?
Vibes. It's always vibes. I mean, we heard from the French Air Force roster and how vibes was their key to victory and what they were focusing on, and they were bringing it when they were celebrating whenever they got a goal, popping off all the time, and it got in the heads of their opponents. When you have somebody that's feeling that confident and energized whenever they get a goal, you start doubting yourselves and being like, why aren't we doing that? So maybe they need to bring the energy if they get a goal here in this game for HMS Triumph. The kickoff didn't work in their favor, is what I'll say there.
Had a couple of quick goals earlier and yesterday. That is undoubtedly the quickest. You cannot get quicker than 1 second on the clock. I'm pretty sure that it won't be as bad as that. A goal every second. Otherwise, we would be here all day. And indeed, it is a good job from the Triumph there, winning the kickoff, but conceding possession ultimately. How do you bounce back? Are you even going to get a chance to bounce back? The Storm Shadows want to pad the stats.
And they're freestyling now with the passing plays that we just witnessed there off the sidewall from both of them. Just beautiful pirouettes being put on display by these players. Makes sense that they're part of the Air Force and they're able to fly around the sky like that. B will be the one getting this 2nd goal for their team.
You know, there's minutiae here. We look at Lou Money. Misses the ball, okay, but there's a bit of panic, and on the way back as they rotate back in, they actually miss a couple of the pads on the ground. Crucial little bonuses that could help them out. Maybe some mind games here in front of the blue net. There's 2-0 Storm Shadows. Looking for a third. Nice pinch. Is that on target? Oh, unfortunate.
Would have been part of the highlight reel of the tournament for sure if it went through the Kuxer pinch, but still no dice. Does get sent away from their own corner. Envy still doesn't win out the 50-50. Simple Bug, we haven't said their name in quite some time, but they might have a chance if they got possession there. Cedric's not giving them the time of day. Playing with their food is what can be described as what we're witnessing from RAF Storm Shadows on offense here.
It's not foot off the gas, it's foot on whatever pedal makes you go Super Saiyan. Like, genuinely, these are all moments where I'm like, oh, that's really pretty. Oh, that's very nice. Oh, are they trying to Twitch clip here? They're absolutely trying to Twitch clip here. And Cedric sets up the blue money, well aware to it, defends the near post. But Storm Shadow's ready to recycle and try again.
Nice touch by Lou Money there. I got to give them credit where it's due, and the demo follow through afterwards. He talked about it. If you can't get the touch, go for the car instead. That's what we saw happen on that follow through. Reminds me a little bit of Com's gameplay from the old version 1 roster, but Envy looking good here on offense again.
Kuxir version 1 taking me through a wonderful tour of historical Rocket League, but here's the thing, right? That is the past, and as much as I do love the past, what Triumph need to do is look to the future, because again, you're already rooted to the bottom of the table. I want to see, over however many games are left remaining, adjustments which you can actually practice in real time in a live environment, which tells me you're going to be able to go into this double elimination bracket and actually have a chance of making it out of there. I mean, 3-0 down, it's not the end of the world when there's also half the game to go, no? So let's maybe look to connect more of those passes. Let's maybe look to get a couple more opportunities opened up for yourself. Maybe throw a couple of demos in there, and let's see what you can achieve, lads.
Only time will tell if they take your advice. But so far, RF Storm Shadows, it's my favorite phrase that I've been using for a lot of these teams because of the consistency. Business as usual. Another day at the office. Back in the swing of things. I mean, these teams, it just seems to be standard protocol from there. The way that they've been performing on offense. And RF Storm Shadows are sticking to the books and their guns every time they get possession of the ball. I mean, right now they're just having fun with it back at their own side, but they still manage to clear it out. He goes for the shot before the double tap in from downtown into the air. Doesn't touch down for a moment with the pre-jump. What a beautiful passing play and the give and go.
Now you might be asking yourselves, if you're watching at home, wait, why aren't the Storm Shadows doing this against your Air Force Gamings and your Coast Guards? Well, quite frankly, your Air Force Gamings and your Coast Guards are working a lot faster. You are not going to get that time of day on the ball. But when in Rome...
Do as the Storm Shadows do? I don't know. That's what we see happening here. I mean, hey, we're seeing some nice goals. Yeah. Nice goals. We are. So far.
And you know what?
Plays. It's fun.
It's far from administrative. Like, the worst thing I would want to see right now is the Storm Shadows just locking up shop, or, I mean, at this point, utterly and completely destroying, demoralizing the Triumph. Instead, they've set themselves a new goalpost. They're saying, okay, we know that we can score the goals. How pretty can we make those goals? You know, how many clips can we legitimately put together for the highlight reel after this? Let's have some fun out there. Let's see whether we can maybe figure out some more intricate plays that we ourselves can take forward up against a bigger opposition.
All I'm saying is I hope RF Storm Shadows save the replays for these, transfer them back to their accounts back home, and then do a montage afterwards. Because there's been some really nice goals so far, and hopefully they can put those on there, saying that they scored those in this international competition. Nonetheless, though, less than a minute to go. HMS Triumph, and the biggest thing for them, again, getting a goal on the board, some sort of motivation and momentum movement, all the M's that you need possible for that next game.
And Volleyball, when you put it all together, when you finally get that ball into the back of the net, all you got to go is, because that's delicious.
Exactly.
Right, that's what you want to be consuming at the end of the day. Not just the content, but the content that serves you. You're serving up the goals. You are the team that is demonstrating what it means to be here and just how good you are. And I think that is perhaps the greatest credit that we can give to the Storm Shadows, who do put home a 7th, one more than their tally in game number 1. We know how good Triumph are because of their qualifiers, Vodable, and the Storm Shadows are just on another level.
Just shows that there's so many levels, so many layers to the onion that is Rocket League. Keep pulling things back and you realize, wow, this team's really good. This team's really good. Well, Triumph might need to get out of the kitchen and figure out some other game plan for them here on out. It's been a tough story for them. I mean, hopefully they got some food in their bellies before it. If not, I'm sure they'll be having some afterwards as they try and review the footage and figure out their game plan, because the next time after this next game potentially that we'll see HMS Triumph would be in that first round of the winners bracket. That'll be starting at the end of the day today. So I'm curious, they had tacos yesterday, maybe what they had today just wasn't enough fuel for them to get that fire in their bellies and have something go their way for a game.
What do you reckon is the best food to consume before a Rocket League series?
I would definitely not say pizza, because that'll make you tired. Because I've done that before and it was not the best. So we can rule that out at least. What would you say? I don't really know. I mean, maybe tacos from yesterday. That's always a good bet, but something that gives you some energy, some protein would be good.
Yeah, no, I was thinking a pretty simple, like, steak, pesto, cheese, like, panini or something.
Yeah. They had brisket at one of the World Championships. The one that was in Dallas. Well, in Fort Worth, yeah, for the players. So I'm sure that was some good motivation for the top teams that were out there. Crossbar and away, though. Oh, that's going to hurt for our RAF Storm Shadows, but they'll probably get more. Where we saw in the last game, they had almost 8.
I'm bringing my rant forward today, as this one unfortunately going to fly over the head of Judge Drury and into the back of the net for Cedric. How do people not like the doink sound effect when the ball hits the woodwork now? It's so satisfying.
It is satisfying to us, but as a player, it's probably more aggravating than not having the sound there, you know? Because it's just a reminder of... It
reinforces your failure. It's a motivator.
I feel like you have enough things motivating you to get goals in Rocket League. You might not need it. You know, getting a win's pretty good motivation for getting goals.
What would be better, the sound effect or just a literal person saying doink?
See, that's what they needed to add when they had Shogun be the new announcer for the 10th year anniversary of DFH Stadium.
Yeah. Oh, simple ball. Wow. To actually wrap your car around that ball mid-air and almost get it perfectly on target to slip it in top pocket. Genuinely very difficult mechanics, and they came this close to scoring and ultimately equalizing for the Triumph. As much as we're memeing, as much as we're all having a good time here in the booth and up on stage, this is still a series for both the Storm Shadows and the Triumph, and if the Triumph can come away with one game, as I said at the top of the series, it's going to be a game that they will be very proud of.
Blue Money might be able to do something with this here. Oh, but if they didn't get demoed there from the back, not too much that they could do. Didn't look in their rearview mirror to see disaster striking them as it strikes true yet again for Envy. Up into the air, dropping it down. Cedric probably could have stolen it, but thankfully he wasn't able to do it.
They're a good teammate, Audible. They want to give their teammates the opportunity to score the goal. Full respect. As Triumph win the kickoff, Cedric with possession. And the drive into the orange half didn't last for too long, did it? But Envy ready to re-establish communications with the orange team here. As Triumph locked behind bars once again, sideways from Judge Jury. And Lou Money throws it away.
Well, we got a report on what they had to fuel them before this series. Pasta,
Live journalism,
and some chicken drumsticks and some salad on the side. I mean, that's all the food you really need. Shout out to the venue crew, keeping these players filled and fueled and ready for these series throughout the long day of competition.
That's proper Scran right there. Scran, for those who don't know, is basically what we call like soccer food, like food that you have at the venue. It's food that is meant to sustain you for celebrating and cheering and supporting. And I love that the Storm Shadows are supporting. Whoa! Live footage! Yo, check out this guy.
Live footage of the lunch. That is
Martin
amazing.
enjoying some wonderful food? Love it.
10 out of 10 is all I gotta say on that one. Thank you, production. Exactly. I'm hungry for an HMS Triumph gold, though. We'll see if we can get it, is the thing here. I mean, we got 2 minutes on the clock. Still remaining for them. I'm curious if they have eaten or not yet, because if they haven't, maybe that's why HMS Triumph are a little sluggish in this game comparatively.
True. Well, I think lunch started moments before the series, so if there was an opportunity,
they're probably just waiting for
to get that food in, yeah, like you don't want to rush your food because it doesn't matter what you're eating then. It's not optimal. I bet a bit of indigestion. You don't want that for any sort of esport whatsoever. So maybe working on empty stomachs, and let's not forget that we're already halfway almost into our day. A lot of Rocket League has been played, a lot of time in the venue. And a shot like that, you'd expect it to go in, Vodable. It doesn't. And so it remains 3-0 as we enter our final minute.
Tough spot to be in. But as you mentioned, one more minute of play for HMS Triumph. Their journey through the round robin stage. They'll be able to take some time, fill their bellies, and just rest a little, play in the practice area as well while they wait for the bracket stage. RF Storm Shadows still have another series after this one. A little bit later on, they're gonna have to also have themselves be as prepared as possible, because that will be against Coast Guard Gaming, our current second seed.
No match is easy in this tournament. No match is easy. And Storm Shadows put home a fourth. More journalism. Apparently the selection is interestingly named Mediterranean, which pasta, sausages and drumsticks, I think the sauce is going to do a lot of heavy lifting there to earn the Mediterranean tag. I love this event, dude. I'm so glad that you're here to share with us in the shenanigans. It has been a joy and a privilege to be a part of this. Last 3 years! No, you could have let them have it, Cedric! You could have let them have one! Surely! Oh, brutality from the Storm Shadows. No nonsense in the end. 3-0 sweep and a clean board of health, apart from the 2 goals, of course, that the Triumph scored in that first game.
My biggest question that I want Killer Pigeon to ask is if they have had food yet. I mean, we've had this whole storyline the entire series. But even that, I mean a great series there from RF Storm Shadows. Valiant effort, of course, that we got to see from HMS Triumph, and it was because of the counterattacks that gave us some hope at the start of things. But then we didn't see a goal for them after that, so it was more, okay, Storm Shadow's like, oh, we got to take this a little bit more seriously. We gave up 2 goals. We can't afford to do that. We saw how close they got against Air Force Gaming, so they know if they give them that space to work with, they'll have some better opportunities to develop some offensive plays and eventually we'll get some goals. But because they had the aerial superiority, of course, being the Air Force Gaming Regiment there from the UK, then they were able to actually be like, oh wait, we can just keep this away from them, freestyle the entire time, and then they were able to come out on top because of that. So I saw what they were doing there, picked up what they were putting down, but we do have the interview here with the winners, RAF Storm Shadows and Killer Pigeon.
Thank you, boys. I'm joined by RAF Storm Shadows coach. It is, of course, Stelios. A lot of cheers in the crowd. Stelios, mate, like you've been behind them intense all times. I remember hearing somebody, earlier on, like, yeah, this is the thing. This is what we need to do. You're always locked in. But what I love is the positivity. Talk me through your coaching perspective, your approach overall.
So it's a bizarre one. It's not something I've been doing for a long time, actually. I've dabbled in the pro scene in EU RLCS, and it's given me a lot of really good experience to bring to my teams for the Royal Air Force. So my role is to essentially keep them all focused at all times. As you said, provide them with positive reinforcement, positive energy. And at times, if I can spot anything happening that shouldn't be happening in the game, I can put an end to it, giving them advice on how to correct these things. Again, I'm new to it, but I have to say I'm really, really enjoying it here.
So you're not one of those coaches that brings out the beaten stick?
No, not at all. I'm very much, I don't want to say handholdy, but I'm an encouraging coach, and I like to bring positivity. Depending on who you're coaching, that can sometimes be the wrong thing, but we've got a great group of guys, and they're very receptive to it, very responsive to it, and they respect what I say, and it always helps in a coaching environment.
And I mean, it helps you guys have got cheerleaders. I noticed the French team is always cheering for you guys. You're always cheering for the French team. I mean, I guess like if you can't take the trophy yourself, or if the other RAF boys can't, I'm guessing you guys are rooting for the French guys to go all the way.
Oh, it's got to be the family. Shout out to the Navy, by the way. I'm so glad to hear it as well, representing the UK forces. But I've got to say the French Air Force, I want them to win this, if not us, so badly. They're a great bunch of guys, and they are absolute machines in this tournament this year. And to their credit, beating us yesterday, and they deserved it. So I'm hoping for a rematch with them at some point in this bracket, either today or tomorrow hopefully. And we'll give my best shot. But yeah, the French, absolute legends.
I mean, RAF, they struck twice from the sky. You sunk the battleship twice. Are you going to let the Royal Navy live this one down?
Not for a while, I think. Not for a while, that's for sure. We have our own little inter-service rivalry between us, the Royal Navy, and the British Army. So at least for a bit, we'll be rubbing it in.
Well, mate, it was great to talk to you, but we've got to get ready for the next set, and this one's going to be a heartbreaker for you because it's your Shadow Boys going up against the Frenchmen themselves. So short break, and when we return, it's time for some more British-French inter-rivalry.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational presented by USAA. I'm Audible. We got Relic here, and we have another series on our hands, a final series for a couple of these teams as well. It's going to be RAF Shadows versus the French Air Force. RAF Shadows, I mean, they got their first series win earlier on. We got to see them take down HMS Triumph, but now they're looking for some more. But this is going to be a tough competitor here, Relic. Looking at the round robin standings, the French Air Force are in that third spot currently, so they have their work cut out for them.
This is one of the developing narratives throughout, not just today, but yesterday. You see the Coast Guard there, currently on 4-1 with a 7-game differential. It's quite impressive. Only really overshadowed by Air Force, who, let's be real, they're Air Force Gaming. They're here, they're dominating the competition. The French Air Force lost against the Coast Guard Gaming in quite convincing fashion overall. Coast Guard constantly won up on the French Air Force. But after that moment, Vodable, 3 series win in a row, with their most impressive coming just moments ago, where they absolutely dismantled the Space Force, a team that we were looking at as almost guaranteed top 3 based on yesterday's events. There is a real world where the French Air Force end today as the 2nd seed going into the double elimination bracket. And to do that, we're going to have to see, and we asked that same question of the Coast Guard and the Space Force previously, you have to look at this Shadows team, a Shadows team that we all love, that we're excited to see do well. But the French Air Force can't care about that. They can't care about feelings or how much they like a team. They got to take these guys down 3-0 if they have any aspirations of taking it one step even further than the likes of the Coast Guard and the Space Force, and looking to take down Air Force Gaming, as Stelios in that interview very much wants to happen.
Yeah, the biggest difference between these two teams is French Air Force, after this, will have to play Air Force Gaming as well. So them already having a loss for that, too, makes it even more difficult for them to try and secure that 2nd seed. Coast Guard Gaming would have to lose to Shadows as well, and French Air Force would have to likely win, or at least get a game or something against Air Force Gaming there. So tough task for them. It is a possibility, but they got to focus on this one series at a time against RAF Shadows, because this team, I mean, they've had a lot of potential. They look decent even against their sister squad, so I'm expecting big things from them. But French Air Force, with how hot they came out the gates earlier on today, if they can keep at least like 80% of that passion and power going into this series, that'll be enough for them to come out on top.
Well, we're still wondering what these teams have eaten, all in the name of going for those trophies, the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025. Killer Pigeon not asking the questions that we all really wanted to know. That's a joke, by the way. Killer Pigeon, an excellent interviewer, and I think it was great to see Stelios there. Always fun to talk to. Honestly, the most loveliest dude. And I'm sure he's going to be cheering on the Shadows in the end. They want to see the Brits doing well here. But the French esports squad here, oh goodness, doesn't that have a ring to it? The French doing well in Rocket League? No way, Bottomable.
Who would have thought? We'll see what they can do this time as well. RF Shadows looking like they got their regular roster this time. See what they can do. Almost not able to do as much as they would like on the defensive end, but the crossbar assists them for a second salute. Can't get it past the defenders that time, and it actually looked a little bit stronger than Coast Guard Gaming did on the defensive end there.
Almost a certain goal. 90% probability that's going into the net, if not higher, from multiple chances. Well done, Shadows, for denying it, but not out of the woods just yet. Maybe a errant touch here from Sakata buys them the space they require. Death Star Jr. with full boost. Boost ball, and NZH navigates their way past the one on-rushing attacker. Doromus in net, up high to the side. Zalou back into the center. Death Star Jr. with the save, and straight to Doromus, who's demoed. Oh!
That was an interesting sound for that one. More like a doink than anything else. But the French Air Force, they're going to be counting their lucky stars, so that did not go on target for RAF Shadows. It's Kurt towards the backboard. NZH plenty of time to go for the save. Darmus doing what they can to intercept it. But it went a little awry for them. Salu does get this downfield, at least for now. Darmus, not the touch that they were searching for. So both teams still playing a chicken to see who's going to make the first mistake and cost the opening goal of this one. And I think this is the longest time that we haven't seen a goal scored in quite a while as well. I might have spoke too soon.
Yeah, I mean, that's
history for Salu.
Spoken like a cast of Audible. Into existence it arrives. Overwhelming pressure near post. Transcends to far post where you find 2 players. 1-0 French Air Force. And finally, they've got the goal that you should argue they should have scored in the first 30 seconds.
They should have had a couple by this point in time, but they'll be happy with at least one with the way things have been progressing for them. Sakata, they've been playing a bit more defense, preventative defense at that, as not credited with any saves. Most of the saves have been credited to the woodwork on either end with how the way things have been going so far, but Sakata now on offense with a shot towards the net.
Oh!
What an angle off the bottom into the net. What a bounce.
There's not much you can really do about this. It's the connection with Kurt that generates so much power, and that ball can go anywhere. And it just so happens to find the perfect trajectory to hit the back of the net in off the inside of the post. Hitting half-time, that's a slice of not so much luck for the Shadows. But you said it rightly just a moment ago as well, Vod. It's arguable that they should have had 2 already at this point, just perhaps not in the fashion that we saw just then.
A slow start, but that's what happens when you have a little bit of a break, some food in your belly, and then you're ready to get going into your second to last series of the group stages. The main course still awaits them though against Air Force Gaming later on. So this is just a bit of a warm-up for now, at least in this first game. We'll see how the rest of it progresses into game 2, but that's the same for RAF Shadows. They've been waiting a little bit of time since their earlier series today to get going with this one. So at least a little under 2 minutes remaining for RAF Shadows to get on the board. First thing that they need to do though is get the ball away from their opponents and not give up opportunities like that.
Positionally so strong, the French Air Force. NZH has the call from Sakata on the far side, so he knows that he can give a little, not just a lift, but a bit of power so that that ball reaches its intended target. Then it's all down to Sakata, plants the shot, lovely. It's just what the French Air Force do, Vodable. Took him a bit to get going, to find the back of the net, but now they look like the only team that can score.
Well, the only team that has scored so far, so that does stay true to your words there. Deathstark Jr. looking to change the pace for their team, at least for now, but Kurt can't get possession. Gave it up to Sakata, pushed up a little bit too far. Bounce is a bit awkward as well. A little bit of a push onto Deathstark Jr. saying, hey, I got this one, you don't have to go for it. And Kurt just trying to find their footing on offense, to know exactly where they need to be. But with less than a minute remaining, the demo comes through. It won't be as good of a look as they could hope for, but they're still keeping the pressure going, as in the French Air Force on offense. Try and get a 4th goal if they can, but they can't get it just yet. And a good defensive effort by NZH to keep this away.
Oh, breakthrough!
Okay.
Their covering runs in the midfield have been exquisite, French Air Force. They have not left many gaps, but that one miss off the corner, it is a nightmare for rookies and pros alike. It's one that Deathstark Jr. pounces upon, setting up for the goal conversion. And now can they get one off the kickoff? Denied by NZH, at least initially. That's a crucial demo, a critical demo, which allows the Lou now to step onto the ball, hits the backboard, but most importantly buys time. Ooh. And there's NZH, right place. 4-1, 3-goal lead reestablished.
Wow. Right off the backboard. Almost got the save there. Darmus was in position, but just barely missed the timing for the save. Would have been a tough one to make either way, just based on the positioning of their car. Either way, though, Kurt trying off the kickoff, set things up on the right foot, or I guess wheel, since their cars for this one. 10 seconds to go, though, as it ticks down. No chance for RF Shadows to come back, but they want to prevent at least a last-ditch effort from French Air Force to get that 5th goal on the board. Still in the air, Cicada and Darmus go for the challenge together. Still a chance to progress it downfield. Deathstark Jr. barely tries to keep it up in time. NCH can't keep it any further. And that'll be the fist bumps across the board for the rest of the French Air Force as they take game 1.
My advice to you, Vodable, don't tempt Psionics into making feet wheels. Just, that is a future that I don't even want to try and
we have
joke
teeth
about.
wheels,
It's a
so we
very
don't need
serious
anything
matter. Exactly. So let's leave that thought well and truly buried, thrown into the garbage can, and let's talk about a game that really just had French Air Force win written all over it. That one Shadows goal, albeit well worked once they reached that dangerous area, was off the back of an individual player's mistake on the side of the French Air Force. Yes, you've still got to be able to convert it when the opportunity presents itself, but that's just it. The opportunity presented itself. It was nothing that the Shadows manufactured of their own design from the midfield looking forward. The French Air Force on the other side, so many shots towards net, so many goals that could have been vodable. That's what worried me going into game 2, that there's actually more in the Scavenger side that we haven't seen yet.
They cut away from the man while he's trying to give the peace sign.
I know.
How dare they? Either way, though, RAF Shadows, we'll see what they can do in this one here. French Air Force, they're looking to continue where they left off in the last game. Get another goal on the board quickly. A good stop there by Kurt from inside the net. I like the touch.
Oh!
And I like the noise of the crossbar.
It's so satisfying. What would be even more satisfying for the Shadows is a brilliant counter-attack. Daromus hits the backboard. Kurt and Deathstark Jr. have to retreat now. Dangerous as it flies across the net! Almost sets up Zulu of their own making. Kurt with the quick 180 takes the soft and simple touch. NZH picks their pocket. Infield, Zulu miscommunication. Sakata, the third man, to Zulu. Was it all Giga Brain play on target? Deathstark Jr. away. Rotating again, Sakata's beaten to the punch. Zulu watches this one and gets that away from the on-rushing Daromus, who grabs a demo on the way out. Deathstark Jr. Now, that's a little bit too much mustard on that. And Sakata just relieves the pressure momentarily.
What a dangerous position to find themselves in there. RAF Shadows weather the storm as a demo comes through against them, taking out one of their members from their positioning and their boost with them. At least they get some consolation. Pads already preloaded into the canister. The 3:30 on the clock now. I dare not say what I said before that caused the goal to be scored for French Air Force in the last game. I won't curse it this time, but Deathstark Jr., a dangerous spot for them to be in, especially with Darmus with no boost and a miss from Kurt and the attacker of Cicada. Some sloppy plays from both teams, but I think that just goes to show how crucial this first goal is going to be.
Daromus already has beef with Jam. I don't want a second caster on this team to have beef with. Oh, no. Zulu, it didn't take over 2 minutes. It's a lovely pass though. Deathstark Jr. hard read in net. We are going vertically up and also trying to generate enough power to get it away from the goal mouth so that it isn't a threat. It's a tall ask. French Air Force with the lead.
First 2 minutes, about the same as before. So many ping noises going left and right and center for this French Air Force roster. They've been able to hit all the sides of the barn, except the opening doors that they've had a couple opportunities to go right through. For the French Air Force, at least they have the one that is necessary. If they even just hold on to that, they'll be able to come out on top. And NZH just disrupting the attacking side of RAF Shadows, as they had a chance to score a goal there, but it was ripped away by NZH.
Deathstark Jr. NZH just goes underneath him. Kurt with a little boost. Oh, that's a brutal demo on the midfield line for Sakata. But you can't wait for the 100 tank in open air. Daromas with some revenge, a demo of their own. And it falls back to the man who started this move, Death Stark Jr. Lovely carry. Kurt can't get to the far post in time.
Okay, I just had to wait and see what happened there. Zalu's just taking this the distance, had no boost in time. Death Stark Jr., oh, they didn't get the last touch, but it bounced off the roof of their car as they were flipping into the attacker and into the net.
Hate to see it if you're a Shadows fan. Love to see it if you're Zalu. He's really taken a strong command of this game. Sakata taking out Daromas. Light at the back. NZH Sakata, not an open net anymore. And the opportunity has come and gone. Still dangerous. Daromas coming in from the far side. Won't be able to match NZH, who flips it over. One! Kurt's at the far post. Sakata the follow-up. Kurt with a save. Now it's down to Zalu and NCH. They lock down their 100 boost. Kurt trying to push it through Zalu, who stands so strong at the near post. Death Stark Jr. with a follow-up shot that was hitting the crossbar anyway. Sakata registers a save. Kurt can't recycle. Daroma's still in the area. Beats out Sakata. The lift over the second player. And there's no one left in there. No doubt. Oh, what happens?
A goal is what happened this time, but also just a straight whiff from the defense. 1-2, and then carried away. Toodaloo, everyone goes away from the ball, and it goes into the net that time. RAF Shadows are the ones to benefit this go around. French Air Force are going to be looking back at that one in their nightmares.
Underrated contribution from Kurt, though, Vodable. Bullying, harassing NZH. No wonder they were unsettled and missed the ball in net. And there's the second in quick succession. Daroma's out of his seat, and deservedly so.
What a pop-off play from RAF Shadows. This is the look we are waiting to be witnessing from them. And now they are here to showcase their skill. Will it pay the bills at the end of the day? 50 seconds to go in regulation. Still haven't had an overtime yet so far, at least in the series I've been a part of personally. And French Air Force, they know they do not want to give up an opportunity to RAF Shadows, especially after how dominant they looked in game one.
There was one single overtime yesterday, and it did include the French Air Force. It also lasted all of 5 seconds, so whether we could call it a true overtime is another debate. But they do at least know what it feels like to draw the game, and ultimately what they need to do to win it, although stretch that out over a minute. How does the mental resolve itself? Do they have to steal? That's a demo in net. It's wide open!
That seems to be the name of the game for the net a couple of times here for RAF Shadows. Wide open opportunities for the French Air Force to capitalize on. 3 seconds to go. We could have had an OT, but they said, no, we'll just get it done in regulation. One last kickoff chance here from RAF Shadows. Still in the air. They barely keep it on the roof of their car. Over Sakata is Kurt. Off the side wall, Death Stark Jr. progresses it further, and it will touch down. French Air Force one step away from sweeping another series.
At the 11th hour. Really excellent decision to make the call and to back yourselves. Not only am I going to win the preceding challenges, not only am I going to be able to set up a scenario successfully where all we have to do is tap it in, they have that third player moving ahead, getting the demo, so the goal is harder to miss than to score. And you can see what that has done to both squads. The French Air Force smiling, thrilled with ripping that away from the Shadows, who themselves disconsolate after the high of getting 2 goals back-to-back, not making it to overtime. It's a tough ask now. 3 games in a row, the reverse sweep required to take the overall dub in this series.
Went through some turbulence in that game, but were able to come out through the end of it as the victors in Game 2 for the French Air Force. We'll see what happens in Game 3 now. RAF Shadows need to strike first if they want any chance of coming back in this series. Interesting bounce leads into their favor off the backboard, and two defenders go for it, deflected aside, and RAF Shadows, we're gonna hope that they could get a touch sooner on that play. Demoed in the back line on the net, nobody with boost, and they're gonna be completely taken out of contention for the save.
Flicking the insect away. It's a simple lift from Sakata. It is a devilish block onto Death Star Jr., who was refused entry to the venue. 1-0 Air Force.
French Air Force looking strong. They get the win in this game. They'll only be 2 points away from Coast Guard Gaming. And that's the team who kind of put them in this third place position that they're finding themselves. The only problem is that after this awaits the final boss of the tournament, Air Force Gaming, for their final series for French Air Force. So they're gonna take what they can get in this one as best as possible, but they gotta be thinking about that in the back of their minds.
If we're to really dissect it, do I think that the French Air Force mechanically are better than the Air Force? No. What I do think is that the French Air Force, in terms of their macro, don't make many errors. As I say that, again, the curse of the commentator is a reality, ladies and gentlemen. Do not dismiss its threat. Shadows with their best look of the game. That's on target. And here we go, folks. 1-1.
Beautiful looks here from RF Shadows, and a lot faster of a tie-up themselves than we saw in the previous one. Death Stark Jr. firing on all cylinders as best as they can to get that through the finish line. Now it all comes down to what they do from here on out. The demo goes through. Kurt can't really do too much, but Zulu taking some time to get some boost and reposition themselves. Another demo, and that will be a dagger into the hearts of RF Shadows.
You could just hear the get in there. Get in there. It's our lead. You're not taking this away from us, Shadows. We want this sweep. We want to claim second place for ourselves. Air Force Gaming, we'll deal with them when we're ready.
They seemed as primed and ready as they can be at this point. They still need to close things out. One goal is enough for them to do it, but they want to feel a bit more comfortable if possible. Kurt's not going to give them any comfort room. So we do see it deflected into their own side. Sakata with NZH following, trying to clear up some space on the goal line. Two of them went for the shot, and neither of them connected with it. The defense a bit wiser that time from RAF Shadows. Romas can't really get the connection that they were hoping for on that play. Just baited out by the French Air Force offense. It's a bit of a stalemate between these two squads. RAF Shadows eking ever closer to a potential goal-scoring opportunity.
Lion's share of second half of this game to go. Not over yet, but the Shadows struggling to make headway. Finally, a breakaway opportunity. And it's Kurt, goes straight for net, and they convert? What?
Kurt with the convert. That's what we like to see here. I think they were wholly expecting that ceiling touch to go through, and NZH in the last-ditch effort tried to make the save, but it just did not prove to be enough. So tying things up again goes to show that the one-goal lead is so fickle. Kickoffs from both teams just driving around like they're in a traffic circle, and instead the ball will be on the orange half again. Kurt deflected away by NZH. Here comes Death Stark Jr. And that was almost enough for them to get the lead in this game. It would have been the first that they would have seen, but they would have, they could have, and they should have. And what they need to do is get that goal and get the ball away from Zulu, because this is a dangerous spot to be in, especially when it's deflected that way.
Demo on Darumas, NCH with the turnaround. Kurt registers the save. Sakata steps in through the corner. Zalou steps up, and that's a big block from Darumas, freshly respawned. Now it's Kurt's turn, gets the block away too. Zalou stolen the 100 boost, recycles. Oh, NCH gets bumped out the way by his own teammate. Disaster as the Shadows now go for a shot. Darumas!
Wow. What a play by Darumas this time. Baits them out, takes the shot, and strikes true for their squad. 1:22 on the clock. Can they hold on to it to at least get a game against the French Air Force? That'd be a victory in itself. Start the comeback train moving out of the station for a potential reverse sweep that they would have to pull off to get the series win. This is a huge momentum change for their team. There's still plenty of time for the French Air Force.
They're not looking for overtime. They're looking for that all-important W. Less than a minute left. Zalou can't get past Deathstark Jr., and that's going to fly over Sakata's head. Falls kindly for Zalou. Double commit on the backboard. Does the job for the moment. Sakata to Zalou again. Feed this man, let him shoot, but they're not finding a way through. This door ain't budging. Demo on Kurt. Deathstark Jr. with no boost. Zalou harassing Zarumas in the net, but NCH can't connect properly.
You can see me right now at my hands on my head, because that is an insane dagger from Zalou, dropping it down into the heart of the RF Shadows net. 18 seconds to go. We could get to overtime, but still potential if there is some kickoff goal shenanigans for either side.
The wind-up was crazy. It's like the French Air Force became possessed. It was a completely different beast. No mercy, not a care in the world. They were gonna score. Weren't taking no for an answer. Shadows in the orange half. Kurtz gets through the front line, and Deathstark Jr. gets the bump, but they weren't aligned. The shot wasn't there. It's overtime for only the second time this year.
Let's see what happens this time. We've already passed the 5-second mark, so the longest one we've had so far. French Air Force 2 for 2 on being involved in our overtimes during this event. One yesterday and one today. Sakata with a good pass forward. Dangerous spot to be in for RAF Shadows. Romas can't really get the best possession of the play. Kurt touches it forward. Sakata into the heavens. NCH with the follow through. Romas just wants to make sure that they don't overcommit on this play. An odd bounce that makes it difficult for Kurt to do anything with it. They couldn't have asked for anything worse to go towards them.
It's so tense for either team who's on the defensive. Oh, Kurt doesn't block it because NCH goes too far past the post. Daroma shrugs off Zalou. Sakata with no boost shrugs off Deathstark Jr. Forward progression, slowing to a halt. NCH round the corner. Deathstark Jr. lifts it. Sakata with 100 boost. Deathstark Jr. with another touch. He's going to be in the center of it yet again if Kurt can get it forward. There's Darumas. He's decided to slot into this aggressive play. Sakata to the side. Darumas steals the 100. Back into the corner with NCH looking to drive out from square one. Not going to be allowed by Deathstark Jr. Zalou sees only blue players in front of him. It's like a waves. Sakata, Zalou, Darumas back towards net. NCH, not the greatest touch, but Kurt can't go forwards.
Darumas doing everything that they can. Keep their team involved in this game and the play as it develops. Sakata, though, potential over Deathstark Jr. Not going to happen so easily this go around. Wins out the 50-50 again, buys some time, but Sakata with a demo, a crucial one at that, to open up the opportunity for NCH to take this forward. Darumas, no, but somehow it goes up the crossbar and out.
You have to see it to believe it. Let off the proverbial hook. The salmon heads up the stream. Darumas is saved away by Zalou. Well met. Now Kurt, favorable bounce off the backboard. Sakata, Darumas, neutral challenge. Deathstark Jr. and NCH kind of both with Kurt. Midfield line, Zalou to Sakata. That's on target, but with nowhere near enough power.
French Air Force want to close this out so that they can rest and prepare for that final boss of Air Force Gaming, the last series that they have on the day for the group stages. But they have to get past the mini boss here, which is RAF Shadows. It's turning out to be in this overtime. Already past half a game played so far in its duration. We'll see if even more time is ticking. So it could get to a full regulation game be played in overtime. Death Star Jr. though, no boost in the tank. Gotta see what they can do with it. A big pump onto NZH. Take them out of position. Hurt with the miss, but it actually kind of works out in their favor if they can get this away from NZH. Off the crossbar again, Sakata's there, but not in the best positioning, and actually takes it away from their own teammate.
There's a point, Audible, there's a point where you have to wonder, is it ever going to go in? French Air Force with 3 bites of the cherry. But is there a cake underneath them, well baked, to celebrate what could be a winning goal, that would be the winning goal, not just for the game, but for the series? If you're just joining us, hi, hope you're doing well. What a time. Kurt's there, Zulu, it's Doromus. Oh, it's not good enough power or accuracy, and now it goes over the other side of the net. So close to both teams, no shot converted.
Oh, so close yet so far for RAF Shadows. The French Air Force doing everything that they can to hold on, not feel the pressure until final bell rings, and Sakata will be there to drive it through. They get the final goal necessary for the sweep. What a valiant effort by RAF Shadows. The pop-off is definitely worthy. Congrats all around to both teams. That was a stellar series.
The sportsmanship from Hitman, just the respect, applauding his opponents immediately, and you just know how genuine Doromus crestfallen. This man lives and breathes Rocket League, heart on sleeve. It's criminal that the Shadows did not walk out of this series with a game win, Vaudeville, but they've proven that they can hang with the best now.
So close, and they got to be happy about how much effort they put into that. They can learn from that experience and take it forward into their future series during the bracket stage of the competition. Again, they still have at least 2 series that they'll be playing during that, depending on how they perform. So still a lot to look forward to. It's not over with their journey yet. They are still in the competition today and guaranteed tomorrow, even if they lose that winner's bracket round 1 matchup. But what a series. We've seen some great competition. We had so many sweeps yesterday. We just got those out of the way. Now, yes, we have some sweeps here, but they're more entertaining, it feels like, Relic.
I think from a French Air Force perspective, this is not the first time that they've shown that they can tough out results. We think back to that Storm Shadows series yesterday, and the fact that they had to keep on going back and forth, kept on getting pulled back into what was ultimately a Game 5 scenario. Well, now they got the big dogs on the horizon. Air Force Gaming, French Air Force, that's one to watch out for, folks. But in the meantime, let's check in with the French, as KP's got one of them on the floor.
Thank you, boys. Phenomenal casting, a phenomenal series, and I'm joined by NZH, or as I'm going to rename you, Allons-ZH. You guys have been a marvel to watch on the stage. You play with heart on sleeve, and I feel like everyone here at this point is cheering for you, because the expectations keep getting higher, but I think what was incredible is just how close these games were, even though it was a 3-0. What was going through your mind throughout this series?
Yeah, first of all, I'm still shaking, that's pretty close. But yeah, match after match, really release the pressure, doing our job, that's pretty great. And yeah, still demo and pushing the ball, and it works.
I mean, a certain Welshman as well in that game number 2, he was coming out of nowhere, shots fired all over the place. Were you getting a little bit worried that maybe RAF Shadow was starting to get a little bit too much pace behind their push?
Yeah, we don't want to get a chance for the RAF to win, so yeah, that was pretty hard. Good team, they're very good. That was close, but yeah.
And you've set the expectation now. There's one more team you have to face in the group stage, and this is Trial by Fire, Air Force Gaming. What's the confidence level like going into that series?
Yeah, we'll see. They very strong, huh? Yeah. So yeah, that's the only team we're not fighting. So yeah, let's see, and yeah, doing the most.
Well, you got quite a few fans sitting there cheering you on. I look forward to seeing that series. Big congratulations on the win once again.
Thanks.
But guys, we've still got more series to go. Up next, we're going to have RAF Storm Shadows going up against Space Force Gaming. It's time to see if that rocket can launch into space or if it's going to keep getting shot down by the Air Forces. But before we get to that, we've got a wonderful message for a sweet little girl in France who just turned 4.
Folks, it's so back to be with good words, some order. I'm going to put them in 100%. It's so good to be back for Allied Forces Esports Invitational. Jar Jam here after a really good lunch, it seems like, with Relic, to continue on our day of games coming live from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. We already had plentiful of matches to go through. Those results are on your screens. I think the French Air Force versus Space Force Gaming was a big turnaround point and a big big momentous event for the whole thing, as that settles French Air Force pretty steadily in the standings. And then, of course, the win that have just got over the RAF Shadows was an even a better standing for them. So by the end, the only thing that stands in the way of French Air Force later on is going to be Air Force Gaming, but we are going to be moving on to Space Force Gaming versus RAF Storm Shadows. Maybe the RAF Storm Shadows are going to be looking for a chance to defeat the Space Force Gaming, at the very least, to get something over with French Air Force just did to the RAF Shadows. In any case, here are the standings. Still one undefeated team, still the team with the biggest targets on their back throughout the Air Force Gaming.
Yeah, it's incredibly close on paper, isn't it, when we look at least preceding events, although you say that Storm Shadows may be looking to pile the pressure onto Space Force, uncharacteristic loss against the French Air Force, who just seem to punish them for every single error that they put down. I got to apologize to everyone in the venue, and I've got to apologize to everyone on stream. Myself and Jam were pleading with our producer not to send us on air. Jam wanted more time to prepare, but no, we were thrown under the... I'm joking, everyone. Our producer is lovely, and we were more than ready. And I'm super excited for this series, Jam, because it really will determine who's going to stick in that top half and who is going to fall into the bottom half, therefore, by virtue, in theory, getting a more difficult matchup. Who knows? If things play out the way that we're seeing today, these two might be facing each other in that first round matchup, irrespective. So perhaps a preview of one of our matches that we'll be seeing later on today.
It is possible. We keep on rearranging the playoff bracket to see who ends up where, and while the Air Force Gaming seemingly have guaranteed themselves that #1 spot, there's still one series to go. That's versus French Air Force, so it could turn either way. They seem to be the #1 seed, getting a bye into the second round tomorrow, but the rest of them, it keeps on changing. And as a reminder, all 7 teams are going to be participating in the playoffs bracket, but starting from tomorrow, elimination matches start. Today we're going to have the first 3 matches of round 3 later on in the day. That's going to be closing out our broadcast day. But so far, we still need to figure out who ends up where. Better way to do this than to get back on the field. Space Force Gaming in blue, RAF Storm Shadows in orange.
2 teams with 2 wins, 2 teams with 3 losses. 1 game differential separates them in the table as we kick off. Space Force Gaming in the blue and the Royal Air Force Storm Shadows taken to the skies in orange and demoed out of contention for the moment as Space Force Gaming look to counter, and Cedric hands it off to the side.
It's a quick start. Nothing happening just yet besides just your regular Rocket League action. But demos here and there. And Space Force Gaming now playing versus a full Brazilian squad by the looks of it. Of course, Inyo, Vinho, and Citrinho. I love this is the only team so far that's playing with their nicknames, and I'm loving them for that. Now, they also need to perform on the field. I know Brazilians know something about the Rocket League and something about football in general, and Space Force Gaming are in a lot of trouble again. I'd say Envy is the player to watch on the side of REF Storm Shadows. If the numbers serve me right, I do believe he is the lead goal scorer for the Storm Shadows.
I will say, as a tournament organizer myself, I do appreciate that even though they changed the names, Jam, we still know exactly who they all are. I very much appreciate that, so thank you, lads. Although they'll be thanking their lucky stars that this loose ball did not end up trickling into the back of the net, although Space Force Gaming are instead going to send it there with a bit more force.
For a bit, and Vinho, or Envy, for everybody else, tried to pinch it out, but ended up just having it closer to his net that he started to begin with. Space Force Gaming, of course, going to be very happy since they're already moving in that direction to pick up the loose ball and score first. REF Storm Shadows immediately off the kickoff have to defend again, but at least they can recollect, grab that boost, and start looking what else is happening on the other side of the field. Envy versus Dingleberry, bottom left corner. Oh, I think that was the post, and out it goes.
It's becoming a tick now, Jam. Every time I hear the doink, I've just got to go, oh! Very similar reaction to when I eat anything sour, it must be said, and I fear that the Storm Shadows will be feeling just that. A gorgeous layoff into the Sour Patch Kid, who puts it home. An empty net, admittedly, but you still got to convert it to get that second point on the board.
Oh my god, the touch by Sir Sizzly was perfect to drop it down for Sour Patch Kid. It was exactly what they needed. Envy, the last player on the defensive part of Storm Shadows, be looking to grab some sort of a foothold on that blue side of the field. Here's Dingleberry. Space Force Gaming just keep on booming the ball back where it came from. With RF Storm Shadows never really having enough time to settle down and do anything that would be considered a prolonged attack or a strong attempt. At least here, there's a 50 for Citrinho, but who gets it immediately? That's Sour Patch Kid.
We will call that taking it away from the Storm Shadows rather than a shot attempt. Save the blushes, perhaps. Back into the center. Ooh, Sour Patch Kid, that was a miss that they did not want either. Lucky for them, the Storm Shadows weren't aiming to press. Here he is again. Through one, no boost. Over the top of him, but here's Sir Sizzly. Shot on net. Well saved by Envino. Moves through the corner, through the side, to P. And everything's just settled down a little bit, Jam. That suits the Space Force.
Absolutely, that's 2-goal lead. Make that 3-goal lead. They could just run around the field playing this Rocket League of, okay, the action is happening, but the goals are not adding up. Anyway, the third one, going to be looking even more confident. REF Storm Shadows try as they will. They get the shot on target. They're not necessarily threatening the Space Force Gaming defense. And when it comes time to return back home, sometimes the door is wide open.
Again, at least you can say they're smiling. The mental certainly hasn't gone, even if the passes aren't quite connecting just yet. Cedric has to marshal this to the side. Dingleberry will chase. Loses out on the 100 boost and doesn't even get the demo, but Sour Patch Kid with the challenge. Cedric. Envy. Nice lift over Sir Sizzly. And back into the center. Oh, great bump. Sir Sizzly misses, but he was expecting the touch. Double demo in the midfield. Briefly a 2v2. Oh, Envy gets himself in a twist. And that's going to be free for Sir Sizzly. Hot.
I think they were trying to give the ball to the player that just has spawned, but it ends up being to nobody, and Sir Sizzly already approaching the whole play thinks, I did not expect the ball to be given to me, but I'll take it nonetheless. 4-0, Space Force Gaming. Game number 1 would be a debut, and technically it is, and it's the strongest debut that Space Force could have wished for. Goals keep on coming in, and not conceding anything sets them in good stead for the remainder of the series. Try as they might, RF Storm Shadows so far have not been able to break that defense.
just don't know what Storm Shadows you're going to get. Although I think that we have to look at what Space Force is doing good as much as where the Storm Shadows are lacking in the midfield right now. Offensively speaking, and we have been saying this in regards to the Space Force for the entirety of A5 2025, they're good. They're really good. And when they're on a roll, it's hard to stop them.
There they are, and roll. It's very important. You get that momentum, and it gets easier and easier to go until it gets broken down. Cedric and the rest of our Storm Shadows looking for a shot. Starpatch Kid unable to stop that one. And P with an opening for RF Storm Shadows. 20 seconds remaining. More of one for the future. And this this game. If anything goes right now in a game that we were unable to find a goal up until this point.
It's one. I think Sour Patch Kid very much distracted by Cedric. Eye off the ball, perhaps. But there's, well, I was going to say there's Space Force Gaming with a fifth, just to put any doubts to bed. They don't actually score. So it will remain at 4-1. So Sizzly will have Dingleberry make the save for him. Envy and Storm Shadows looking for a second. They won't get that chance. 1-0 Space Force Gaming. And Jam, that means that they are now tied exactly in the league table.
That little game differential means a lot at the end of the day, and if that does not separate the teams, then the head-to-head is going to be put into action, and that's where something like this, a matchup like that, would separate the two of them. Each one of them wants to go down from that 2-game 3 loss situation and net themselves a third win. That will place you roughly in the middle of the table, and most importantly, there's no more games after this for them. This is going to be the last series of the day, 6 games each team plays in total, since we have 7 teams general playing in this event. So right now, if there's any point of putting your best performance out, it's right here to make sure you finish the group stage right.
You know what, Jam? When I see a spoon, I call it a spoon. And that spoon is me, because of course, with a -1 and 0 goal difference, these two teams physically cannot be on the same game difference after this series. Storm Shadows lose a point, Space Force gain a point, therefore Space Force have actually overtaken the Storm Shadows. But we will put that discussion on hold as into game 2 we go. It could all be for nothing at the end of this series, or indeed it could all be for something. That's the magic of Rocket League and Round Robin. And the magic of the Storm Shadows, like I said, is that you simply don't know what version you're going to get. A stronger start, although the attack ultimately breaks down.
He's going to be look for a pass. P was waiting for something off the stop from Cedric. And now Cedric once again with the touch, just keeping the ball alive. The farther it goes away from their net, the less chance of Space Force Gaming have for something. Envy shot. There's going to be a follow-up. A Starpatch Kid catches just a little bit of it. And a move, any sort of advancement is stopped. No real control. Dingleberry will going to be happy to grab the boost and still keep the possession as Space Force Gaming received the ball. There's going to be a long clear. P rotating and looking around. Envy is looking for double tap down. Well denied.
P on target, Dingleberry save. Cedric sees Envy on the other side of the field. And is gifted a 100 boost. Start from square one. All on his own, gets the demo, but the ball ricochets wide to P, who had no idea what was coming at him there. Dingleberry all on their own. It's Sour Patch Kid. What a hero save from Cedric right down the other side of the field. Envy's there with a great read from Dingleberry. Proactive defense. He trying to get it past Sour Patch Kid. So Sizzly's bumped out the way by Cedric. Envy too late to the scene. Dingleberry runs away with it.
He continues it. Cedric should be closer, but neither he nor Envy, or either Pimio, the whole team of REF Storm Shadows, yes, in the attack, yes, with a momentary possession, but with no boost. And Dingleberry comes in, inks the ball off the roof of RVF Storm Shadow's car and puts it on target. Nobody was right on time, and Envy's challenge, unfortunately, was too late.
So Sizzly with a strafing run on the last defender. Couldn't reach the ball, at risk of being taken out, destroyed. That's why it looked as easy as it ultimately was, but there was some subtle devil in the detail. Storm Shadows down by 1 yet again. 3 minutes left on the clock. It looks much better in terms of finding each other in the final third, Jam. That's all fair and well, but you need a goal to demonstrate your efforts. Oh, and is it here? No, it's not. Dingleberry is literally MVP already.
Oh, somehow he able to be everywhere. Most omnipresent player by the looks of it, and it is keeping Space Force afloat in this game number 2. But with the lead already, RAF Storm Shadows, the more they go up front, find themselves a goal, the more they become vulnerable in the back, and that's why Envy is hanging up very deep. Cedric and P are forced to rotate very fast and not grab any boost because the threat of another attack is looming.
Dingleberry. P down to Cedric! Just unreal placement. Didn't even catch who saved it. Whoever did, legitimately purely goal stopping right there. That's 1-1 on a plate in sensational circumstances. Sour Patch Kid into no man's land. Envy first to pick it up, drives forward, and there's that man again, Dingleberry.
Cedric versus Sour Patch Kid. Dingleberry already waits. They're Sizzly way deep and is forced Dingleberry to commit to the play. Otherwise, there was a no boost for the corner player to play with. Sizzly still on nothing, but at least he's playing nuisance. The Sour Patch Kid put it to the center. It's Dingleberry fast. Sir Sizzly has some great redirects earlier. So the way it goes all the way back. Way from the deep, Sour Patch Kid commits hard. Envy with a shot, but defense is already there. Space Force Gaming return in time.
There was a double commit. Envy from the top of the box. Sizzly saves. Sour Patch Kid out of juice, out of fumes. P though, also in the same situation. Envy rushes on. Neutral challenge to Cedric. Dingleberry misses the 100 boost, and now that's going to be stolen away by Cedric. Top of the box into center. He with another 100 steal. Death by 1,000 cuts, perhaps. That ball bounces too far wide for Cedric's field of vision. Gets it to P, back into center. So Sizzly waits a little too long. Envy's going to stomp on this. So Sizzly misses. Guess who?
He wanted us to call his name. It's Dingleberry over and over again, and Sizzly's win not going to be on target, but P has to make a touch of any sort. Otherwise, it's Sir Sizzly all over it again. I'm sure that we don't see him on camera, but Dingleberry's right there somewhere. Removes it from P, and the attack of RAF Storm Shadows looking so great. Get dismantled by one man, and one man specifically. Last 10 seconds, and the rest of the RAF Storm Shadows are in attack. But to put it past Dingleberry, you have to find something other and a simple run through the side. One last shot, Sir Sizzly up in the air. Everybody's running down. Sour Patch Kid only needs to kill it, and he does so. 2-0 US Space Force.
Game 2, Dingleberry's domain. Outstanding individual performance. And if it wasn't for them, Jam, I don't even think this is overtime. I think this is a Storm Shadows victory.
Could have been it. It could have been it, but could have and should have and would have just don't matter on the field. It's the final result at the end of 5 minutes. They are ready, they are concentrated, but they need to give it all at the end of those 5 minutes in game number 3. Otherwise, Space Force Gaming are going to take the third and final win of the group stage for themselves and send RAF Storm Shadows 2 and 4. And they would have to rely on many other teams around them to be doing anything. If I'm quickly taking a peek, RAF Shadows can try and catch them up or do as best as they can. They do not want to go as low.
Great to see all of you guys here. Give us a wave if you're ever on camera. We love to see the smiles. We love to see the enthusiasm that all of you have for these wonderful teams. Love to hear it. Let's get loud for Game 3. Space Force on the precipice of a sweep.
But start for RAF Storm Shadows. A good run, even off the kickoff. Immediately tests Space Force Gaming. Well, they might still be thinking, okay, this has not properly started yet. At the moment, 5 minutes start. It is starting properly. Cedric with P. There's not enough players to stop a 1-0 RAF Storm Shadows.
Loudest cheers since, I don't know, let's check. The RAF Shadows were on stage and Daroma scored that absolute banger. A much needed moment of relief for the Storm Shadows, taking their first lead in this series within the microcosm of a game. There's one thing that we haven't seen at A-Fi 2025 Jam, and that's a reverse sweep.
We can see that indeed with a second one, and RAF Storm Shadows are alight with enthusiasm. Something that they so badly needed throughout the rest of the series so far. 2-0. Match has only started, but I've mentioned this number. Conversion rate of first scorer to winner of the game is incredibly high. Cedric, that top left corner there, make himself a cushion of 3 goals before we even spend 30 seconds on the field.
1, 2, 3, look at me! Neatly nestled into the top pocket. And that is one heck of a lead to work with for the Lions' share of this game. 4 minutes 30 left to go. Space Force Gaming with room to save some blushes. And that was their first real test on defense. Cedric eager to meet it. Down the other side, P is met in midair. And Envy and Sour Patch Kid having a little debate here in the midfield, which still results in the Storm Shadows moving forward, actually. Infield pass, but nothing more comes of it.
Previously, I mentioned that Air Force Gaming should be playing like champions and continue on full force, scoring these goals and working on great. And I feel like RF Storm Shadows by no means should stop at this point. They should continue on pushing any sort of bit of relaxation, any sort of letting the accelerator pedal go just for a little bit. It's not even about giving Space Force Gaming a chance, and boy, they will take that chance if given. But more so that once they've started on this roll, they cannot let go. No way.
Rare giveaway, rare miss in the context of this game. Space Force Gaming with one in their sights. Storm Shadows with a fourth. That ball's going to find its way all the way to the backboard through a jungle's worth of players. Sour Patch Kid bullied off the ball. Envy hits the backboard, uncontested. Is it kind of contested? Contest this, says Cedric. It's a fourth.
2 for Cedric, 2 for P. 4 on the board for RAF Storm Shadows. And Space Force Gaming clutter around their net, unable to withstand the pressure that the Royal Air Force is putting on them. Space? No. They are up in the air and flying high. How about the 5th one? They're looking like they're gonna set the record on the goals scored in a game currently belonging to Air Force Gaming.
They're just so all over the place, Space Force. Oh my word, Cedric! It's mind games.
When it rains, it pours, Relic. And this 5-0 is a testament to that. But the whole of RAF Storm Shadows, including Stelia as their coach standing in the back, need to make sure that this kind of game goes to game number 4 and then to game number 5. This cannot be limited to just this attempt, and it's up to them to keep this mental going.
It must be cathartic, but as usual, Jan, you are spot on the money. Don't want to think that this is just going to be the norm from here on out. Sure, 5-0 looks spectacular. How did you achieve that 5-0? And how did Space Force drop the proverbial and literal ball so hard in this game? And should you expect them, spoiler alert, you should expect them to be back on form in the following encounter. Still need to get there though. 2 minutes and change. Storm Shadow still with that, well, I was going to say with that 5-goal lead, make that a 4-goal lead.
Reduced just by a little bit, but by this point, it's not the same as if that 3-0 lead was suddenly cut down by 1. It's a different beast, less time, a bigger score line. Space Force Gaming still cannot be possibly given any sort of possibilities and chances. So RAF Storm Shadows, for no duration of these 5 minutes can they relax. Will Dingleberry be first to this one? No, and Pino makes a shot on it. Ooh, Envy already up high. It does not matter. He's there early, but he gets the result done.
What a pre-read. He knows that this shot's going high from P. He knows Sir Sizzly is there. Attaches to it like a leech. but there is no sticking force in regular Rocket League. That's heading right into the back of the net. 5-goal lead re-established, Jam.
Yep, as easy as that, and they're still looking out for more. Cedric tries to outplay 3 players of Space Force Gaming at the same time, and he was looking like he was about to do just that. Still finding themselves on the blue side of the field area of Storm Shadows. Doesn't matter if they have a 5-goal lead. Does not matter. They need to keep on pushing. Matter of fact, again, if at any point of these 5 minutes are they going to stop, then it's going to be harder for them to bring the same momentum in the game number 4. So they need to end this game. They need to end this game well to be able to start the next one in the very same way.
Brazil's right there. Brazil's right there. It's something the Space Force will be eager to deny. Maybe they can conjure up something with Sir Sisley, who is removed from the field of play. Up the pinch against the wall there from Cedric, with little boost too. No demo onto Sir Sisley, recently spawned back in. Wins the challenge. There's P. Slowly, surely does it into the corner. Sir Sisley again, trying to generate some momentum, anything for his squad. But Dingleberry's taken out in the midfield. Storm Shadows got this on lock with just 30 seconds left.
Those 30 seconds are just gonna be time for Space Force Gaming to think, how on earth has this gone all so wrong after their dominance in game number 1 and game number 2. But I think it's the same type of confidence that one team gets that we've seen previously. You do one thing right, okay, you gain a little bit of confidence. You try for something else. You're confident in your abilities. That thing works. Okay, you get even a bigger boost. And things just pile up, but in a good way. Every single bit of success brings a little bit more success. And this kind of start in a series that they need to reverse sweep the RAF Storm Shadows to win it means a lot.
Look at the hype from the crowd. The cameraman's all over the place. He doesn't know where to look. And I don't blame him either, because it is, well, we've got all eyes right now on what the Storm Shadows are able to do. But a keen eye will notice that in the back half of that game, Jam, the Space Force looked a lot more convincing, scored a goal for themselves, less leaky on defense, Stelios barking out instructions. And surely it's going to be something along the lines of, don't expect the same favors given to you. Space Force is going to come back fighting here in this penultimate, potentially final game still. Remember, Space Force on match point.
Yep, we're putting a picture, painting a beautiful picture of how this can go, but all it takes for Space Force Gaming is one victory. And all the need for that victory is one goal. The thing is, I don't think either of our games have ever ended with just one goal. The smallest goal differential, smallest amount of goals scored was AFG versus the CGG, Air Force Gaming versus Coast Guard Gaming. Only one game ended 2-0 rather. The rest, a bit worse than that.
Yeah. Oh, shenanigans in the middle of the blue D here. And it was almost oh dear. But Sisley reestablishes some sort of calm. Sour Patch Kid, though, that is a big old whiff. And Envy will say thank you very much, sir.
Oh God, they're building it. The dynasty, I suppose, is starting to get built right here. RAF Storm Shadows would love to get this W overall. About their direct opponents in the standings. To that, beautiful. That's the start of another game. Okay, how much do they still have in them to continue what they managed to do in game number 3? That has been a complete performance, and everything has been working out for them. Every single connection in the attack, those reads. I need to rush in the defense. And he puts it in his own net. Still fist bumps all around. We go next.
Yeah, it's so tempting to want to follow the ball. Then you see it getting so close to the net. Sisley, I mean, really what you want to do if you're Envy is find yourself maybe a little bit further forward, a little bit earlier, so you can wrap around and stop it from nestling in the far side of the net. That's the only way that ball was going to be converted otherwise. No big lead for the Storm Shadows this time. Back to level terms immediately as we exit our first minute.
They have to work extra hard now. their goal-scoring run. And there was a goal from Space Force Gaming, of course, in the previous game, but overall it has been REF Storm Shadows all around. Now this run has been cut down, and they don't necessarily start from square zero, but they have been removed. Pena gets removed. I was looking who of the Space Force Gaming players is going to be demolished, but instead it's REF Storm Shadows players that are getting boomed out of existence as yet another attempt at the setup goes. But no, just there's not enough players. Sir Sizzly keeps on removing REF Storm Shadows off the field, and attack breaks down as a result of that.
Somebody's opened the satchel, the C4 cabinet, basically. There's so many demos from this Space Force Gaming roster. Dingleberry getting in there as well. Well, the Storm Shadows do find themselves more often in their opponent's side of the field. Cedric through the corner, hangs around, doesn't get that second touch, but leaves it for P! Oh, Sizzly with an excellent save. That's going to head back to Sour Patch Kid, but a miscommunication with Dingleberry. Awkward bounce for P. And Vino with the bicycle kick. No chance on this occasion. Cedric looking to recycle. It's left to the blue team, who finally get into the orange half.
REF Storm Shadows tried so hard to create something out of the play, even with players driving backwards. Would have been a very stylish shot. So far, just go around, grab that boost, try to make the best out of the situation. Don't forget about your own net. And as long range effort, I believe Sir Sizzly putting it on target or as close as he possibly could. Ruffles the feathers of Storm Shadows. They constantly need to be thinking rotation. There's never just one side of the field. Two demos, nobody's home. Dingleberry down on target. Of course this is going to work.
And just before that, Cedric was demoed after picking up the 100 boost on midfield. So as soon as they came back, they were demoed again. They have not found an answer to the Space Force and their aggression. Not a contact sport, they say. It's not a kickoff sport, they say. But they've still been able to find a goal out of it, Storm Shadows.
Way great kickoff. And where everything else is perhaps not bringing you any results, just find yourself a great opportunity off the kickoff. Fast, precise, not allowing Space Force Gaming to be sitting in the lead for too long. And you cannot give them anything in this game. Again, match point. They take this game, they take the whole series, cement themselves in the 4th spot in the standings. REF Storm Shadows would like to do anything to break that down and break down their eventual opponents as well. What can Cedric do? What can P do? Envy are all looking at you to see if you can prolong this series.
We discussed this yesterday. There's two ways that you can deal with demos. You either demo them right back or you take full control of the boost. Storm Shadow's doing a little bit of both as the ball ricochets around a very dangerous area. The goal mouth quivering at the sight of this Storm Shadows pressure, but Sir Sizzly with a demo onto P means that they're down by 1. That's a full send from Cedric. Envy taking the full boost. Sour Patch Kid taking out P. Cedric round the world here to try and challenge. Fails in that. Envy misses. P's at the back post. Comes to the front post. So Sizzly now launches it for Sour Patch Kid, but there's P on hand again.
Could use that boost in the corner, but Envy and P in the attack. With a remaining minute of this game number 4, there's too many bodies to get through. Space Force Gaming set in their defense pretty well. That was not a hit at a counter. That was just a return back where everybody from US Space Force was waiting. Envy to P. Envy steals it, but it could have gone so much worse.
The pass was perfect. He could do absolutely nothing about where he was going next. Mercifully, that misdirection is not too offensive. Goal secured, 35 seconds left. Just don't concede, boys. It's as easy as that.
Just don't. That's simple. So, and then they're trying to add another one. 23 seconds. Dingleberry. We have calling his name a lot previously. Not necessarily in this particular order. On target. Hello. Yes, it is 4-2. Until this hits 0, though, you cannot unclench your hands from your controllers. By no means. Not until everything goes the way. 4-2 RF Storm Shadows are about to bring it into game number 5.
It's a great read from P. You understand Space Force sending the full Mary, the Hail Mary, and also the kitchen sink. Throw as many superlatives or sayings as you want to on that. The bottom line is this. We've not had a reverse sweep all series long, all tournament long. Maybe we will count that as a 5. Never mind, Storm Shadows. You got a dub. It's game 5.
Oh my goodness. Game 5. It is a comeback to that I would love to see. What's going to happen, I don't know. Every single game starts a little bit differently. But the momentum is with RAF Storm Shadows. They are able to find things at the other end of the field that Space Force Gaming cannot respond to. For RF Storm Shadows, the defense still keeps on putting on extra work just to make sure that the game still keeps afloat. So this is a match that I'm really happy that we get to see.
The support, wow, the French supporting the British. World peace is a reality, Jam. We can see it, it's right here. Oh, the vibes are immaculate. I hope someday in the future, guys, at I don't know, an Allied Forces 2030 or whatever, I hope we can join you in that venue. No less, of course, for the spicy tomato sauce chicken drumsticks, which look absolutely spectacular at the cafeteria, but we're eating good in this series, Jam. It's game 5. Storm Shadows, a reverse sweep, or Space Force with a squeaked out win! Oh, be so close to the opener.
God, this was Sir Squeakly right there, but the whole of Space Force Gaming were sitting in the corner trying to remove the ball away. RAF Storm Shadows, that's what I love to see. They continue on in the same vein. If this kickoff all of a sudden had not gone their way, they've now found themselves on the other side of the field with the same opportunities as they've been seeing before. Cedric is going to put it on target. 1-0 RAF Storm Shadows.
I don't know whether you'd garner more nerves than taking the lead, Jam, because it just means that you're one step closer to what you want. And to make it historic in the context of AFI 2025. But there is a long way to go yet, and that is another power play from Space Force Gaming. Two teammates demoed. Dingleberry passed one and the second. No pass, and now the counter. Cedric throws it towards net. Envy following up. Takes to the skies. Infield. Met by P. Saved by Sizzly.
Dingleberry and Sir Sizzly in the attack, but they don't have the boost. Cedric is already waiting to be able to receive the pass, won't be able to grab the 100 boost either. So it's Dingleberry already back under rotation. Sir Sizzly in the center, pinning it to the side. Both of the teams are playing fast and loose. It'll be a matter of one small mistake that just avalanches into something else. Cedric is not even going for this one. Sizzly already hunting for it. Sizzly doesn't even have to demo the player, just puts him aside, sweeps him to the corner. Still not a goal just yet for Space Force Gaming, but that counterattack was deadly.
Yeah, I didn't realize we were playing Overwatch 2 today. Escort the payload. That being an opposition player out of the way. They couldn't convert. That crucial goal to come back. Might be 2 if Storm Shadows have anything to say about it themselves. Sizzly removed. Lovely play from Cedric. Dingleberry. 2 players commit to that, and he doesn't exactly get the most convincing touch. A lot better from Cedric.
Oh, Cedric about to grab 100. Not sure if he or Dingleberry got it in the end, but definitely no more Cedric on the field. Sizzly removes speed. Cedrinho. And there's a shot. He comes from the top. He was coming up there for the play. And Space Force Gaming took a little bit too long to get that ball out. Right there. Just everybody's driving in circles. Well, RF Storm Shadows are able to set up a play, and they do so perfectly. 2-0. A reverse sweep is looking more and more possible.
Oh, big bump, bruising. Oh, if that isn't indicative, I don't know what is. And then Sir Sizzly throws himself at the ball. doesn't find a connection right down the other side. Envy hits the backboard and Cedric barely misses himself. This game is on a knife edge. It might be 2-0, but don't think for a second that it is over.
No, sirree. Space Force Gaming can continue on pushing, and the fact that they're making these saves is what's keeping them alive. Sour Patch Kid finds Cedric. Envy. Cedric again, but that means 2 players without any boost, and P is removed, so no chance for him to continue anything. Dingleberry, a very important win, but no further than that. Sizzly is going to try the same thing, beats one, gets beaten by the second one, and Sour Patch Kid rotates, but cannot rotate towards the net, and that's exactly what Dingleberry would like to have them. They have some sort of a hold over that orange side of the field, or had, put it in past tense. Our Storm Shadows find themselves on Space Force Gaming side again.
Is that an open net? You bet it is! Oh, Envy and then P, they couldn't finish the job. Will they live to regret that? Midfield scramble, and P's right there on target. No, Envy can't reach it, and Sour Patch Kid risks putting it into his own net. Carnage, calamity in the making, but we're still at 2-0.
Pina's going to try to collect it against Sir Sizzly first. Cedric, I'm pretty sure, is getting bumped or hunted in some way. There's Dingleberry coming in from behind and making sure it still stays alive. Sir Sizzly, Pino, as he can do, just pop up. Honestly, that benefits Dingleberry more than anybody else, but he does not have anybody to pass to. Everything happens so fast that Space Force Gaming can either do defending or attacking, but not the both things at the same time. As a result, their dreams of scoring a goal in this game and at least starting a comeback, small as it is, so far is still eluding them.
Storm Shadows, their defensive line work has been immaculate in this game. A game which is the most high pressure of cooking environment. It's 3! Is it all over?
It is looking like it might be. Pino just beats the defense fair and square. At last, Space Force Gaming just did not have the pace to get to the ball off yet another rotation. And there's no throw-ins, there's no corners in Rocket League, and so never there is a moment that you can really catch your breath. In a game like this, when you are depending on trying to get back in any way possible, you can never stop. Eventually, that rotation whittled down, and Cedric can just count down the time. Already at the start of those 10 seconds, they could have been celebrating. Now it's just going to drop down, fist bumps, smiles, and cheers are going to come through. Bravo, REF Storm Shadows, our first reverse sweep of the tournament. After Space Force Gaming have gone up by 2 games, 3 in a row, and that cemented 4th spot in the standing for REF Storm Shadows.
The turnaround has to be commended. Coach Stelios and the entire roster made it happen. For the Space Force, oh, that's a tough one to take. In so much control. They lost a bit of that control in game 2, but still looked more comfortable than maybe the Storm Shadows would have been happy with. But what was a 1-game differential has now turned into a 3-3, a 2-4, and Storm Shadows looking up.
They are looking on point. Their opponents eventually are still going to be Space Force Gaming in the open bracket, and they're going to be playing them later on today during the first round of the playoffs. But this win means a lot. If you have to play the same opponent again after you've just reverse swept them, oh, that gives big bonus points for whenever you're going to meet them again. So RF Storm Shadows are going to be savoring that a lot, but and they cannot rest on their laurels. This game was an incredibly hard-fought battle. It was not easy, and the next one is not going to be easy either. That's going to be a best of 5 as well. But what a game, man, what a game. We've been treated. It all starts with Space Force Gaming showing ready that the previous losses that we've seen from them were perhaps a fluke. But REF Storm Shadows were managing to make it happen. And let's see if Killer Pigeon can learn about exactly how it went.
A phenomenal recovery by the RAF boys to turn it around with a reverse sweep. I'm joined by Envy from the team. Envy, it looks like the Eno buff on the names is very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, we changed the names. We started playing completely differently. I don't know what happened, but it was really good to see.
Did you feel like Ronaldinho maybe like channeling through your body?
Say that again.
Did you feel the football player himself channeling through your body?
Yeah, of course. I mean, all that Brazilian skill, I could just feel it on the pitch. It was really nice.
And I mean, you know, you had to up the Frenchman, right? Like, so far, I feel like they've been stealing the stage on performance after performance that's memorable. But you guys lock in the first reverse sweep, and you do it against the American squads that have felt overall quite dominant. That's got to mean something special to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's got us pumping. We'll definitely be fighting as we go forwards, and hopefully it just carries us through to the rest of the tournament.
Pressure's on now, though, mate, because they set a very high standard cheering you on in the crowd, and they're up next. Do you think you can actually beat their energy?
Cool, we'll try.
All right, we'll have to see if you can do it. Once again, big congrats on the win. Next up, we've got something special. The Frenchmen that are unrelentless in the crowd are taking to the stage. The big one of the day. We thought it was going to be the Coastal Guard, but actually, instead, it's Air Force Gaming versus French Air Force. That could be the series of the day. But these guys, they definitely set a high standard. Short break, and then we return for AFG up against FAF.
banking, I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves inside the spot, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit on the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters, they've been not allowed. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing a large amount. Making moves inside the spot, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit on the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play these busters, they've been not allowed.
God, what a match have we just witnessed. I'm still reeling after this. My God, Space Force Gaming versus REF Storm Shadows, the battle for the first placement. And it was REF Storm Shadows reverse sweeping their opposition, the Space Force Gaming. I don't think anybody would be happier than the Storm Shadows on the stage over there. Loved hearing from Envy as well. But we need to move on. There's still 2 more series to play before we move on to the playoff bracket. Those are going to be our last 3 matches of the day. Adding the 5 more series to go before we end the day. And Air Force Gaming versus the French Air Force are next. Comparing their standings in the round robin, French Air Force can leapfrog Coast Guard Gaming with their win, while it will get a defeat for Air Force Gaming, their first in 2 years. And if the Air Force Gaming win, well, that just literally continues the same path they have been on ever since this event started.
I'm delighted that there's still placement up for grabs, Jam, 100%. And I think that the French Air Force, as we were talking about earlier, really are the team to watch. They're the team on the move in tournament development, the highest of anybody that we've seen. But I think that that's only courtesy of Air Force Gaming starting at such a high level that to think of them getting even better, we are legit saying, wait, why aren't you trying to compete in RLCS if you're legitimately this good? So Air Force, they've been knocking out these competitors one after another after another. This is their last test before they hit the double elimination bracket. But Air Force Gaming, they've got their lossless streak to keep intact. For the French Air Force, I guess it's simple. Try and get 1 game at the very least.
Getting even 1 game off Air Force Gaming is a feat that no team has managed to do in the last, okay, let's do the math, 47 games. If I'm not mistaken, last year they went 32-0, adding another 15 that they've already managed to play during this year's tournament. And those are the 47. Plus, these are in the addition of all the games that they've won in the 2023 edition of Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and the number grows even higher. That is a record-breaking streak. So both everybody wants to finally break it, as well as Air Force Gaming are going to try really hard to keep it.
Oh, awkward moment between Buck and Chowder there, my goodness. A fist bump not bumped. They do sort it out before the match starts.
This is how things start, Jesus.
Yeah, I know, right? Boy, sweat off the brow. Could have been nightmare fuel. but it has been relatively clean sailing for Air Force Gaming out the gates. Looks to try and bump away Zalou. He makes the save. Crow sticks around. Sakata takes it off the bottom of his machine. Now Buck continues the pressure. Look at Crow already on the far side, taking away the 100 boost. The resource starvation, the siege begins.
It's a long process. Results are not immediately seen, but stay in that offense for a bit and your opponent is gonna feel it for taking away all of their boosts. There's no longer able to make it down to the position. They're forced to take different paths that they wouldn't take usually, just in search for any slices of boost they can find on the field. So far, even then, French Air Force are managing to recover, but Air Force Gaming have their eyes on the opponent's boost, on the bowl. Matter of fact, they've always managed to grab both. Dangerous moment in front of the French Air Force. Ned Zalou stands strong in and out.
Chowder, it's the double back. And Zalou was hoping for a shot straight at them, I think. Sakata will find their way through the forest into clearing. Crow shrugs off Sakata. NZH off Zalou's hard work. Zalou now going to follow up versus Buck, full boost. NZH back on target. French Air Force lead.
They start the scoring, and this means so much for the rest of the game. Whereas we've seen response goals being scored within 5-10 seconds. But for now, the French Air Force are going to be lifted on their wings. And I do wonder how many cheers in the crowd are going to be there for them. We keep on hearing the venue erupt. And their cheering is just right. 1-1. Mux, fatal fist bump does not matter. Air Force Gaming tied again.
You can't make any mistakes. You can't make any mistakes. And that one misplay from Sakata has devastating consequences. Air Force Gaming back to level terms as French Air Force and Zalou go on the hunt for a second.
The second one might come even harder than the other one. The very first Buck, if this had power up behind it, NZH would be able to sneak it past Air Force Gaming. It's not like, again, just an opening in rotation. All of a sudden, usually there's Air Force Gaming's players galore when it comes to taking shots, making any sort of plays. Finding these little gaps has been the tiniest of the downsides of Air Force Gaming play, or maybe let's put it the other way, was the absolute gold mine for French Air Force to keep on working on to start finding these goals. What a save as well. Zalou saves his team from going down by one, because Air Force Gaming were looking like they are about to score.
US Air Force, their challenge game is just unrivaled in this field. If they can't find forward momentum, they just kill the momentum of the ball. And it's so frustrating. With other times, it's 50-50. Unbelievable vision from Buck, and Air Force lead.
That was the praise of sneaking the ball in. Well, there's some sort of a gap in rotation, and Air Force Gaming listened to that and thought, hey, we can do it ourselves. And that's exactly what they're doing. Great interception. And the quick conversion from possession to an immediate shot already caught so many teams in our tournament off guard. French Air Force are just yet another one on the list.
They might have got first blood. The French Air Force have been cut, and cut again, and cut again, bleeding 3-1.
Really need another angle to look at it. Yes, everybody's coming in on through. Sakata, I think, bounced NZH in the end, not reaching the ball. And Schauder, even surrounded by 3 French Air Force service members, still manages to sneak it in top left corner. His goal scoring has been on point today. I'm sure Crow and Buck are very happy that their teammate is putting on the show.
It's just unfair how good these 3 players are. It's simply unfair. Buck to the backboard and into a beautiful position that Crow cannot take advantage of yet. Shot on target. You'd expect Zalou to make that particular save. And Sakata with the big throw downfield. They got 70 seconds to find a goal to maybe make things interesting as we head into endgame for game 1.
ZH, the other flank, Sakata underneath the oncoming player. Chowder is already high. And Zulu, NZH is roaming there, either looking for a bump on Buck or just to receive the ball himself. Chowder, so deadly with his shots recently. Cannot find anything on that particular effort, and Crow stops too. That is a 200% efficiency for them right there. And the French Air Force, after expending all of this boost to go aerial, will have to try again. They still do not have the control. It's Crow in the corner. He's going to attempt a shot, swat it away. Air Force Gaming do not need to take any risks right here.
So impressive. Air Force Gaming. I'm sure there are comms there, but it just feels a different level. They feel so in sync with each other, and that synchronicity sees a fourth through the orange net.
Number 4, it was, I think, a long time coming. You saw French Air Force on their backboard and on the ground without any boost. And every single time when Air Force Gaming pulled the back to recover their boost and try to see what's happening, maybe just receive a ball on the other side of the field if there's a clear, Air Force Gaming could just refuel and return back in as French Air Force. All that they can do is swat the ball to the side. This goes out of the net. This only keeps them from losing with a bigger scoreline, 4-1. That's 4 unanswered goals after French Air Force were the ones to start the scoring in this game number 1. 1 is never enough versus Air Force Game. Never enough.
Reviewing those 5 minutes, Jam, does it feel like a full 1? I don't think so. I think it's closer to a 3-1, and that's the only conclusion I can draw is this. The biggest credit has to be given to this Air Force Gaming team, and just how high they have climbed on top of the rest of this competition to give flowers to the French Air Force, scoring the opening goal. Great start. They know that everyone's expecting them to lose this series, and so in that sense the pressure is off. They see how big the gap is. They know they don't have to worry about it per se right now. This is a scouting mission, if anything, and they'll just take whatever wins, whether small or big, they can get.
One game at a time, one goal at a time. And if anything, the French team, French Air Force, can do it for Hitman's daughter. Do it for Madeline on her birthday. Defeat Air Force Gaming. Let's see how they fare in game number 2.
5 minutes on the clock. And another kickoff where the French Air Force will ultimately give up possession, whether good or bad, on that initial encounter with the opposition team. But Sakata will be right there, and Chowder puts it into his own net. Wow!
We start with a French Air Force goal again. We've been in this situation before. Sakata get no chance at that ball, but somebody had to make a touch one way or another. Even if nobody would have gotten to it, it was going straight forward. And again, great clears all the way back. And Zalou can just repeat it. Now goes himself past Chowder. It'll be NZH, but they've arrived into the opposite sides very quickly, and as such, they don't really have many resources at their disposal.
It becomes more and more difficult nowadays to discover what is real and what is not in the age of artificial intelligence. But I think we have discovered today, Jam, Air Force Gaming are human. A rare mistake. But they've got 4 minutes to rectify it.
Yeah, and still their defense looks solid. One little mistake does not nullify everything else they've done so far. It does not break their spirits. I don't know what will. Thankfully, so far, everything has been going their way. They're moving on for yet another attack. Chowder is going to be on defense, but somehow French Air Force just had 2 players right next to the ball. Next moment we see it, they have left. Air Force Gaming can pick it up, and I've said this about Coast Guard Gaming, and the same applies for Air Force Gaming. You never want to just leave them the ball.
Case in point, free backboard hit, free shot on net, and it's 1-1 on 3-3-3.
It does not help when it's so open and free. And NZH, try as he might, not sure he even goes a little bit closer to the center of the field. Still a long way to go from the corner to make that save. Air Force Gaming just keeps on being faster. than their opponent, and with so many of these plays, we seem to be ended up uncontested. Sakata gets bumped out of the way as Crow's attempt at going to the attack was spent specifically for that. Sakata to the skies and then rotate.
Oh, Sakata's won the challenge on target. Buck has to perform something you'd only see out of a game of Twister. And Zalu's taking out Buck. Sakata backboard. But Chowder has got a piece of it, generating a little more power. And there's Buck set up near the halfway line. Decides to relinquish possession. Sakata's taking out Buck again. French Air Force finding more and more of these demos. Zalu on target again. There's Buck with yet another save, starting to rack these up now. NZH, oh dear, wow, Crow has to readjust as well. French Air Force not going quietly into the night, as Crow's effort will be denied too.
It'll be a clear, again, high that would love the distance. Anything where Zalu, Buck, a good 50-50 over there would send the ball goalwards. Look how well they sit down on the goal line. There's 3 players of Air Force Gaming that they need to break down. Sakata picked this up. That's actually pretty well. Air Force Gaming are not up high. Zalu is not going to be going for it either. And in the end, they all decided it's better to come back and try again, as opposed to trying to force the issue.
That was prime tiki-taka right there, although I'm not entirely sure the French Air Force knew what they were accomplishing. It was very quick, very instinctual. Zalu picks up another save. At least they're going toe-to-toe with the Air Force Gaming squads. It's a far more respectable scoreline, that much is to be certain, unless things take a real dive in the next 2 minutes or so.
Zalu on the ground, head by Buck. But it is not a dominant performance of Air Force Gaming that we have previously seen. This is French Air Force looking closer and closer and scoring one. Of course, these counterattacks, the moment they happen, incredibly dangerous. Buck underneath.
Oh.
You never want to hop up too early. And right there, they punished them.
It's an invitation, isn't it? An invitation. Buck sees right through Sakata. 2-1, 1:20 left. Finally, the quiet of no goals is broken. Zalu past 2. Crow. ZNCH go over the top of him. Buck already up. Sakata way out of line. Complete open net. Awkward bounce. And Zalu underneath Chowder. NCH towards the net, but lacking power and conviction. 1 minute remaining for the French Air Force to tie it up.
They're back on the attack. And the problem was that they pushed so hard and saved so much in the blue side of the field that any sort of trip back to the orange side was treacherous. And that's exactly how they've conceded. They have all of a sudden 10 with 3 players of Air Force Gaming on the attack. And it goes to the corner again. Not going to be as simple as that. Something needs to go horribly wrong for Air Force Gaming to break down with just 3 players sitting in a perfect line. Adds another one on the table. 3-1. After straight touch, once again, just goes straight to Chowder and company.
It's almost too much. It's overwhelming for the French Air Force defense. 2 neurons not quite connecting in time to make the decisions that need to be made in advance. It's like pre-ordering an action in order to stop Air Force Gaming. It's what Air Force Gaming are doing to the French Air Force. They are predicting a lot of these moves. It's what we say when a team or a player is too readable. And heading into game number 3, French Air Force feels like they are going to have to learn to write in a brand new language, Jam, since it's another goal, but another defeat. They've only got 1 more chance now to save this from becoming a sweep.
We just seen a reverse sweep. Why not? Why not bring another one? I don't mind. I don't mind. Even if we just saw one, I would love a repeat. Crow and the Air Force Gaming take a 2nd win of the series. Match point. Their winning streak is still alive. But look who's looking happier. Out of the 2 teams, Relic, tell me which one of the teams is looking happier after the end of that game?
Jaro Jam, the French team, is looking happier.
That is correct. Look at Hitbit. Look at his players. They're excited. Maybe they're looking at memes, I don't know, but they're really happy over there.
I know that always cheers me up, certainly. It tells me that the US Air Force here are taking this very, very seriously. They are genuinely locked in, and that kind of reveals all, doesn't it? Because up against up against the Triumph and their crew, yes, the first 2 games in that sweep were close, but we learned in that post-match interview that there was a hint of complacency, underestimating the opponents. This is US Air Force playing to their maximum potential. They're being stretched.
That's the thing. I would call this series the closest it has been between Air Force Gaming and any one of their opponents. And a matter of fact, the French Air Force managed to even open up the scoring twice in a row. Means a lot. Buck, Hawk by Zulu. Where are they going to find the boost? The French Air Force. Nothing is available for them. NZH thankfully with 100, but that 100 means nothing if you cannot also be in a position to utilize it. Sakata to the corner, and this was hella important. All the way Air Force Gaming seems to be coming in with extra boost. Maybe they have those refueling tankers just flying up high in the sky, in which case that's very unfair. But it is still a 0-0, and for French Air Force, 3 wins in a row are needed to take this series and try to move up instead.
Do my eyes deceive me? Hi, Roadhog XL. Lovely to see you. It has been literal years. Hey, placebo effect. Sadly, ain't gonna do much good. For the first time this series, can you believe that, everyone? Air Force Gaming take the lead.
Yep, I'm seeing even more, I think, funnies from the side of a French Air Force. I was wondering if that was the reason why there were all smiles and you could see Hitman just going from one PC to another looking, what on earth have they come up with? Yep. And with a pigeon topper to boot. I'm not sure if he was sporting that previously. French Air Force decide to have a little bit of fun in this game number 3, knowing who their opponents are. And they know that their position is still quite steady. At the very worst, they're going to end up 3rd as Chowder cannot finish it. There we go. Pigeon topper boost. Still in point.
Aftershock? I've legit forgotten the name of this vehicle. It's one of the originals from Supersonic, though, if I remember my my rocket-powered cars lore.
I'm gonna
figure it out. The last episode.
Figure it out.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe it's an Aftershock, indeed.
Wow, that was a pull. My goodness. Good job, Relic's brain.
In any case, whatever's going to happen, this first and foremost is going to be documented. That the French Air Force took the field in a Roadhog XL, an Aftershock, and I think just a standard, was it an Octane? Somebody did not pick a funny car. Oh, no, that is still
it's the Takumi.
unusual. Yeah, probably so, but
the Takumi RXT variant specifically.
Yeah, I think I was driving it before as well. I think I saw one of them use something on the standard, but hey, Takumi was one of my original cars before I really like how it looked. Thankfully, I didn't have to play against Air Force Gaming, the Supersonic Legends, back when I was playing a Takumi. But French Air Force is having fun, all the while Air Force Gaming are working their ears off in this match. So who's the real winner in the end?
Well, I think perhaps, and this does go for all teams, they're going to be glad that the winner is not crowned by virtue of the league stage. Because as much as all is looking fine and rosy for Air Force Gaming, I think this year more than other years, we've seen this team, a team in transition, of course, 2 brand new players from last year. Although, of course, they have had time to get used to each other during the qualifiers. But these teams have gotten closer, for sure. The fact that our bottom of the table team, complacency or no complacency, has 1-goal games is something. And speaking of 1-goal games,
it's returning back Zalou. Not just a perfect clear, but to somewhere where his teammate was. An extra little bit of pinball from Air Force Gaming just adds a little bit of hilarity to this goal, but it is still real. It's not a fake goal in 3 versus Crow. Problem was they were all in one line. Oh my God, they couldn't put it on target. Even with 3, they're still smiling and laughing, but my God, this could have been an opportunity.
They put it on target. They also made the save. And all in one package. But not.
Do they need the opponent's team at
detriment.
this point? They could just do it themselves.
It's true. Air Force Gaming could use all the help they can get, Jam. Haven't you noticed?
Yes. Alrighty, it still continues. Zalou going for bumps, but it's hard to stop Crow, who's already up in the air. The matter of fact is, this is still within 1. And French Air Force, out of all of our teams during this tournament, are the overtime merchants. If my stats hear me right, they have won every single overtime they have participated in, including that 3-minute-long one. Earlier today, that was one.
Context is king. I would never call someone a merchant who has sold something twice. In the same vein, French Air Force only reaching the 2 overtimes that we've had. But then again, as you say, they've got the experience at least of both a very short one and indeed a far longer one which they could have easily lost themselves, and yet still they prevailed. 30 seconds left of this one then, and there is still a chance for the French Air Force. 1 loose ball, 1 great shot, and we're heading to OT again.
It is 14 seconds. Zalou, above Crow. Cannot reach it. Cannot dance on Crow either. So we return. Shot, backboard.
Wait.
Chowder on purpose. On purpose, I swear. There's no way in the world. Nah, they're just toying with that.
Buck misses. Chowder out of rotation. And it's time to celebrate, French nation. Air Force Gaming. Technically, their lossless streak comes to an end unless full court carry. No, they don't win a game. It's overtime. 2-2, golden goal.
Alrighty, still need to score. Still need to score for the record to officially fall. And Manziage gets a great attempt at it. Cleared all the way back. Sakata have the power. He has a beefy car. Peter Roadhog nor Aftershock. NZH is the last man standing. Put to the side just enough, and if the counter can start, everybody from French Air Force was really deep on the other side of the field. Crow now is going to be returning the favor, and I'm at the edge of my seat. This is the closest game that Air Force Gaming had throughout the whole tournament. And it's the French Air Force that are trying to show them the way.
We were all laughing, we were all joking. Haha, the memes. Air Force Gaming's record on the line. Sakata, no boost. Buck expends it. Zalou takes out Chowder. Good thing they did. NZH marooned in their own half. Picks up the 100 himself, but he spends half of it just to go round the world. To Zalou. The lift over Crow. Here's Buck. Over the top of everyone. Chowder, backboard. Crow not ready, gets the demo. Buck, he falls into possession of the ball. Taken out of existence. Sakata downfield.
Versus Crow. NZH. Chowder cannot make a connection, but Chowder is now the last player down the field. And try as they might, even the French Air Force cannot stop the mighty Air Force Gaming, the streaklets.
Just about. And I think that was a conscious decision from the French Air Force there. Full send approach. The only way we're going to be able to knock these 3 players off their perch is by purely forgetting that the wind exists. Obliviousness. And gunning for it. And gun for it they did. What a wonderful effort. I don't think they would have done much better if they had taken that last game particularly seriously, Jab. I think that they only recognized what was possible when it kind of just fell into place, when it all clicked. I hope to see these two resume what could be a very exciting rivalry in the double elimination bracket.
But I hope everybody else does not take the wrong lesson from it, is that playing it for fun. But again, the French Air Force said that they were going to be playing it fast and loose for fun. They're happy to be here. But it seems like that this for fun playstyle with crazy cars, crazy presets, got them the closest that anyone has ever gotten to defeating Air Force Gaming. So if we're going to see more of these shenanigans throughout the tournament, this would be the trendsetter. I sure hope Killer Pigeon is out there and are ready to talk about this game with the Air Force Gaming squads. KP, what you got for us?
Well, I'm joined by the unstoppable, the impeccable. I mean, these guys, they simply cannot be beat. AFG, do it again. Congrats on keeping that streak alive, but I think that's the closest you've ever come to losing, i.e. dropping a single game in 2 years.
Thank you. Yeah, I have to give a shout out to my teammates on that one. I was not playing very well, so I'm glad that they could pull through and get the dub for us.
It's a team effort. I mean, Crow, like they really pressured you. I was really surprised. I think, is that the first time you guys have been trailing behind in this tournament so far? Like game 1, game 2, the French boys came out the door. You guys, were you a little bit shell-shocked by those early goals?
I guess a little bit. I mean, I think we were down to the Royal Navy at 1.2, but we closed it out when we needed to. That's all that matters.
I mean, you know, the interesting thing is no one's out yet, right? But you have done it. You've topped the group stage, impeccable, unstoppable. But I'm guessing these guys have given you a lot to think about going into that double elimination bracket.
Yeah, they were excellent. Honestly, they were a lot better than we thought they were going to be. So props to them for some really good matches.
Now everyone talks about the Coast Guard as like, you know, your best competitor. Do you think the Frenchmen have exceeded that?
I don't know. I think we'll see going into tomorrow, and just have to give it a look. I mean, it could have been a fluke for Coast Guard, or it could have been a fluke for them as well. Like, who knows?
And we'll find out tomorrow when that double elim begins. Of course, you guys get to sit out the first round, so go relax the rest of the day. Once again, congrats on the win, Crow. Thank you very much. But we have got one more series to round out the group stage. That's right, up next is more American action, as we've got Coast Guard Gaming going up against RAF Shadows. Stay tuned.
I think it would be the best if I would appear draped in a French flag and quietly sobbing over here, because that series between Air Force Gaming and French Air Force was one to watch. Even if it ended 3-0, we went to the overtime in game number 3, and French Air Force was this close to turning not just that series around, but history around if they would have gotten that way. They performed valiantly. In the end, it is Air Force Gaming continuing their undefeated run, cementing the #1 seed, and setting themselves in good stead in the playoff bracket as well. But one more series remains vaudable. Coast Guard Gaming versus RAF Shadows are going to take the stage next.
Yeah, it's going to be a good series to see how these two teams fare against each other. I think this is more of a warm-up than anything for Coast Guard Gaming. I mean, they're getting ready for that bracket stage. Unfortunately, they didn't beat Air Force Gaming. No one did, so they have a little bit of a lower seed than they might have wanted, but even then, there are those runner-ups from last year, so they have a lot to prove still. They want to make sure that they clean things out for our final series of the group stage, then move on to that bracket matchups, because we have 3 of those that'll be being played after this. So we'll talk about that after the series is done, just so we don't ruin the surprise of who the matchups are going to be. But this one here, I mean, seeing how the way that Shadows performed before in other series, I mean, they could turn things around. They might be able to get a game or two and see what they can do against Coast Guard Gaming, but a lot of teams have struggled against this squad.
We've seen just how excited the Romas and the rest of the RAF Shadows are looking on stage. And of course, chances are they're going to rotate their roster again. There he is, actually in the background, draped in this Welsh flag. The Romas, I know it now. Welsh flag, supporting his team as the Rayman Kurt and Darth Jr. takes the field instead. They are the most unpredictable opponent, and I have lots of belief in them to do well starting off in this series. Coast Guard Gaming, after a perfect run themselves, being brought down to that by Air Force Gaming earlier today. That was our first series of the day. So ever since then, they haven't had a series. So this is going to be their first one after taking the loss. Let's see how they fare on the field.
Yeah, it's been a long time for Coast Guard Gaming. They played a lot of their matches yesterday, so they've been kind of in the backseat practicing and waiting a little bit, maybe scrimming some of the other squads, and now they're back on the main stage, and it's good that they get to close things out here themselves, and I'm sure stare down the competition before they actually get into things. Don't leak the password.
Oh god.
It's a LAN, it's fine. Unless someone's like literally in the venue, then they can't get into the lobby, so we're okay. The RLCS admin in me just like got triggered a little bit there.
Absolutely.
But even then, let's take a look at those trophies. They look very nice for the champions out there for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, brought to you by USAA. Shout out to everyone who's been making this whole event a possibility. It's been great to just be a part of from the commentary side, watch the action from our places at home. But even then, seeing the competitors with their smiles, their passion, and everything that they've been bringing to the table for this event has been amazing.
It has been an absolute blast. So, folks, for the last time, for the group stage, the round robin, Coast Guard Gaming versus RAF Shadows, Echo Lights, Xylem versus the Death Dark Jr., Kurt, and the Gray Man. Still a best of 5, something that we are already known and love. As far as 0-0, we love to see an early goal over here at Invitation.
That we do. We've seen a lot of those early goals, especially from teams similar to Coast Guard Gaming. And speaking of them, we almost saw one there from Lights and another wide shot coming out from Echo. Potential for Xylem as they get possession of the ball. Ripped away, though, by Kurt. They will take that forward at least a little bit until it gets bounced right back in their faces. And now we'll see what they can do here.
Rayman keeps it in the blue side of the field, and this actually is going to be his ball again. And drop it in front of the net. Kurt hit another little high ball. Xylem and Coast Guard Gaming so far being able to deal with them first. RAF Shadows, no hard commits, and over to Kurt it goes. Open goal. Coast Guard Gaming went up.
Nice first goal here. Echo gets the flip reset past one. A nice touch to start things off and then put it through for a clean finish. 3:55 on the clock. Plenty of time to go, though, for RAF Shadows to get on the board, tie things up. We've seen them be able to bounce back in the past. So I'm curious what the looks will be for them. The gray man, the substitute on this roster. It's also nice that they actually are playing with their subs. A lot of teams, especially at the top levels of competitions, you just never see the substitutes getting any of the limelight. And especially for a match like this, it's good to get some reps in, especially if you want to bring them out into being your secret weapon during the bracket stage. This is the time to get ready for that. And Kurt, a great save.
Yeah, perhaps you can bring out a great penalty taker if this would be football, just at some point where you know that the opponent is really vulnerable to penalty kicks. So right here, a great show. And as you rightly said, substitute in Rocket League and RLCS level is usually the person who has to come there at the moment's notice because the main roster cannot. But they are themselves quite often really good players and would do really well on other teams. So right here, rotating the roster. Hey, who knows? Next year's Invitational, we might see more and more teams pick that up. Xylem adds a second one on board. Coast Guard Gaming just keep bringing the ball to RAF Shadow's side and keep finding those spots where even surrounded by players and in traffic, they can still put the ball where they want.
Great opportunities are making fruitful returns for Coast Guard Gaming. This might be another one if Kurt wasn't there to thwart their plans. They were ready and waiting on the wings. We're able to strike true at the ball to take it aside. RF Shadows, though, now on offense. A good pass over to Kurt. Instead, stopped out before it can develop any further. Deathstar Jr. looked really solid in their last series for RF Shadows, so hope to see some similar work from them. The Gray Man, though, not the connection that they were looking for, as they did not get a touch on the ball. No pieces of the pie to go home with. Go to the dessert bar. I don't know if they have one of those at the venue, but I'm sure the players could use something to keep them motivated here at the end of the group stages. It's been a long day, or 2 days, I guess, now of competitions through the groups, and we're seeing the final end of the tunnel with the bracket on the other side.
It's 9. This is the 9th series out of 12 of this day. We had 12 yesterday. I also heard that yesterday, Xylem adds a second one to his name and overall third for his team on 6 shots. This pretty much shows what Coast Guard Gaming has been showing in this game. Constantly putting on pressure on our Shadows, and goals are just bound to come from all of this time in the orange side of the field.
Great touch by Echo. See if they can use that expertly to set up lights, and no, the defense can't do anything to stop the shot. 4-0 now for Coast Guard Gaming.
It's pretty much once showcase right here. Coast Guard Gaming's players on an individual dribbles being able to beat their opposition, and even if the player is not immediately beat, it's just enough for the follow-up players to make great touches. That's why ones are so important. Even if you're just mainly playing threes, you need that technique. And look at that, he just picks up and keeps on rolling. Almost does it himself versus 3 players lights. And if he cannot, there's Echo. And if he cannot, there's Xylem coming in on through. He's going to be keeping the ball alive, all the while REF Shadows need to recompose themselves and get back in position.
See what Echo can do with this one. Defense wasn't even prepared for it. Went off the backboard, bounced off the crossbar, and went in. Deathstar Jr. tried going for the challenge, but barely missed the mark. And the Gray Man was there, but hit it directly into Echo again for it to net out in a goal. A little bit over a minute remaining. RF Shadows already looking ahead towards game number 2. Let's see if they can get a goal to write home about. Kurt almost able to develop something if it wasn't for the attack of their opponents. Echo with a good clear out of the net, but the bounce back actually delayed the play enough to give time for Shadows to get into their defensive half.
But for now, it's Echo down to Xylem. Past 2 and RAF Shadows. A little bit of a sinking feeling for all of the players, but it is Coast Guard Gaming knowing that they can approach every single rotation, every single interaction with the opposing team, and knowing that they can win it. And boy, does that free you up in a major way.
We'll see what happens in this next about 30 seconds left. And yeah, Xylem's been doing some good work here so far. I mean, putting in all the work, 8 shots and 3 goals. This is kind of what we've come to expect from this Coast Guard Gaming roster. Comparatively to what we saw with like Space Force are really good on offense. Coast Guard Gaming have like a little bit of everything, especially with Echo also getting a hat trick themselves.
Just keep on adding numbers to the numbers to the number 7-0. We're about to finish this game number 1, but the victor is quite clear. Again, contributions for all of the team and on all sides of the field as well. RAF Shadows trying to score a goal. At least 1, at least 2. As a matter of fact, Coast Guard Gaming are setting up pretty well. And just like we've seen previously, never can you give them the ball. And every single time there's just some loose ball in the orange side of the field, RAF Shadows were bound to know that Coast Guard Gaming are going to be on top of that possession that they themselves dropped.
There goes game 1 in favor of Coast Guard Gaming. So we'll see what they can do to continue this momentum into a potential sweep in their favor. Hearts all around for everyone competing in these events, but now the eyes are on RAF Shadows. What can they do? What is going to be their strategy to bounce back and tie up the series? Can they do it? Will they do it? We know they have it in them. They got a series win at least themselves, but they need more than that if they want to come out on top against this team.
It's going to be taking a lot. Well, first and foremost, start with the fact that Coast Guard Gaming cannot be let anywhere close to that net of RAF Shadows. I know that they have great players in the defense. And we're going to be setting it up game number 2 in just a moment. Just checking out something on the side of RAF Shadows. Overall, they seem ready to jump back into it. There's no need to complicate it. Just send the boys out back in again. Make sure they already know what they need to do, but reassure them that they can do it. And kickoffs could be a great start for RAF Shadows to start with, as we've already seen a couple of really great goals created off that. And you just all of a sudden, you take the possession, you take the control, and bravo, Preston, we're in the lead. So game number 2, as soon as it's going to start. We do not have to worry, but I think it's going to be okay. Yes, everybody's fine. Xylem is all good and ready. So how about that game number 2? Coast Guard Gaming, they do not know what's happening, just like we are not. But they are sitting in a very comfortable position, still second in the standing, and knowing that the French Air Force have dropped their series versus Air Force Gaming. Coast Guard Gaming will be looking up pretty well coming in, looking at the brackets, which we're going to be revealing at the end of this series. Game number 2, Laudable. Stark Jr. immediately makes a save, getting the first point to get the flags.
Who do you think is going to get the first hat trick this time, Jam? We had Xylem, we had Echo in the last game. We got some potential for Lights. Kurt? Okay.
Kurt.
A bold choice.
Exactly.
But, you know, hopefully we do see that for RAF Shadows. I wish the best for this roster. They need to get something on the board first and foremost before they can think of a hat trick, though.
I do not think I've saw Xylem on a dominance, but I might be wrong in that regard. Echo, though, opens the scoring. And Coast Guard Gaming, with the first one to their name, start the game number 2 the very way they ended game number 1. In style.
No surprises there with Coast Guard Gaming. We expected them to show up big in every series that they can, and they, no matter who the opponent is, have shown the exact same precision and respect that they've given them, making sure that they at least finish off strong against the top teams, and even though the ones towards the bottom half of the leaderboard for the seeding of the group stage. They've proven that anyone can be a opponent to worry about, so you got to make sure that you can take them down as much as possible. And almost an amazing shot there by Echo that could have been a goal, but deflected right in front of the net and away for RAF Shadows.
Can Shadows take some possession? This goes all the way back to Dexter Jr. And by the time, Echo bumped out of the way, there was absolutely no reason for him to all of a sudden accelerate and miss the ball completely. So there might have been some interplay for RAF Shadows. They really work as you want to stop Echo from trying to set up anything on the other side of the field. Xylem plays it slow, very smart. He could see that Dark Jr. was already committing to make a challenge and now just wiggling back and forth. Long clear. Echo knows exactly where he needs to be, whatever the play is going to be. He's ready. As more and more players are getting into it, Xylem just looking for bumps, trying to really make sure that they can have a bump.
Good touch by Echo to clear this one out a little bit. Kurt's got some potential. See what they can do with it. Deathstark Jr. into the midfield. The Gray Man, we've been hoping to see a little bit more from them as well, and they've been doing some good work to pull their weight, but at least progressing the ball downfield. But every time they get a chance, it's been a tough one. Deathstark Jr. even then had a breakaway. There was one last defender in Echo, even with no boost, who made the save.
Okay, Kurt, time, still blocks it. Deathstark Jr. to the side it goes. Well, the Gray Man's, but hints he does not make the connection. Lights has an open route to RAF Shadow's net. So looking great up until the point. This tiniest of the touches, even the tiniest of the touches, can mean a lot. Second one for CGG.
2 goals, 2:22 to go. We shall see what the plan will be for RAF Shadows. As Echo again gets control of the ball after the kickoff. And that seems to be one thing a lot of teams can work on from now into that bracket stage if they have some time to practice, is their kickoff strategy. A lot of teams have been using that very effectively to be set pieces for them to convert goals off of afterwards. And if you can at least find ways to counter and at least get possession of the ball afterwards, you'll be setting yourself up for success. And we haven't been able to see too many wins off the kickoffs from RF Shadows just yet.
Yes, unfortunately, it's not something that you can as easily adjust and really go. And if your opponent just does not sort of gel with you in terms of your particular kickoff strategy, you just have to rely on all other ways of winning. Gray Man, shot, bump. Either way, Coast Guard Gaming are stopping their opposition, and Lights pop is perfect. Xylem continues to think, maybe it's not an immediate threatening shot on target. The thing is, they're keeping the ball away from RAF Shadows, and they're forcing them to expend boost, to challenge, and as such, go way behind the ball and out of position. Every single touch that Coast Guard Gaming are doing, even if it's not immediately apparent in what it does, still brings out positives, or at the very least, if it's a net neutral kind of thing, doesn't make it worse.
Well, we're in a similar state as we were in the first game here, Jam. They're in a tough spot already, looking for their first goal here, and they just need to be able to break out their side first. But Coast Guard Gaming, with their wide rotational burps that they're giving RF Shadows, have all of their bases covered, dotting their I's and crossing their T's and making sure that they are in their best dress to take on this RF Shadows squad. Regardless of where on the field, they always come back with a fight. A dangerous spot there because of an odd pinch. And it might work out in the favor of RF Shadows if they can get control of the ball. Less than 10 seconds to go. Kurt, no, it deflects the other direction.
The ball keeps on bouncing around Vaudable, but it's just not doing one thing. One thing that RAF Shadows really want: get into the net. No goals in this game, and we are on match point for Coast Guard Gaming. Well, of course, Shadows, once again, being inspired there in the background by the Romans. They know what's needed of them. They know that this is a tough matchup. And they know that at the end of the day, they still should be very proud of their performance. But Coast Guard Gaming wants to grab that coveted second seed. And they want to finish it in 3, not giving any extra chances for RAF Shadows, who can come back screaming and try to take it in reverse sweep.
We'll see what happens once we get into the game here. Talking to them on Discord to keep the spirits high. Darmus, we'll see what the advice is maybe later on, but for now, there's only so much that you can say to give them advice on taking down such a Titan esque team like this. So it all comes down to potential this final game of the final series of the group stages. Will RF Shadows at least take one back, get a goal on the board first and foremost, and start off on the right foot? Or will Coast Guard Gaming keep on swimming along as they are looking for the sweep?
Well, we're already seeing some bump and demo chasing from RAF Shadows. So they are approaching this game number 3 seemingly the same way that French Air Force have approached their game number 3 versus Air Force Gaming. And that is just have fun with it. Go for the unthinkable, unexpected, and just be a thorn in the side of the opposition. Kurt, Lights read it so well, and now even goes for a bump. Greenman wasn't so much as bumped out of the way as gently pushed aside. A hand just appeared in front of him, which said, "You will not go any further." Look at the amount of speed that Light had. And this combo, Lights and Echo, has been on point throughout the whole turn.
That they have. It's been a nice 1-2 punch that they've been able to put through every time. Very refreshing for their squad. We'll have to see what the counterplay is going to be from RF Shadows, because so far we haven't seen enough counterplay from them. They've been going for some of these challenges, but they've been a little too late. Some misses here, and Lights is going to punish them for it.
And getting on the backboard, and then, yeah, either somebody on the backboard or get a touch as the ball is trickling down. And once it reaches the ground, chances are there's a Coast Guard Gaming player already on top of it. That was the case right here. The moment Echo gets any sort of freedom on the other side of the field, he's going to have 100. He's going to have an attempted aerial. They remove Xylem, but Light will continue on playing in front. There's a miss. Xylem getting an Echo versus Kurt. Still reaches out for it. The bounce not taken. Xylem just sends it all the way back to the orange side of the field.
Solid touches from Coast Guard Gaming to keep this dominating pressure against RF Shadows. Make it so they can't get up. Keep them down. Make sure that you can secure this victory. Lights going for the flip reset play over top of one. Death Star Jr. a good touch, but again, giving up possession so quickly with these touches. They need to control the ball a little bit closer to their chest. There's a good shot forward, but Xylem gets full boost. Lights jumps for it for fun anyway. And takes it the distance of the field. Kurt had to go up for that one. Preserve some of their boosts though, just in case some more follow-up attacks are there afterwards. Maybe had a little bit too much faith in those challenges to clear things out, and that'll make it easy for Xylem to convert.
Patient. By the way, a different car again. He was previously on the Dominus, now into a Fennec. But he just patiently waits. He knows if Kurt plays this ball, it's going to be straight against Xylem's car. So no sudden movements, nothing extraordinary. Just be there and react to the play as it happens. Right now, he's going to be creating the chance as well. Straight shot on target. And with a large clear and a couple of bumps, nope, return straight back to your inside. So many times we've said it. These long booms, Coast Guard Gaming, are cannons, making sure the RF Shadows still don't spend an extra second in the blue side of the field.
Halfway point of potentially our final game, and the Gray Man thinks that is the perfect time to strike. The pop-offs from the rest of the RAF Shadows players is exactly what we want to see. Perfect setup delivered and successful for RF Shadows to at least get on the board here.
That's a good one. It did cost RAF Shadows multiple players up front, something that quite often they cannot commit unless they want to be very vulnerable in their defense. And it works out, and if they can continue finding these opportunities and forcing Coast Guard Gaming to make mistakes, and that was one interception that did not work out that led to this goal, then yes, they can build off of that. But Coast Guard Gaming needs to be making mistakes, and RAF Shadows need to be ready for every single one of them. You can see there's our Junior right there chasing Echo. Just put on the backboard. He still manages to, I think, get a touch on it. Kurt off the side it goes, too close to the wall. The angle was just not right. Stealing off the roof of the car. Death Star Jr. takes it off Xylem. And in the corner, they're all still sitting. RF Shadows are forced to retreat. This Apparently explosions, apparently more explosions. Where the ball is even going by this point. Somehow still with Coast Guard Gaming, Echo is relentless.
They need to be relentless, especially after that goal was scored. It put them on notice and made sure that they realized, hey, this other team can wake up at any moment. We need to shut them down while we can. It's so unfortunate for the Grandman. It's a tough save to make, especially when you're already past the trajectory of the ball. So valiant effort for them. 1:26 on the clock. Still potential for them to come back if they get one on the board. Now the Grandman sends it a little bit wide into the clutches of Coast Guard Gaming. Decent touch by Deathstark Jr., but Echo will take control of the ball, and these high-flying shots make it so difficult for RF Shadows to do anything, but a miss on the attack makes it difficult even more so for Coast Guard Gaming to get at least one more.
Kurt and Grayman both in the air, no boost. So it's down to Deathstark Jr. to be the third, and also trying to continue the attack. Kurt returns. Again, on 0. He keeps on bouncing. Echo in the right place. Again, this near post defense is perfect, both from CGG as well as Air Force Gaming. They know that when it's not a moment to challenge somebody up air on the ground, they know exactly how to shut down that near post, make sure that nothing sneaks in. Out the backboard, Deathstark Jr. and RF Shadows have been looking great in the offense. Again, at the cost of sending 1-2 players up front and being open up and back at their own net, but it is looking good. Now they just need to continue converting. All of these attacks need to have a result, a goal at the end of them. Otherwise, it's just a return to the other side, and Coast Guard Gaming are going to keep on making that scoreline even bigger. 4-1 might be the end of it. One last chance saloon. Xylem lights a tad too high. We're still up. But the result of this series is well known. 3-0 Coast Guard Gaming. They just want to continue playing, but let them play, I suppose.
Yeah.
Let them play. 3-0 Coast Guard Gaming. And that concludes the round robin group stage with a convincing victory of a team we're still considering to be the number 2 seed.
Not too surprised by the result, but still a great effort nonetheless from RAF Shadows. Congrats to Coast Guard Gaming. They secured their 2nd seed throughout the stage and proved their skill against the rest of the competition, really only struggling against the top dogs there in Air Force Gaming. Here's the final round robin standings between these teams. French Air Force in 3rd, RF Storm Shadows in 4th, Space Force Gaming moved down from there. But here's the bracket, what we're really interested in. Air Force Gaming with that number 1 seed have a little bit of a breather. They don't have to play the rest of the day today, but instead we'll be going through those first round matches, starting with Space Force Gaming, RF Storm Shadows, Coast Guard Gaming, and HMS Triumph, and French Air Force versus RAF Shadows. There's going to be some good matches here. Jam, which ones are you most excited for? But actually, we'll talk about that after the break. Instead, we have the interview, so Killer Pigeon, take it away.
Thank you, lads. It's been a long day that has plenty of length left to it, but we have rounded out the group stage with this result. A big win for CGG. I'm joined by Lights. Congrats on the win, first of all. A nice clean streak at the end of that 3-0. It must be a triumphant way to finish the group stage, because you've still got more playing to do today. So how is confidence looking going out of this group stage now and prepping for the eliminations?
Confidence is looking a lot better now. We didn't have the best run against Air Force, but we worked on some things, and I think we're looking a lot better for when we go up against them again and hopefully the grand finals.
What's been your biggest takeaways from the group stage?
For Air Force or for all the teams?
For you guys and how you're developing now, prepping for the Olympics.
I think we just gotta keep playing our game, controlling the ball, and we'll be fine.
And you know, the big one is obviously Air Force Gaming, catching a lot of people off guard. Like, how did you reset after that series? Like, what was the big takeaway from that one in particular?
They're a good team. It's just we can't play their game. We gotta, like I said before, keep the ball close. If you give them the ball, they're gonna score on you. They put up 8 against us, unfortunately, so we gotta work on that, and that's something I think we're doing better now.
So, your start to the eliminations must be feeling a bit cozy. No offense to the Triumph boys, but they've been struggling a little bit here on the stage. You know, is there much fret there, prepping for that series?
No.
Careful, they've got nuclear submarines.
Yeah. Good guys, though. Good guys.
They've been wonderful people. I know that they've just been loving being here. You know, they have like 24-hour on, 24-hour off work shifts.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
They have 24-hour on and 24-hour off work shifts. So like they're pretty much switched on non-stop 24/7, which sounds pretty painful.
That does sound painful. I'm glad I don't do that.
No, you guys are coasting on through. Congrats on the win, and I look forward to seeing more of you. We'll do fist bump, handshake, and then we'll do the rest later. But we have got more coming later. That's right, because although the group stage is done, we've still got elims, and next up is an absolute baller of a fiesta waiting to happen, because we've got a rematch, probably the most epic matchup we've had today. The first reverse sweep is going to be, after a break, Space Force Gaming going up against RAF Storm Shadows, so stay tuned.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Volume, turn it way up, way up. Do it like that. 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 like that. Do it like that. Do it like that. Do it like that. Do it like that.
Folks, welcome back. Outlet Forces Esports Invitational 2025 is in full swing, and we are finally entering the playoff stage. Group stage, round robin, all done. We have figured them out. And here it is in all of its beauty. Elimination bracket, double elimination. Even if you lose once, you still have a chance. Those kind of losses are going to be there later on tomorrow. We are going to be starting with RAF Storm Shadows and Space Force Gaming. Later on, Coast Guard Gaming and HMS Triumph are going to go head-to-head. And French Air Force versus RAF Shadows is going to close out today. Air Force Gaming is out there in the second round waiting their opponent, but they're going to be playing tomorrow. And yes, I think it's time for us to make some predictions, Vaudeville. And let's see how these things are going to go. Starting off with RAF Storm Shadows versus Space Force Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, so who was the one that came out on top for that one? I was actually stepped away during it at the time.
RAF Storm Shadows.
So I thought it was reverse sweep. Okay, that's pretty insane. It's tough because like Space Force, if they get off on the right foot again and they have it in the back of their mind, there's a reverse sweep that can happen. There's a reverse sweep that can happen because these are all best of fives. They might get in a tough spot again, so we'll have to see what happens there. I'm gonna give this one to RF Storm Shadows just because they've learned from what was happening in that series. I think they're going to take that in stride and not make it so they have to go to the final hour to get the victory in a reverse sweep. Hopefully that'll be enough for them. I think it'd still go to at least 4 games, if not 5 again, though.
All right. I think 5 games for me, RAF Storm Shadows as well. After the reverse sweep, I think they're the ones to be considered the favorites. The momentum is with them. 3 wins after all over 2. Just the math just checks out. So for me, RAF Storm Shadows 3-2. All right, well, we got our predictions. I know the boys on the screen. These are the RAF Storm Shadows, MVP, and Cedric with their coach, Stelios. and everybody up there on stage just loves the camera. For some of them, this might be their first LAN event, and so having this experience is priceless.
Very curious on how exactly this one's going to go, because it's a whole different ball game when you're playing in the group stage, and you know that you're going to be making it to the bracket. So you're like, okay, you know, we can take things a little bit easy. We don't need to worry too much about our placement because we know we're all going to end up in the same spot anyway, behind the Air Force Gaming squad. So now that they see, okay, Air Force Gaming's awaiting the winner of this series, we kind of have to take this a little bit more seriously. We got to make sure no funny business. If you are Space Force Gaming, you got to make sure, okay, we got to clean things up from our last series where we lost against them, got reverse sweep, the only one that we've seen so far this weekend. So they got to keep their eyes on the prize, which is those trophies for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025, brought to you by USAA. We'll see exactly how this one goes. First game's really, I think, going to set the pace for everything here, Jam.
What I would love to see is RAF Storm Shadows just looking as if nothing has happened between the previous series ending and this one starting, as if it would be just a continuation of the series they've already been playing on the stage, and for them to continue on being in control. It was still a very close-fought battle, and Sir Sizzly and Dingleberry are on the point on that roster of Space Force Gaming, and Sour Patch Kid has come into his own strength throughout the whole of the tournament. I see some new names on the field, and we'll have to deal with them. Okay, so it's Sedzema, so Karim Benzema, or Benzema, I'm not exactly sure. Cantona, I'm assuming that's Eric Cantona. And who is the last one? Mbappe, okay. Mbappe, the player. Wonderful, now I need to figure out who is who. So Cedric, Envy, and P. Thank God.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get the players to change their names back to what it should be after this, because I get it. I see the reasoning behind this, but you know, we just want to make sure that it's easier for the people at home and for us casters too to understand exactly who we're seeing on the field. You know,
I'll take it if we can put like
tell.
Cedric and then dash and something, as Cedric is scoring the goal.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, that should be fine.
You out. Yes, but right this point, yes, I think oh God. But I'm glad they're having fun with it. I'm absolutely glad they're having fun with it. And the first goal, let's get back to the game. They're starting it in good stead.
Yeah, we like to see the celebrations from there as well. It's all in good fun, but this is no funny business anymore, because this is the bracket stage where it actually matters the most. The Space Force Gaming with Sir Sizzly. Actually, no, I think the teams are swapped. Now I think about it. If I'm not mistaken, Space Force is in the blue. Sure? Storm Shadows are in the orange. If I'm not mistaken.
So the colors, well, we'll figure out if that's it has any bearing on it. But I'm gonna take a look. So you have the top team in the bracket is blue. No, that's perfectly fine. RF Storm Shadows did finish in the standings above Space Force Gaming, so they get higher seats. So I presume they're.
Oh, okay, gotcha. I think I just got mixed up there for a second.
Yeah, we got a confirmation.
Either way,
is absolutely fine. At the very least,
these names, that's all it is.
We recognize them. In any case, it's a tie game. Sir Sizzly with a long-range effort, and Cedric cannot get to it. Sir Sizzly with his second Space Force Gaming after conceding once. Are now 1-2-0-3.
Yeah, nice to see for Space Force, especially after how the last series went. Looking a little bit more confident than before, especially after that first goal against them went through. See what they can do to push forward here against this squad. Storm Shadows, though, with Envy, see what their strategy is going to be. Good bounce back. Cedric has a chance to put this through, but no follow-up just yet. Envy does have it, though, right underneath their noses to tie things up 2-2.
It's worked that backboard, and the moment you have forced two Space Force players to commit, even with the time it took for this ball to return back to the center and put on target, it is still enough. Great touch by our Storm Shadows just to keep it away from the reach of Space Force. But Space Force, surely we're going to have some sort of answer of their own. They already have a player set up. Dingleberry already in the air. Him and Sword Patch Kid to the side, not completely swatted away, or at least stop in their tracks to try to convert something after play. How about this, though? Nice little attempt. Space Force Gaming getting closer to once again getting themselves in the lead in this game. But that tie situation, well, with a player off as well, it really does not matter to them, as Dingleberry is dangerous as ever, trying to steal the ball and beat everybody in RAF Storm Shadows.
We'll have to see what Space Force Gaming can do right here, because it's kind of a tough spot for them to find themselves in, especially after the bounce back from RAF Storm Shadows. The way that we saw them get that goal to tie things up, not exactly the best defense, and that's been a biggest struggle for Space Force Gaming, it's felt like, throughout this tournament, is their defensive efforts. Dingleberry, though, after the boost was stolen from them, they got to be a little bit more aware of these challenges that'll come through. The confidence from RAF Storm Shadows, they know that they stole that, so that they're going to have some less reserves available to them to stop these shots, and barely getting to that one will be Envy taking up the goal again.
It took P a really great chip to the center, and then Space Force Gaming just did not know what to do with it. I don't think Sizzly even got a touch on it. And as a result, even with 3 players, sometimes it's not enough if the ball just keeps on going the way RAF Storm Shadows are expecting it to go. That's at a third one in. Sour Patch Kid, his own little attempt. Backboard is safe. Cedric is there. And now on the other side, P flicks one, tries to flick the other one. Seriously, still needs to be careful because Cedric's still rushing towards it. And even if he wins that 50-50, RAF Storm Shadows are waiting in the wings.
See what Sir Sizzly can do, but they get demoed for their efforts. Dingleberry does get the touch that time as well. He had a chance for the setup. Envy, potential. Cedric, we'll see what they can do. Now Envy's got a chance to pop this one up. Sir Sizzly does get the demo, or not the demo, excuse me, the dunk on that play. And we'll see if they can tie things up, but they still just give up possession to RAF Storm Shadows, and it's not exactly what you want to see for this team.
Oh, and I say credit to RAF Storm Shadows. Possession had been won. Cedric's challenges on that attempt from the air were crucial in not letting this game go to a 3-3 result. Dingleberry on the flank. There's a demo on P, but Cedric comes in just in time. Now continues to run. He creates something at the other end of the field, tries to hug it along the wall. You know that Envy and the rest. Envy is demolished. P, Starflash Kid in the middle. There's no good angle. There's no immediate shot on target. And Space Force Gaming gets rebutted. We'll try again, but it's to the corner. He's already waiting a follow-up elsewhere. They need to get on the end of that. This is awkward. Cedric, still too high. Sir Sizzly, and the clear just did not come.
What a nice tying goal that we see here from Space Force Gaming. Dingleberry off the crossbar, Sir Sizzly with the follow-through afterwards as well. RAF Storm Shadows, they got to be thinking about how they could have saved that one to guarantee themselves the win in game 1. But 10 seconds to go. We will see if we'll get a last-second effort to close out this game, or we get overtime for the first game of the bracket stage. Just kind of a preview of what's to come for the rest of this tournament.
Yes, this is the appetizer. Game 1, Cedric, Sir Sizzly is there. Otherwise, that looked like a breakaway opportunity for Cedric and RAF Storm Shadows. Now, pushing past multiple players. Ooh, that gets past Dingleberry, if I'm not mistaken. Long, clear. Yes, they have the boost, RAF Storm Shadows. They have Cedric rushing on through, beating one, beating a second one, Dingleberry. Sarpashke does not get the boost. So now returning back into the defense, he is right there in the corner. Sizzly to Dingleberry to backboard. That's backboard that RAF Storm Shadows are going to collect.
Already past the 40-second mark in overtime, and that could be potential. Sir Sizzly, dangerous cross in front of the net, but the only one that they could make. Potential to see counterattack from RAF Storm Shadows. They have possession of the ball, but they didn't really have a good grasp of it. Instead, Sour Patch Kid have the pressure up themselves. Dingleberry with a centering shot. He almost had a chance to get this away themselves. Back into the clutches of Sour Patch Kid for another go.
Will be Dingleberry. Dribble versus P. He then receives the ball with no boost. Again, plays passively. He can just stand there, and whoever rushes towards him at whatever the speed, the ball is just going to bounce off P. And hopefully for him, in a good position. Now return to the blue side of the field. Backboard, Cedric, E, Envy, and will it actually cost them? It will. Unable to figure out how to move the ball out of their own side. Cedric plays it hastily, ends up with Sarpach in front of him, and Dingleberry finishes up with his teammates. That's it. Game number 1 in overtime to Space Force Gaming.
What a goal that is by Space Force Gaming. They got to be super excited about clearing things out there themselves. 1-0 into this best of 5. But they also are thinking in the back of their minds, we got here before. We had the 2-0 lead in the last series. We got reverse swept, so there is potential for a comeback by RAF Storm Shadows. We will see what the adjustments are going to be. They're getting the coaching here as well to make sure that they have all the motivation necessary and the adjustments that they need to make to get the win in game 2.
I mean, I said that this might be like a 5-game series. You also mentioned it could be a 4-game series, 5-game series. And if this goes for another reverse sweep, you have a reverse sweep first, they need to drop 2 games. Then the reverse sweep is going to start. So it's all according to plan. Everything's proceeding as normal.
We'll see what happens. Space Force, though, they know they don't want this to happen, and they want to just get a 3-0 sweep. They could have potentially done that, so we'll see if that is a possibility for them. Again, though, there's still a chance for anything to happen in these best of 5s. Players taking the full 60 seconds to make sure that they are primed and ready for this matchup to progress. We'll see what P can do with the ball here. So Sizzly did decently well with some of the setups before. And now looking at how they can move down the field and get things going for themselves based off the success of the last game. I mean, we saw 10 shots from Storm Shadows. So if they at least have a similar performance, it'll be big for them, but off the post and away, and there goes P for the finish for the first goal.
Yes, it has been slowly unfolding. Envy beats 2. Sour Patch Kid, no connection, and he manages to put it somewhere where oncoming defender cannot reach out. Again, not the strongest shot since he has to go opposite of his direction. It works out just right. Now after kickoff, they're going to be continuing and looking to find more P. Cedric could have pinched off of him, but it also could have ended disastrously if the pinch would have gone some other way and 2 players committing on the same spot would have left their third in a very precarious position. So far, RF Storm Shadows, even with the loss in the previous game, those 10 shots you mentioned means that they're there in front of Space Force Gaming net and keep on trying, keep on making attempts. With that kind of shot count, you know that you're going to get goals.
It was 13 on the other end for the Space Force Gaming side, so they looked really good, at least on offense, and had plenty of saves as well. But Cedric was kind of the star of the show. 4 shots, a goal, an assist, and 5 saves, which kept it so competitive. So it just goes to show how you need to be doing a little bit of everything at this stage of the competition to progress forward. But even then, sometimes it does not prove to be enough when you're stuck on your half for such a long time. It went to overtime, though, so again, it could have been anyone's ball game at that point. The point here is that RF Storm Shadows need to take advantage of this lead that they have, strengthen it, and make sure they can secure the victory to tie up the series.
Cedric is going to be looking to add another one to the tally of RAF Storm Shadows. P, way down deep, has a shot on target. Dingleberry puts it to the side as safe as possible, and it also allows Sizzly to at least make a touch. That is as much as he can make. Sarpach Kid, Envy, down to him. There are players of RAF Storm Shadows on the back wall. He grabs the boost, and in this situation, they cannot find anything else. Just starving the opposition of the resources. P past the last defender, and it's 2 for Storm Shadows.
Ooh, good touches across the board so far. And P's just really been the star of the show for this RF Storm Shadows team. They were playing more of like that third man in the rotation, but now they are the finisher for their squad, and that's exactly what they were missing in the last game. This go around, they've shored up their weaknesses, and the coaching has been working so far. I mean, kudos to them.
Shout out goes to Stelios, Aspadi, and Envy, and Cedric finishing up the move. It feels like there was no stopping them the moment that this demo came through, and all three of them, the flying V formation, crashed down on the net of Space War Gaming. Well, halfway through, and this game number 2 has turned the tides around.
This is a massive windfall for RAF Storm Shadows. Exactly the preferential wins that they were hoping for in this series. Still plenty of time for Space Force Gaming to come back. We've known they've been capable of it, especially Dingleberry, from how they performed before. Sir Sizzly takes it to the left side and gets it past one, and they don't even have to worry too much about a contest onto that play. They just take it the distance, and it's easy as that.
He just does everything himself, surrounded by 3 RAF Storm Shadows players, wins the ball, sends it downfield, not just stuck in there in the same spot, and then returns to it ahead of everybody else. Sure it shows how well they can work it, but a return goal or a hat-trick for P immediately follows for 1.
Oh wow, great setup off the sidewall there too, and really just delivered the payload. They didn't even need to touch it at the end there. It was just for an extra effort. 2 minutes and 2 seconds, a whole different game than we saw in the first one for RAF Storm Shadows. Exactly what they were working towards. They studied for the final, and they're acing their test at this point. Just gotta hope that there's no surprises within from Space Force Gaming. Otherwise, they should have top marks, at least in game 2.
Envy and the rest of the RAF Storm Shadows just keeping it neat and tidy. Now give me rushing out versus Sir Sizzly. Somebody trying to catch them, and in the end, it's P adding his 4th to the tally. Right here, Dingleberry really helps out P on that rush out. And the moment this flip zone happened, you are beat. This is just happening in the nick of time. Either react and you lose.
Now another potential attack on the orange half of the field for Storm Shadows. Envy looking for any opportune chance for them to get on the scoreboard. It's mainly been their teammates who have been the stars of the show so far in game 2. Sent to the heavens though. P with another goal, crossbar and in. 5 goals on 6 shots. An amazing setup by Cedric.
It floats down so beautifully, and it is tight underneath the crossbar for yet another one from RAF Storm Shadows. After being this close, requiring an overtime in game number 1, this showcase for RAF Storm Shadows, they were not the ones who won that first overtime. No, it was Space Force Gaming. What RAF Storm Shadows are currently showing on the field is nothing short of beautiful. And they are looking like they're going to be tying this game number 2. Scoreline is quite out of control by this point.
Yeah, not enough time really left for Space Force Gaming to do anything about this. At least maybe preventing a trip to Brazil in the bracket stage. 30 seconds remaining now. A bump by Envy. Cedric had something there. P goes for a shot. Dingleberry now trying to clear this away from their half, but that's going to be another shot chance, and it will be the Brazil activated by RAF Storm Shadows.
7-1. Complete performance from RAF Storm Shadows, and everything that they've thrown at the net of Space Force Gaming seems to stick. And I think it's the interplay between the players. By no means this is everybody popping up singularly. Without Envy, P, and Cedric assisting one another and helping each other out, this would not have been possible. And if they risk too much altogether, it's also not possible. So everybody puts in just the right amount of effort for this to happen. As the ball is being kept alive, Dingleberry lets it drop. But RAF Storm Shadows just dropped a bomb on their opposition. What a result. 7-1. That ties up our series. It's a best of 5, so 2 more wins to go.
We'll see who comes out on top this time. No reverse sweeps on the horizon for either squad, but adjustments will have to be made by the side of Space Force Gaming. They saw how lethal their opponents were during their previous bout, but now it is just flashbacks to disaster and insanity, as they didn't really have the best performance in this game too, and I think a lot of that came down to how well P was able to step up to the plate for their team, hopped off throughout all of this. Also another KBM player. It just seems to be the day of KBM prowess for these, and maybe that's what P stands for, is prowess.
Yes. Perfect. Absolutely perfect on his preferred input of choice. Wow. Yes, this has been a deconstruction of their opponent by RAF Storm Shadows. If we look at those stats.
Gosh.
Yeah, six assists in total. Envy usually has been the scorer. This time he has stepped back, but he has been supporting Cedric and P with assists. Quick old start, and as if the previous game has not even happened. Off the kickoff in 2 seconds, Space Force Gaming opened up the scoring in game number 3.
Beautiful work by the side of Space Force Gaming. Start off strong and exactly where they need to find themselves if they want to come back in this series with a lead. It just comes down to how long they'll be able to hold on to it. Can they strengthen it? What the strategy will be from their opponents to get rid of it. We'll see the strategy come to fruition if RF Storm Shadows can get possession of the ball at all. They were trying to see if they could go for a demo onto Dingleberry, wisely bobbing and weaving away from it. Sour Patch Kid, not exactly what they wanted to see.
And Cedric, P, Envy. There's going to be a shot, but by that point, Space Force Gaming were already tracking that ball for a good amount of time. This could be a great pass. Cedric were still flying through the air and unable to receive anything needed to land first. Sir Sidley removed, and I think for a good cause to the corner goes. Sorry, actually, no, it was a Dingleberry. There's so many players around. Space Force Gaming is throwing a lot of bodies on that net. They want to escape this fickle 1-goal lead as fast as possible and turn it into something more tangible.
Space Force Gaming, 2 players up, one with not enough boost to really do anything about the ball. This is a bad spot to be in. Dingleberry barely gets to the side and it gets bounced up to the top of the arena. Sour Patch Kid was hoping for the boost to respawn, but no dice on that play. Gives plenty of time for Envy to clear this out. 1v1 scenario there. Wins the 50-50 in the midfield. Sir Sisley, plenty of chances to clear this out, but directly into Cedric. Thankfully enough, it was a little bit off the mark.
In the corner are RAF Storm Shadows, but they have so many Space Force Gaming players against them that it's really hard for them to create anything. It's try hard as you might when you're in that position where you're stationary, when you cannot play a bounce off the wall, bringing it through so many cards, it's nigh impossible. Right now, even the backboard is covered. So pass from P to Cedric. Makes a couple of Space Force Gaming players jump. Now this pinch would have worked, but Dingleberry was all ready to receive it. Keeps on going back and forth. Storm Shadows keeping it on the other side. And those kind of clears were allowing to hold on to the possessions for just a little bit longer. Cedric underneath, the side it goes.
Well, at the halfway point of this game, a lot different of a story for Storm Shadows than we saw previously. They're hoping that they could keep their performance going, but maybe use their quota of goals through the series in that last game. In Space Force Gaming, they're like, yeah, we'll let you have those. Exhaust yourselves a little bit. We'll just save our effort for the next game. But it's still only a 1-goal margin, so plenty of opportunity. This seems to be the land of it for Space Force Gaming to potentially get another goal and shut down Storm Shadows as best as possible.
He's not on target. Oh, the crossbar denies him. I was looking top right corner. Elsewhere, but what a shot and what an opportunity. RF Storm Shadows now can get a couple of more attempts right here, as the attack is not necessarily over once it just dings out. And clears. Find RF Storm Shadows, or I think it's maybe more correct to say that the RF Storm Shadows find the clears and bring it all back. Underneath everybody goes P, and that's the tying goal in this game number 3 that has been back and forth, back and forth.
beautiful work being put in by these players on Storm Shadows, and P really the most improved since game 1 for this team, making sure that they can be a menace on the sticks, or not even on the sticks, on the KBM for their team at this point in time. Really giving them the prime opportunity to strike for Cedric. Good one there from P, but goes straight into the waiting arms of Dingleberry. Not a phrase I thought I'd be saying on the broadcast. but Sour Patch Kid.
We are.
Exactly. Anything can happen on the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. But with less than a minute to go, there's also anyone that can step into the plate to score a goal. Almost saw one there. Cedric somehow didn't get possession of it. Envy didn't want to overcommit on the play. A wise decision at that.
All right, now returns back with Sir Sizzler already in the middle. Cedric with a contest. P does not get a touch. There's Envy on the corner, and now a long clear, but already Cedric waiting in the center of the field. More attempts coming in on through. It is lucky, I suppose, from both teams that the ball keeps on spiking upwards, meaning that no team can really take possession of it and start running away with it. But it just makes every single interaction with said ball very awkward and requires a lot of resources to get to it. Well, there's a lot of predictions trying to figure out where would it be, where are we going to be. One last attack. P on the wall, does not have the boost. Going to be dropping down. Cedric lifts it high. Sour Patch Kid blocks him off, and Dingleberry would just love to kill it down. For the second time in this series, Vaudable, we're having an overtime. First one went to Space Force Gaming. Cedric and P, though, are rushing out pretty quick.
It just shows how much of an anomaly that last game was, where it went a Brazil in favor of RAF Storm Shadows. This one going to overtime is more of the standard affair we kind of expected to see here in Storm Shadows. We're so close to closing things out and being on match point to move on in the upper bracket. Sour Patch Kid bumped away. The demo comes through too. A 2-for-1 special on the defensive end, but Sour Patch Kid is resilient as can be. It stands true, sticking to their guns and waiting for the attack from Storm Shadows. Was able to clear things out a little bit more, but demos continue for Space Force, this time getting involved in their own right.
All right, Storm Shadows still holding on clear. Could be a target, but Envy will be forcing Sour Patch Kid and Dingleberry to retreat, and in just time, but this is gonna fall back into the net. And perhaps this is not how RAF Storm Shadows have drawn it up, but they're gonna take a goal regardless. Straight touch. Overtime is over. 2-1 for RAF Storm Shadows, match point, and a chance to move on to the next round where Air Force Gaming awaits. Do you even want to go there? Is it better to just go the other route?
Maybe that's the strategy here for Space Force. Is like, yeah, we don't want to play Air Force Gaming in that next round. So instead, how about we lose this series? No, I don't think that's what they're thinking at all. Especially with it going to overtime twice in a row, and then the one time it didn't, we saw that 7-1 victory. So it can go either way for this series, but it hasn't gone in the favor of Space Force Gaming. And leaning closer to what I was talking about before here, Jam, with my prediction of a 4-1 victory. Based on the performances so far, if things continue this way, it's likely to be the case.
So four games, 3-1 victory? Yep, sounds about right. It's getting there. 3-2 for me is still possible. We'll see which way it's going to go, but just like you, I predicted Royal Air Force Esports, the Storm Shadows, to take it in a very close-fought battle, and that's exactly it. That's exactly what we're seeing on our screens with 2 overtimes. How can you say it's not incredibly close? As we're getting a little bit of a moment in between. Taking a look at those trophies, that's what the players are fighting for, as well as just the pride and representation of their own country. For RAF Storm Shadows, only one game win separates them from moving on to the next round. And for whoever is going to be the inevitable loser of the series, there's still the lower bracket in which they will be able to make their heroic run.
That there is, so we'll see exactly if Space Force Gaming in game number 4 are able to bounce back and force a Game 5, or if Storm Shadows will take the match point victory, move on to tomorrow in the upper bracket to face off against Air Force Gaming, the #1 seed in this competition. Undefeated, hadn't dropped the game just yet. Whoever wins this one awaits that team. So biding their time, maybe prolonging the series so they don't have to think about it. That could be the strategy here.
One of many, that's for sure. Still on 0, Dingleberry. Would love to see something to his name. You see Sir Sizzly removing players, and yet another bump. Not sure if this would have affected anything, but Sour Patch Kids shot opens up the scoring for Space Force Gaming. They contribute the players. They make sure that they overwhelm the Storm Shadows.
That's what they need to do to get that first goal on the board. And we'll see what comes from here on out for Space Force Gaming. The big struggle for them was getting that second goal and a strong enough lead against Storm Shadows where they didn't have to worry too much, but this is just the exact precision play we expect to see from Storm Shadows. Taking them to task whenever they need to in the neutral zone and not giving them too much room to work with, because they know once Space Force Gaming gets a hot streak, it's really hard to stop them. A lot of teams struggled against them for that reason.
Once you go on that hot streak, yeah, sometimes there's just absolutely nothing that can ground you back. P, great shot. Sour Patch Kid, right time, right place. And Reisner continuing. I'm pretty sure Envy was going to be looking for Cedric. Cedric move on to the center field to receive that pass, and still up in the air they go. Dingleberry on the backboard, and that's a great choice because Envy low on boost. Dingleberry, of course, does not know that. Just to test it out, see how it works. More pitches come through. P goes up high. The angle is not going to be that good for him. 3 Space Force Gaming players on the ball, and yet Sir Sizzly comes in out of that clutch and makes it out with a clear as well.
At the halfway point of this game now, though, Storm Shadows, they want to close things out. They know that they have it in them to do just that, and how crucial getting this victory will be. The problem is, they haven't been able to boost starve the other squad as much as they did before. Still taking up the reserves from the end, but not proven to be enough, especially when you're missing connections like that. Just barely so. Pre-jumped towards it. So you could have hoped you got the read, but no dice there. They'll have to go back to the drawing board themselves. Envy, after the pop-up, there's P. Sour Patch Kids. Their kid has a chance there. Envy again off the ceiling. Nah, not the touch that they wanted either. So it's been just a struggle bus here on the offensive end for Storm Shadows to find something that sticks.
That was a lovely move. Cedric could have been the first one to play on that ball, but he skips it and leaves it to Envy, who can now use a situation where Space Force Gaming were already committed to the first potential chance. And you have to think that the first available player is going to make any sort of touches. Still, we're all the way back to the other side of the field. Cedric with a breakaway opportunity beats 2, and on target it goes tied game. We only have 1 minute and 22 remaining. I think I smell an overtime coming, Audible.
You think? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we've had 2 so far. What's 1 more? I mean, they're 1 for 1 in terms of overtime, so why not potentially take us to a Game 5 scenario from that? Still, as I mentioned before, a lot of moments left based on the time on the clock right now for greatness. Either side be able to take advantage, and it will be Sir Sizzly this go around. They really want to force that Game 5.
Just so that our script looks as if we have written a great little rush attempt for Space Force Gaming. And going ahead at this point, so close to the end of the Game 4, is instrumental. Knowing as these games, with the exception of game number 2, my god, Arya Storm Shadows coming up with 7 goals. What on earth was that? Overall, incredibly close, incredibly the same way that we see during the group stage between these two teams. We're just getting a repeat, heading off what might be yet another 5-game thriller. Off the flank will be P. He pops it not where somewhere from his team can get it, and now has to commit. Cedric needs to be very careful where he places that ball.
The good news for the loser of this series here, Jam, is that they still have a little bit of a bye into that lower bracket, as they would face off against the loser of the second semifinal. So not the one where the winner of this plays off against Air Force Gaming, but the winner of Coast Guard Gaming, HMS Triumph, and then the French Air Force versus RAF Shadows. So they still have, you know, some good pace to make it into the later stages of this tournament based on where they got themselves. So they have some things to think about, and one thing that they do have to think about for now, as the time is at its last legs, is that we have another Game 5 on our hands. Let us know in chat and get loud in the arena for these teams on who you are cheering about to get the victory. Will it be RAF Storm Shadows to take this in stride like they did in the last time? Or will it be Space Force Gaming going the distance, improving themselves? That last series they faced off against each other was but a mere fluke. Only one of these two teams can move on into the winners round 2 to face off against the juggernauts of Air Force Gaming. It's all going to come down to this final game here, Jam. How are you thinking it's going to go?
In a brilliant and unexpected way. Up until I think the last minute, we won't be able to separate the two sides. 2 overtimes, 10 games now. So including this one, they played 10 games today to try to separate themselves, and still they're fighting it incredibly hard. I'm glad that we are able to place 2 teams so close to one another in the standings and then see the result on the field as well. That these teams are indeed very close matched. They can indeed take it, just the smallest of the differences will separate them on the field. And as game number 5 starts, RAF Storm Shadows opt for a little bit of a fake kickoff, not a full-on extension. But they try to use every single thing that they've got to get an advantage over Space Force Gaming, who would want nothing more than to not go into the lower bracket and take it right here.
We'll see who takes it at the end of the day, but right now we still have a lot of time in regulation to delineate, and it will be Envy striking true first. Storm Shadows on the board initially.
It's a start, and it all works out through them finding an angle where they're uncontested and catching Space Force Gaming when they're not home. 1-0, it's a good start, but the game is long, and we've seen both teams being more than capable of scoring heaps of goals.
Bit of an odd clear to the other corner, but it kind of worked out in their favor. Maybe not too much now, so after the demo comes through, Sour Patch Kid with the centering chance. Dingleberry followed through. If it was just a few pixels to the right, would have been a goal. Nobody was prepared for that powerful shot from Dingleberry. Instead, back to the orange half. No time for a breather. Dingleberry with a shot, stopped out by Envy. He's got a chance to take this aside. Now another opportunity with a demo, though, for Sour Patch Kid. Double demo to clear the field. They are being much more aggressive than they were before.
They have to. They absolutely have to. Right now, any sort of plan by RAF Storm Shadows needs to be nipped in the bud, and those demos would be work out just well. Even if one remaining player can send the ball down, so far, RAF Storm Shadows goals 90% of the time would come off pass in place. So if you have nobody to pass to, or somebody to give you a pass, nothing is going to happen. But of course, all of these demos are risky if you have to venture in the opponent's territory to get them, doubly so. So we're just going to be waiting and seeing how much aggression and risk can they take. Post the nice Sour Patch Kid on a play that had him beat everybody in RAF Storm Shadows.
Already another chance, though, for Envy. They almost snuck it underneath defense. Got a demo for some extra effort. Nobody's really in a good position on the net, trying to see if they could take out Sir Sizzly while P is getting into their own position as well. Another opportunity here. Nice deflection the other direction. Sour Patch Kid can't really get possession of the ball as quickly as they would like to, so it'll go a different way for them. Sir Sizzly No touch in sight there either. These teams are feeling the pressure, especially with it being less than half the game to go in Game 5.
Who will this pressure get to? Whether it's going to be their RF Storm Shadows in the lead, Space Force Gaming, who have to risk Mbappe. Envy, as we usually call him, makes that save. Cedric to the corner, or being intended for P. He's passing that demo, honestly, off that smoke screen. If the demo would happen before the contact of the ball and the car, it could have been a perfect distraction for that shot. But not particularly this time. Space Force Gaming good on boost, now can even retreat and grab some more from their own side. All the while, RF Storm Shadows are bringing the ball left and right, but not forward. Sir Sizzly hits the crossbar, and Cedric needs to be very quick in bringing that out. Not going to get the boost. Throw it down to Sizzly. He just restarts it. How vulnerable will our Storm Shadows be? Not too much, but the ball still returns to their own side, and they need to find a way to get rid of it. Hot potato, hot potato.
That is what it feels like at this point. Storm Shadows, though, not going to get off so easily, especially with only having the 1-goal lead. Sour Patch Kid thwarted by Cedric. A demo comes through, but both players rotating in the same line. Sour Patch Kid doing what they can to delay some extra time. Sir Sizzly into the corner, trying to pinch it with the wall to set things up. Dingleberry committed a bit too soon on the play. This is a dangerous spot to be in, but they barely keep it away. P can't get possession of the ball either. Everyone extended too far, and that hits the post and is away. That should have been a goal.
Have to try again. Space Force Gaming, their time is running out. Cedric, long clear. P, just a safety, looks for a bump. And Dingleberry is beaten. 2. Seems like it is unclimbable mountain, but he was close. But yeah, threatened by P. P didn't even finish the whole block. He just was there, and a force field around him stopped Dingleberry from getting to the ball.
Only 15, less than that now, seconds remaining. It's a 3-0 lead for Storm Shadows. It went all the way to Game 5, but with the time that is left on the clock, it looks like it's an inevitability here, Jim. Storm Shadows have pulled off a likely victory. We'll see if a potential kickoff goal comes through. Otherwise, it'll be congratulations to move on in the upper bracket. And there it goes again, the blue half dominance that we've seen throughout this series. They made a statement in Game 2 with the 7-1 victory, but fought thick and thin throughout the series to come out on top at the end of it. Valiant effort, though, by Space Force Gaming to pull this all the way to Game 5. Just didn't prove to be enough.
Yeah, after what has perspired in Game number 2, to get any sort of games after that where you could win is wild, but yet still they managed to climb on up, at least to the game number 5. Their tournament is not over yet. Space Force Gaming are still going to be seen tomorrow in the lower bracket, but for RAF Storm Shadows, twice in a row in a 5-game thrillers on the same day, they managed to defeat their opponents, and it does not get easier every single time. I think it only gets harder to defeat your opponent in such a close-fought battle.
Yeah, I mean, this is the team that's played the most Game 5, so they have the most experience at this level throughout this competition. So GG's across the board, but it will be Storm Shadows moving on to that next round in the upper bracket against Air Force Gaming. They'll play first thing tomorrow, so definitely keep an eye out for that. As you can see on the bottom end there, Space Force Gaming will be awaiting the loser of that second round 2 matchup between the winner of Coast Guard Gaming and HMS Triumph and French Air Force and RAF Shadows. So that's one to look out for as well. A lot more competition to go here, Jam. I mean, we have Coast Guard Gaming facing off against HMS Triumph in this next one. Then after that, French Air Force and RF Shadows to close out the day. But we do have our interview here with Killer Pigeon. Let's go into it.
Yes, I am joined by the winners, RAF, SS. And, well, I thought about bringing in your 4th teammate, the goalpost, in that final game, but we got P instead. A pleasure as always, P, mate. how, like twice in a row, this series is top, nail biter down to the finish. Talk me through how you're feeling after something like that.
Hot and sweaty. It's a very good series. I love a game 5. The nerves, the shaking, the sweating, all of us are. But no, great series. I hope we don't see them again. I hope we go through the top. But yeah, no, it's tough.
And talk to me, day 2 start to day 2 finish, right? Like, talk to me the difference that this must make, because going to this day, fair to say you guys had a really rough day number 1. Morale must have been surging up and beyond for how this ended.
Yeah, I mean, we lost our first game today, but we won every game since our first loss this morning, so we've finished the way we not began, but kicked off after the first game. Hopefully we can start tomorrow the same way we finished off today.
I mean, it's a big one as well, because it's going to be a repeat of the way you started your journey at this tournament. AFG still the big boogeyman to beat. What's different this time?
Well, they looked a bit shaky against the French, so while we're on a high and they're on a low, I think we can give them a great game. They're dropping some games tomorrow. Mark my words.
Fierce fighting words. I'd love to see that. And just one thing to reassure or devastate my casters: have you got more names planned?
We'll leave that as a secret for tomorrow.
The strategy may continue, but thank you for talking to us, P. The strategies may continue with them, but the games need to continue here, because we've got more of the upper bracket. When we come back, it's going to be the Coast Guard Gaming going up against HMS Triumph. Let's see if the Sea Mines, the Coast Guard, can sink that submarine.
the bank and I'm depositing the large amount. Making moves inside the spot, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play, these busters they been not about. Walk up in the bank and I'm depositing the large amount. Making moves inside the spot, I promise it's been not a shout. Nothing but some profit down the way that I've been walking down. It's okay, making a play, these busters they been not about.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. I'm Vaudeville. We got Relic here to close out the final 2 series of Winners Round 1 with me. But before we do that, let's take a look at the standings and how we got to this point in time. If you missed it, this is where things went down for Round Robin. Air Force Gaming on top, HMS Triumph on the bottom. Looking at the series differentials, those are just based on the amount of games that were won or lost. Storm Shadow's kind of in the middle, but they proved to be a little bit more furious than before with another victory against Space Force Gaming just now. And we'll see Space Force Gaming a little bit later tomorrow in that lower bracket, but also now we have 2 more matches on the docket. How are you feeling about this one, Relic?
How am I feeling is a great question. I think the better question would be, how's HMS Triumph feeling? Because for these 2 teams now, that losers round 1 awaits one of them through the trapdoor into the lower bracket. And Triumph is undoubtedly the team that has struggled the most. Not necessarily straight out the gates of games either. I think they've actually been incredibly competitive on a number of occasions, not least against Air Force Gaming, the #1 team in this double elim bracket. We need to see that triumph, and we need to see that triumph sooner rather than later, because the Coast Guard are firm opponents, and they themselves will think that this surely is one of the best matchups that they possibly could have had to make their way through the upper side of the bracket.
A battle of the seas for both of these divisions. We'll see exactly who will dominate the waters and navigate all the way to safety throughout this competition. Hello. There we go. So I didn't miss that one this time. Not going to get on to be about that one, Relic. But either way, seeing how these 2 teams have proven themselves as best they can throughout the round robin stage. It's a tale of 2 different stories. Triumph have tried to triumph and have come up a little bit lackluster, and Coast Guard Gaming have been doing all of that, especially staring into our souls. You can just imagine the yo-ho music just being played with just a wash of black and white filter onto that.
Hello, darkness, my old friends. Who's going to meet one of these 2 friends again? That's the question, though. Of course, best of 5, as has been the case for the entirety of this tournament up until this point. We don't hit best of 7s until those winners and losers finals, and it is very possible that one of these 2 teams, maybe both of these 2 teams for all we know, won't make it that far. Fresh slate, double elimination bracket, Coast Guard in the blue, Triumph in the orange, and Coast Guard get us going within 15 seconds.
Speed and precision. That's what we've been seeing so far from these players on Coast Guard Gaming. They have been locked in, cruise missiles ready to hit their targets, and they've been able to accomplish their mission so far. But now on the transition, Lou Money might have a chance. Tries to get it past 1. A little too low and slow to get it through the goal line. Good touch by Lights. Echo on the follow-up. Xylem has potential on this play. Good touch by Lights off the sidewall for the follow-through. Had a touch, but not the angle that they were hoping for. And a defenseman there. Simple Bog clearing out the goal line from their own teammate. A tough spot to be in. Got up at the last second. Otherwise would have been a goal for Echo.
We start looking up at the time of the ball. Still a lot of it left. It feels like we've been stuck on defense here with a Triumph for a solid 30-40 seconds, and that's because we have. It's been all Coast Guard Gaming straight from this second kickoff. There's been barely any looks for HMS Triumph, although a look there has been still. glimpses of hope, signs of life. And although they make it through 1 and 2 players, Lights in control of the back.
See what happens here is Echo. A beautiful touch forward. Xylem, exactly what they were looking for. Getting the second goal and cushioning their lead as much as they can. The biggest problem there is just the rotation. HMS Triumph overcommitted, thought they could go for a goal scoring opportunity, but it was nowhere in sight.
It was a sweet touch to bring it down at the very least from Xylem. I'd say over the shoulder, but again, similar to our feet argument earlier, it's not really a shoulder, it's more of a over the rear wing, I guess. But an underrated piece of control. And then he makes it simple for himself to put it away for that second. Whew! A little bit too much mustard on that crossfield ball. Nevertheless, ends up with Echo. Lights. Xylem taking over through the corner. Stimplebog misses out. And there's Lou Money to, well, get a piece of it.
Need to see a bit more pieces of the pie being taken care of by HMS Triumph. Stimplebog and Lou Money in a bit of an odd spot. Judge doing all they can. Keep this progressing away from their half of the pitch. Lights, even with the little boost, just has the speed and momentum behind them to bully the defense out of their comfort zone. A good block by Lou Money to keep this out of the clutches of Coast Guard Gaming for now. It was a dangerous scoop by Xylem. They had to make the save, otherwise could have easily ended up in the back of their own net.
Not totally uncompetitive here, as Triumph will have another look at net, not registered as a shot. But any forward momentum is good momentum for this team. It hasn't exactly struggled to find goals. It's keeping them out that has consistently been the issue, and certainly been exasperated, as you rightly pointed out, Bod, by their struggles to rotate back in time. Nice double save here. But with less than 2 minutes to go, Coast Guard, it feels like, playing well within themselves.
Definitely, especially with the 3 goals that they've been able to secure so far in game number 1. I mean, these first rounds, you kind of expect the higher seed to come out on top with the way things have been going thus far. That's exactly what we're seeing here with Coast Guard Gaming in game number 1. 2nd seed versus 7th seed, based on the number of teams who qualified for this tournament. But either way, HMS Triumph not going down without a fight. See what they can do if they get possession of the ball. Lights can't do much with it. Stimplebog, not exactly the touch they were searching for, but still a clear out nonetheless, so that'll help them even more so.
It's just a dichotomy of this Triumph team. I was delighted to be able to point out, no, look, they're talking to each other, letting each other know where to go. That's wonderful, because this is a team that has often gone radio silent, it looks like. And then immediately within the next 20 seconds, radio silence on comms and also a double commit. It's just very simple things that can be fixed. But I fear that this team is worried about their lack of mechanical skill in comparison to their opponents. There does seem to be an inherent lack of trust as well when it comes to who's going to go for what simple assignment. And I'm not saying let's retreat back to Season 5 RLCS striker, midfielder, anchor types of strategy. Total rotation is here to say, don't get me wrong. But little things here and there can make all of the difference. There's 30 seconds remain of this one.
Time ticking down for Triumph to put as many feet forward as they can. Try to walk the ball into the back of the net on the other end of the pitch. Speed's been the name of the game, though, for the Coast Guard Gaming, and that's what's been keeping them to task against this HMS Triumph squad, who haven't been able to keep up with them thus far. And if they want to continue where they left off in the next game, that's exactly what they'll have to focus on. And also, just watch the goal replay here as they get into the next one.
I don't quite know how to describe this game, Laudable. I guess the phrase that comes to mind is that the Coast Guard did what needed to be done. It wasn't anything particularly flashy. It wasn't anything particularly fly. It didn't feel like they were stretching their legs at all. It just felt like, and I do mean this in the most complimentary way, they played Rocket League solidly. No mistakes, no silly giveaways, and no avenues for the HMS Triumph to actually find any form of momentum from those mistakes. Like, they had to try and forge something together themselves, and nothing really came hitherto.
Well, it is the first game of the bracket stage for both these teams, and again, we talk about the discrepancy between their seeds as well, so a lot of stuff that is coming into play when it comes to this series. So HMS Triumph, we will see what they can do going forward. As we always talk about it, you got to take baby steps. First a goal, then a game, then a series. So far, they haven't been able to get a series yet in this tournament, but there's always time to start that momentum in your favor by getting a goal on the board and going from then on out. They've had a lot of good looks so far with some of the challenges up to this point, but right now, they got to stop giving up these goal-scoring opportunities, especially to the Scarab.
I was going to say, I thought my eyes deceived me. They did not. My glasses don't need to be checked. That is indeed a Scarab, the vehicle of choice for Boy Arroyo. Hope you're out there, my friend. And it has got a competitive goal. 4 seconds into game 1. I know Jam and you were having a great conversation about kickoff strats earlier. Triumph haven't exactly had the best run of it when it comes to kickoffs, and especially that first one, so important. Runaway goals do happen. You don't want it to be straight out the gates. Not as bad, of course, as the goal within 1 second that we saw earlier today, though.
True. Definitely not as bad as that, but again, that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Some teams are really good at kickoff goals, some teams are not so much. One or the other.
All right, let's see what you can do then. Judge Drury throwing it away. Oh, Echo was there. Downfield, lights. Nice positional awareness, but a whiff here will allow Lou Money to send it over to Stimple Bog. Echo, lights, Judge Drury nowhere near it. Xylem helps Echo on his bike. Stimple Bog underneath. Xylem, all right, Lou Money. It's 2v1 here, and just panicked a little bit, Vodable. The chance was there, and they snatched at it.
There's been a couple of chances like that, and Judge has a chance here to put it through the first one on the board for HMS Triumph in the bracket stage. Ties things up, and while they're telling us there's a chance.
He puts the hammer down. The sentence reads thus. Coast Guard Gaming, watch out. We're still here. And we've just conceded off. I mean, listen, Audible. I don't mean to say that I'm experiencing deja vu. I mean to say, I think I'm experiencing deja vu.
I think you're experiencing deja vu as well, and I think we say that,
thank you for reinforcing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Got to validate you. I can't pinch you because we're not in the same, time zone or anything, so.
It's the thought that counts.
Save that for a future land.
It's the thought that counts. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, man. It's these moments which make me feel so much for the players, especially when you're punching upwards, as you say, bottom seed, not expected to win, but there's still hope. And after getting that first goal, tying the game, to concede straight away. Oh, and it was almost 3-1-2. Even that a source of celebration, perhaps, but here's Lights with another one!
Wow.
And it looks a lot prettier too, Vodable.
Bar down ski from them. That is the nicest setup play I've seen on a Scarab in some time. It just goes to show it doesn't matter. The car doesn't maketh the man.
Make it the team is what's important in this game. Sure, you can have individual pop-offs, but the reason why the Coast Guard are so feared is what they're doing all over the pitch, and you can see Xylem popping up on the feed with a demo. Here he is again with a shot,
Wow.
and it's really well placed.
Snifflebog tried their best to clear this away, and the problem is with these like big, long-winded touches that you cleared away, trying to just bob and weave and dodge a demo, is that you give open opportunities like that away to your opponents. You got to keep it close to your chest as best as you can, or I guess the undercarriage of your car in that case.
Gorgeous control from Echo. Lights. Oh, Loom Money's actually found the save. That genuinely impresses me because of how much he was being bullied. But Lights with an infield pass to Echo. Light touch, not light enough. Doesn't quite scrub off enough speed. And that 5th goal will have to wait. But how much longer? Lights is Judge Drury running interference. Loom Money misses out on it. But Echo, accidental second touch to Loom Money. Oh, you've got to put that one away.
Second best shot we've seen from them so far in this series. Well, the first one was the one that resulted in a goal, but even then, we know they have it in them to put pressuring chances like that together. Coast Guard Gaming have such a large lead at this point in time. Might just be them taking their foot off the gas pedal a bit too much to leave themselves open to those opportunities.
Echo. Oh, he's going to need it. He was lining up for it. He was lining up for something truly extraordinary. Lights. Oh, Silent throws himself at that. And Echo goes corner instead of backboard. Smart decision, honestly, given how many players were ready to set up and counter. A counter that has been well and truly shut down. Oh, Silent, what a redirect. And a good read from Loom Money with a save.
Just baiting out
from nowhere.
To keep an eye on them. Yeah, just flew in. Wow, the speed from Lights on that play was immaculate. Took off like a jet, ready to intercept the ball and deliver it to its destination, rightfully in the spot of HMS Triumph's net. Less than a minute to go now. It looked like there were some signs of life from HMS Triumph before. Now they'll have to look forward to the next game to potentially pull off a reverse sweep or at least get one for the road for the lower bracket.
Another double commit, Stimplebog and Loom Money. Oh, another double commit, Drury and Loom Money. I'm not even going to say it's a common denominator because every single one of these players has been doing this all weekend long. Xylem watching brief. They don't really have to do much here, Coast Guard Gaming. They could sit on the halfway line and just keep on playing keep away. And they'd lock this series down comfortably. It's what we expect them to do, Vodable. Coast Guard Gaming. 5-1, 5-2, 5-1. Up against the HMS Triumph. It's match point to the blue side.
When you were going like that, it just makes you think of like an auctioneer. Okay, well, let's get 5-1, let's get 5-1, let's get 5-2, let's get 5-2. Like something like that.
I miss my calling.
Give me 5 goals, give me 5 goals. I forgot you used to do stuff like that.
I've done lots of stuff.
Oh, man.
It's like casting is like an amalgamation of everything that I've done in the past.
It really is. It really is. Casting is an enigma, as Patrick would say. Either way, though, we have Game 3 on the horizon now. Coast Guard Gaming are primed and ready to take advantage of their situation. Go boldly where no Coast Guard Gaming has gone before. Well, I can't quite say that because Coast Guard Gaming have done that in the tournament last year where they went all the way to the grand final. Yeah. I guess I gotta take that back.
I do appreciate the offer of the reference, given my name in reality. What on earth am I doing? It's been a long day, folks. It's been a long day. I'm sure that the chicken drumsticks with the spicy tomato sauce were great. I had some buttermilk chicken myself. It was delightful. But what I can say, to pull another quote from the Trek of the Stars, the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few, Vodable. Team effort. Indeed. Mentioned it last game. We'll mention it most games. For HMS Triumph, We need a bit of a fusion dance here. All powers combined, all powers on Song, as their last chance before falling into the lower bracket has arrived.
Essentially comes down to this for HMS Triumph and their journey in the upper bracket. Had a hard-fought road all the way up through the round robin. Looking to see if they can bounce back in some way. Game would be a great thing to go home with, at least into that lower bracket, or even pushing it the distance to take a series. Baby steps is where they got to go before they can run away with a potential win. First minute though, a lot better, at least with the way that they're positioning themselves. Not overcommitting, making sure that they have their bases shored up, but as I say that, they give up an opportunity on the challenge. Not gonna be capitalized on though, because both attackers in the net, they got possession of the ball a little bit sooner. They could have gone for a counterattack, but it's gonna fizzle out.
Echo. It's a Stimplebog who was looking to go around the world, loses control of the ball, catches out Xylem, reacts well, Lights hits the crossbar, and away the Triumph go. Echo on the backslide, and does well to go up into the air. The handoff to Lights, beautifully done. Musty flick to Xylem. Interception isn't going to make much difference here for the Triumph. Into the center. Ooh, but Lights gets involved, and that's going to undo all the good work. Oh, never mind.
How it goes sometimes, but Lights might have a chance to go around. There's the setup for Echo, and there's the finish for Xylem. We're just waiting for it to happen. So eventually they were able to strike true into the heart of their opponent's base. And Echo with a perfect setup to center things.
I feel like we've got to hold ourselves back, Audible, and talk about things in the past tense with the Triumph, because I was delighted that they threw it away so successfully. Coast Guard's then like, okay, bet. Throw it right back down the other side of the field into the orange zone, and then what do you know, a goal magically, it doesn't magically, they craft it really nicely and neatly, like this shot opportunity. Good combo play, good pinch, albeit off target. Still a nice way to work the defense, a defense that is as stressed as you could possibly imagine.
Great efforts being putting forth by both teams. I mean, yeah, as you were mentioning, there's been some good looks from HMS Triumph, but they almost both got faked out on the defensive end. Lumoney's like, yeah, I'm gonna demo you for that one. And rightfully so. Echo though, a 1-2 punch, backboard and in. Business as usual.
Just suckers in judge jury. I don't know why Stimplebog's going for that, to be honest. And Lou Money, if this was RLCS, we'd be a lot more critical. That's a difficult thing to try and read, because you're all like, your mind is first of all thinking, how am I going to approach getting up into the sky? And then what should I be aiming for? Ahead of the ball, the car, where I think they're going to try and shoot? It's a lot of options, and there's only going to be one right one.
We'll see what the option's going to be here, because this is potentially the final 2 minutes in the upper bracket for HMS Triumph. They want to at least get another goal for themselves. Stimplebog need to cut in a little sooner on that challenge. Good clear out though. Judge has a chance. Blue Money deflected by Xylem. The positioning of Coast Guard Gaming just is too good. No gaps in the wall that they've been able to erect against the other side. This is a huge boon for them with the way that they've been able to come out on top in so many games against every team except the winners from the last couple of iterations of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, presented by our lovely partners, USAA. Even though less than a minute, just a moment to go for HMS Triumph to get something, but it goes the other direction. Echo will be the ones to strike with a minute remaining.
Perhaps time to look forward. Audible. I mean, 3 minutes in 60 seconds. We have seen Stranger in various Rocket League events, but you kind of get a taste for which way the wind is blowing. Is there any team that Triumph would want to face in that lower bracket to try and jumpstart a run through this bracket?
Let's see who they can potentially face is the big thing. Looking at the bracket there specifically, they'll fall down to that match L1. So they'll be playing the loser of French Air Force and RAF Shadows. So based on what we've seen before, it would likely be RAF Shadows, and we saw how that one went as well. So they've got their work cut out for them regardless of who they face off against. Every team giving it their all in this competition, and I don't know how that initially did not go through, but great save. It just was too much momentum behind it to stop it.
It's a sign of how up and down the tournament has been for a lot of these teams when just looking back at all of these series that Triumph have faced, the opponents who I'd say, if I can see them getting a game win to try and generate some momentum, it's against Air Force Gaming. that's as close as they got to genuinely competing and taking the game. Right? It's just bizarre. But I'll tell you something that isn't bizarre. Coast Guard Gaming and success. This was exactly the sort of performances that they needed. No frills, no spills, get the job done. Bob's your uncle.
And congratulations to the side of Coast Guard Gaming. They move on to the winners round 2 for tomorrow. I believe it's more like a winner's semi-final, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, that is kind of like a winner's semi-final for these teams. They'll face off against the winner of French Air Force and RAF Shadows. We saw only how the French Air Force and Coast Guard Gaming matchup went at the beginning of the competition in day 1. So I'm really excited for that potential rematch there as well. But we shall see how things go down. HMS Triumph will await the loser of that next series. RF Shadows and French Air Force will face off against each other in mere moments after we have a break. But before that, we'll be eventually hearing an interview from the winners of Coast Guard Gaming. I wonder if we're going to get more stares here, Relic. What are you thinking?
I don't know. Maybe we'll eventually get that food question that we were asking for how many hours ago. I think we are actually jumping ahead of ourselves as well, though. I think writing off the Shadows is a fool's game. We know that they can just hype each other up. Everything is something that's worth getting out of your seat for Daromas. And so who knows, as much as the French Air Force is looking really, really strong, we'll find out in due time. In the meantime, I believe that we have KP down on the stage. So to you, my friend.
Coast Guard coasting through the upper bracket. I am joined by Echo. After a reverberating win, as once again, he's the person we're interviewing after their victory over HMS Triumph. We just got to stop meeting like this, man. I mean, those Triumph boys, it breaks my heart. They've yet to win a series, but I still love the heart they bring into each of these games.
Yeah, you guys are setting me up pretty poor. I don't like it. Respect to them. It was a fun series. Best of luck to them in the lowers. Hopefully they can make a good run. But yeah, you don't want to be, not winning a single series here. So I really hope they can eventually do it.
Well, I thought it'd be a good idea to talk about you guys as a team, right? Because obviously there's always this pressure. You guys are coming back, only full returning roster, high expectations after making it to the grand finals last time. For me, I'm kind of curious, what's been the biggest internal conflict you guys have had to overcome on your return here to the Allied Forces Esports Invitational?
No, I mean, it shocked me as well that we're the only returning full 3 roster, so that's something that we have over every team here, I would say. But internally, I mean, some people just like to play other games a little bit too much right now. I'm not going to name any names, but there's a guy behind the camera.
What game?
Tarkov. Just
That's a life sentence, right? That isn't just a chore you do each day. He's trying to live 2 entire lives.
Yeah, hey, respect to him. He's, grounding that. So, but no, other than that, I mean, we've been playing a good amount. So, happy where we are as a team. Definitely goal is to make the grand finals and take one to Air Force for sure.
Well, on a trajectory course. Up next, though, we are going to be seeing the French boys face off against RAF Shadows. I think I can guess your preference for who you'd like to face tomorrow.
Yeah, I think you can guess my preference. shout out to both of them, but I got to go with the French Air Force. You know, they're supportive of us, so I'll be supportive of them back. They look really good today too. They're scary, so I think we actually play them tomorrow. The winner of whoever wins this. So yeah, best of luck to them.
Well, we'll have to see what they can do. We're going to head to a short break. When we return, our final series of the day, and it is going to be a crazy one. It's the most passionate two teams I feel like we've seen here. We're always seeing so much heart out of RAF Shadows, but we're also going to have to see them match the heart and the skills of the French boys who have been surprising everyone so far here at the Allied Forces Esports Invitational.
One more series to go today for the Allied Forces Esports Invitational presented by USAA. I'm Laudable. We got Relic here. We'll bring Jar of Jam back in at the end of the show, but we do have the standings to go through just to remind you of how we got here as well for the round robin stage that just finished up earlier today. Air Force Gaming on top, and then it goes down from then on out. But our series that we have on the bracket is what is most important. This is going to be a battle of passion here, Relic.
Passion expressed differently. French Air Force, it's quiet smiles and delight. But when RAF Shadows get excited, they are literally out of their seats. The stare down between the two coaches, between the two leaders of the team. Of course, one plays as much as coaching. An intermingling roster, those RAF Shadows running with what they consider their bomb squad. So we learned from Darumus. Fist bumps around for the French. It's going to be an exciting one, Vodable. I think that the French, especially on current form, they should be looking at this, wrapping it up in 4, maybe even as little as 3. This is the exciting thing about the bracket stage. You never quite know. What's come before is thrown out the window. It's a fresh slate for all.
Hopefully for this series, at least. The last two were about a standard affair from what we expected from the results of the round robin play. But even then, we had a 5-game series stunner and then more of a 3-0 snoozer. Now this one's expected to be more of what we can hope to see throughout the rest of the bracket. Both these teams gonna give it their all. French Air Force proving to be the at least 3rd best team. They want to be proven to be the 2nd best if they win this and the next series against the team that took them down, Coast Guard Gaming. Now it all comes down to this best of 5. Already a shot coming through from Kurt. The speed and ferocity of RAF Shadows faster than what we've seen before.
I know the Jam was willing Kurt on, wanting to see more goal output from this player. I think at this stage, it doesn't matter where the goals come from for the RAF Shadows. They'll be delighted with a lead, and a lead they might just have. Oh, NCH playing with fire off the crossbar, but here's Kurt, man of the moment. NCH again with the hose pipe for his squad.
What a way to start things off in the first minute here. So close again. Death Stark Jr. doing what they can to get this aside themselves into the corner. Sakata. Not the touch that they were wanting, but they probably got called off by Zulu. Romas doing everything that they can to keep this away from the box. Good touch, a carry forward. Try to go for maybe a bump from the air dribble, but still no dice. Death Stark Jr. Not the touch they were hoping for either. They're almost wisely staying back and waiting for their time to challenge this in the air. Couldn't get the follow through interception, but doesn't matter too much because they're still keeping it at an even scoreline.
Oh, that's a great demo from Kurt. Can't quite find NCH. Oh, and that might have been the difference. NCH now done the other side. It's Kurt with a save. Full velocity for both the squads. As Darumus now with a save. Here's NCH again, stopping this escape attempt. A pinch for Death Stark Jr. And Sakata was maybe hoping that Zulu would take over. Zulu's still back, but Death Star Jr. has run out of boost. That's ideas.
First 2 minutes gone by already. Well, I was gonna say pretty uneventful until the strike rings true. Like a bell at midnight tolls, and they come to collect. First goal of our final best of 5 of the day, the French Air Force with Salou leading the charge.
And looks worse than it actually was. Sakata staying back to ensure that no kickoff shenanigans will go against them. But RAF Shadows were bullied. It was literally just Darumus from an awkward angle to try and make the save. What ultimately becomes our first goal of this series, another demo. It's the backboard. NZH high again. And now Zulu with a pinch. Not ideal, straight to Kurt, and Darumus completes the throwaway.
Nice touch in the corner there. Contested by Darumas. Might have a chance here if Kurt can get possession of the ball. An odd spot to be in. Don't know exactly when to challenge in those moments, but you know you got to go for something. Thankfully, didn't bite them in the butt too badly, though.
Sakata, nice lift. Darumus throws it away from NZH's trajectory. Zalu on target, that's Junior. To Darumus, into no man's land. And that's a ball central, but not eager to pick off that ball was any of the REF Shadows. Still struggling with resource management, but that resource management even harder to try and keep control of because of how aggressive the French Air Force are on this midfield line.
Zalu going for the demo too, making it so that they can't even sustain themselves on offense. It was chasing a second. Deadly is an understatement for the way that they are chasing down these players on RF Shadows. One goal doesn't seem to be enough for them. They'll take a second. Sakata gets it.
It really is as simple as man misses ball, man hits ball, man scores ball. No notes.
No notes needed. Unless you're trying to write for the history books for the French Air Force. Keep a record of the way that they've been able to turn things around since their first series of the tournament, where they got swept. And since then on out, the only other team to do that was the team that swept everyone. So you don't really have to worry too much there.
Worry is contextual. It always is. But I'd be worried if I was the Shadows, because that was an open net opportunity, and they kind of panicked at the end there. French Air Force bearing down on them at a rate of knots. 30 seconds left. Ooh. It's not been a bad look for the Shadows.
No.
Nowhere near. Like it's been a relatively competitive Rocket League game. I think we're just missing that final spice in the final third to get a goal for themselves, because you know, 2 converted, 3 converted for the French Air Force, as is now the case. It's not ridiculously out of pocket, especially for a squad that we know is excellent at this late part of the tournament, Audible. Shadows, to be competitive, have to convert themselves, and it would have been a great start to see that first goal go in.
I'm interested to see what the stats are going to look like for Shadows. I think the biggest difficulty for them was getting shots on target. Yeah, it probably won't tell the full story based on how many shots were counted, based on how we saw them on offense. But even then, the French Air Force will take game 1, as was prophesized based on their previous meeting and how we expected them to perform. But it's not over yet. They still have plenty of chances to bounce back, get a game, go from then on out to try and take the series for Shadows. But this is an uphill battle that they are ill-prepared for, it feels like.
Do you remember Octane.gg, Audible?
I do. RIP.
One of the coolest stats that we pulled from that site before its unfortunate demise was field domination. And I think that if we were to look at field domination for this match, close to 50-50, maybe 55-45 in favor of the French Air Force at worst. Yeah. But it's what each of these teams did once they reached those dangerous areas that proved critical. What we saw from the Shadows was a bunch of long shots, snatched shots, not exactly the type of chance creation that is more likely to score than not. You can flip that on its head for the French Air Force. It felt like every attack was so well considered. Every pass was set to lead to something excellent if it wasn't for the Shadows being pretty decent on defense. Game 1 has come and gone. Into game 2. I think it is obvious to the Shadows what they need to improve from here on out.
That it is. We'll have to see if that'll be enough for them to figure it out without needing more context clues on how to come out on top in this game. Execution is the name of the game this time for RAF Shadows. NZH and the rest of the squad at French Air Force are not going to make it that easy for them, especially Zalou. Always stalwart on the defensive end whenever a potential chance comes by.
Watching brief there, Sakata as NZH attempted to get the ball out of dangerous area, and now they pounce on it. Desjard Jr. is not able to make the block for Zalou. Just glancing across the goal mouth, NZH will have a second bite at the cherry here. Stopped by Doromus. Kurt, look at these boost bars, Vaudable. Look at these boost circles. Death Star Jr., that's 50% of his gone. 100 picked up on that far side. NZH, Zalou. I'm gonna keep on going up with my voice because it feels like the French Air Force is building up to some things. And eventually, NZH will have another go. And this is gonna go wide too.
It's tough to see for these players on how things have been going this way, but it's rough for RAF Shadows because they've been able to keep things so competitive at the starts of games, and eventually French Air Force have been able to just run away with it. And that seemed to be a similar story when they faced off against each other before. We haven't seen quite the energy out of this team, especially when goals like that go in against them.
Lack of balance. And you can tell that they're more defensively stout this time around. They're taking real good care of their defensive rotation. Then eventually, that's the invitation for your opposition to just cut in, cut in, cut in, cut in. And unless you can find that punishment, then you are eventually going to concede because you will run out of boost or you will be pulled out of position by another player, as Death Star Jr. in the right place at the right time. Here comes another shot, and it's Death Star Jr. again, but now Zalou with an opportunity. Kurt at the front door, and Doromus throws it away.
Already almost at the halfway point of this game, pretty much the series as well. No closer are we to Shadows getting a game or a goal to at least tie things up. Need to hold on to possession for more than just 5 or 10 seconds. Kurt could have done something there if they were better poised for the touch. They just had to take what was given to them instead due to the speed of the ball. Sakata really been a star of the show in this game for their team. Expecting big things for the rest of the competition from them. 5 shots for Zalou though, and not a single goal yet. Just goes to show how defensive Shadows have had to play.
And that defense has earned them the right to remain within 1 goal up until this point. It's been a long game. Like, it's been a game that has been mostly midfield battles, trying to pick the pocket of others. And at the closest look at net that we've seen yet, Doromus meeting, what's that, Zalou over on the far side. Here is Zalou now, has been able to unlock himself from jail. NZH invited to go underneath Death Star Jr. Doromus with no boost. Death Star Jr. waiting for a pass that will not arrive. Zalou, NZH is going to pass back, keep control, keep possession through the corner. And Doromus heads downtown.
Solid touches so far. Doromus with a good pop-up. Sakata had a chance there.
Oh no.
Oh, that could have been bad if Zalou had a little bit more boost and better challenging on the ball. It was a rough spot though because they had to just give it their all pre-jump and hope the read was good enough. They want that cushion goal for the French Air Force. Secure the victory in game 2. But easily in the last 40 seconds, see Shadows get something going and tie things up. Send us to yet another overtime, of which we had far too many in the first series of the bracket stage.
Oh, that's a chance! And Death Star Jr. fires wide, but they had to take that opportunity then. 20 seconds left. That's over everybody with no one at the far post. Doromus a day late, a dollar short. Death Star Jr. though! It's 1-1!
Sighs of relief from the RAF Shadows players. You can tell that they have been waiting for this moment. Dropping a bomb in at the back of the net. French Air Force will have to lick their wounds and go forward to try and prevent an overtime scenario. Ramos is instead going to prevent it by getting a kickoff goal, standing up and popping off.
This man with his Gaelic chants over to the opposition. How would you like that? Eyes peering through the mist. All he sees is the goal that has taken his team ahead. But these kickoffs, they can be tricky. French Air Force down the other side, Kurt with a monumental interception. He's destroyed for his troubles. Full court carry required. Death Star Jr. in the air. The Romus on target. Zalou on the backboard. Death Star Jr. spikes it. We're in a tie series, 1-1.
Wow, what a rally back by the Royal Air Force Esports Shadows roster. Feeling the fury and the passion from their side of the pit. Nice to see the performance from them. We knew they had it in them, Relic, especially at the start of that game one. It was so close and it kind of ran away from them towards the end, and they just kept their heads down, waited for their moment to strike, and then were eventually able to take advantage of just minuscule mistakes by their opponents. The defense is really what won them that game, though. We saw so many shots time and time again from the French Air Force roster, and it just could not go through.
Patience is a virtue. That is the lesson that my mother taught me when I was young. And it really did pay dividends on this occasion. Yes, it takes a kickoff goal. Yes, the French Air Force are going to be kicking themselves that they allowed that to happen, when already on previous kickoffs in this very series, they've deliberately kept Sakata back on the line as a fail-safe in case this situation happens. But by not grabbing that second goal, by being unsure as to whether they should shut up shop or maybe press forward to keep RAF Shadows on the defensive, that avenue of opportunity opened. And heading into game 3, was anybody's ball game. French Air Force seizes the day.
You can still say it's anybody's ball game still, though, based on the evidence of last game. We saw an open goal go through for French Air Force at the start, and then, RAF Shadows, they came back. So, not down without a fight. But if we see a couple more goals rally behind that first one from French Air Force, eventually snowball into something unstoppable, an avalanche of offense. That will be too hard for them to dig themselves out of the rubble afterwards. That's kind of what we saw happen in game number 1. The 3 goals to not much to say for RAF Shadows.
Sakata finds NZH. NZH supposed to find a demo. No demo found. Backboard found though. Zalou found. Death Star Jr. scurries to scramble the ball. But they're still under pressure. A little bit too much on that one. But Zalou with the follow-up. Wow. Near post miss when that should have been 2.
First minute, about what we expect typically from French Air Force. Almost a second goal if that was on target. No one really in position with enough boost or anything to have stopped it. Romus, though, doing what they can to clear out the back line and remove them from the equation. But they need to solve for their first goal in this game. Took them quite some time to figure out the formula and how to get the correct answer in the last one, but they eventually got there. Maybe quick maps isn't their strong suit, but they were able to put 2 and 2 together eventually.
I'll let y'all figure that out at home. And you can send in the answer on a postcard, please. Kurt. No piece of it. Triple commit. Triple commit from the Shadows, actually. Which, hey.
Oh,
I'm left breathless. I'm left speechless. How was that almost a goal?
The fact that nobody was there either, they could have just taken a couple more seconds on the play, but they just didn't expect no one to be there. I think that's what it was. They got the ball in their hands. They're like, I don't know what to do with this. Let me just eat it at the net.
Me at anything in the kitchen when I'm trying to prepare a meal. 2.5 minutes then. Left on the clock. And it's a very similar situation, isn't it, to game number 2. French Air Force, they have this lead, and they've had a lot of really strong opportunities to double it, but they haven't. And that warning shot from the Shadows has come far earlier than what we saw in game 2. Kurt with a shot, and that's Sakata with a good save. Deathstark Jr. to NZH. Deromus is stopped by NZH. Deathstark Jr. trying to recycle his Kurt, but that's a strong block and throwaway from Kalu.
Well, 2 minutes remaining now in game number 3 for RAF Shadows. Kurt with a counterattack. Nobody had boost either, but they couldn't get it far enough past that line of defense. Even when the French Air Force don't have much of the tanks, they somehow come out with something on top. Zalou with the second goal cushion.
And breathe. This is such a deceptive ball from Zalou. Soft enough, guided enough, out of the hands of Deathstark Jr. So unfortunate from their perspective. Daylight from a French Air Force perspective, and that was almost burning sunlight in the eyes of the Shadows. A blindingly good chance to make it 3. And the RAF Shadows trying to put pain where it hurts. Rub salt in wounds that they are yet to open. Backboard Deathstark Jr. 1 goal game again.
Oh my goodness. Darmus from the ceiling. NZH almost got there, but it was such a tough read with a sharp angle from above that you don't usually expect to find having to defend against. But what a play there by RAF Shadows. You could hear the pop off from the crowd and the players in the background after that one. But still, we'll have to tie things up if they can do so here. A little bit more of a journey than they had to in the last game, though, is the biggest worry.
Kurt, Deathstark Jr. was looking for the soft assist down into the path of anybody who was willing. Big demo, and the causeway opens up. Deathstark Jr. The Romus won't get there, Zalou will. And he would have fallen to Deathstark Jr., but a feels bad backflip. NZH. Here's Zalou. Sakata fights at last, burning every crucial second off the clock that he can. Miss from Deathstark Jr. As Zalou, Kurt knows he's not going to get to this one. The Romus. NZH on the turn with 30 seconds left. And that's going to go to the far side of the field. No, not for long. Sakata, backboard, drop down potentially. Second touch potentially. No goal comes of it.
Playing leapfrog with the ball there for a moment. Just trying to figure out who's going to hold on to it. Hot potato, back and forth. Not past one. They just need to get the tap in or center or something, but nobody's there on the follow through. They didn't quite expect things to go. Oh, it's such a tough spot to be in. And there we go. Drops down. French Air Force take their second game win. Match point for them to move on to face off against the ever faithful team that they fell against in the first round of competition. It's gonna be a tough one against Coast Guard Gaming if they come out on top in the rest of the series.
2 goals was enough then in the end. For the French Air Force, still laughs and smiles for the Royal Air Force. The Shadows, as I said earlier, looking to step out of the sunlight really. There were some really, really good looks again from the French Air Force. Arguably could have had more, should have had more. This pundit certainly thinks so. But this series, I feel, far closer than a few pundits might have given it credit for. The French Air Force will be eager, Vaudeville, to make sure that it doesn't head to a Game 5.
4 shots for the side of RAF Shadows. We saw more of than that for just Sakata. I mean, they are the most improved player, I would say, for this French Air Force roster. 5 shots to their name and 1 apiece in every other stat line for that game. I believe they've had a goal per game as well, and that they have, so keeping that consistency going for French Air Force. If you are RAF Shadows, that'd be the one I would look to kind of shut down if you could on the transition.
Shadows looking for this opener. An opener that they have not had this series so far. Sakata and NCH watching. Oh dear. RAF Shadows were all over each other and not in a good way. But they are not punished for it. Sakata going to the far corner. Big demo and almost a big block on Deathstark Jr. Sakata, not as central as he would have liked. Zalou backboard, Deathstark Jr. there. And NZH with full boost. Let's see what he can do.
Not much. But mainly because the defense of RAF Shadows. This time Sakata looked to set things up for a good windfall. Wanted to go gambling and didn't come up as big as they could potentially there. So they'll have to go back to the drawing board here. Sakata, no boost, but a dream. Knows that there's still a threatening chance from RAF Shadows, so they all get back to their own side after some demo exchanges from both teams. Blows off the bow of either side. Kurt almost able to get the connection there, tries to slow things down, but Zalud is much wiser, not fall for that kind of play.
He heads to the center circle then. Darumus with a fresh full tank. There is someone on this far side. It's Deathstark Jr. It's into the middle. And Darumus, that was really approaching him fast. Kurt forced into a backtracking motion. Sakata towards net. There's that backboard. Deathstark Jr. was avoiding the bumps and bruises of Zalou. Not for long though. Here's Sakata again. Doesn't get it past Darumus. It's always tricky to tee it up onto the post and then into the center. This defense holds for now.
Almost at the halfway point of this game, and really just goes to show how competitive these two teams have been. French Air Force not wanting to overextend themselves. That's what's really caught them off guard a couple of times here with the counterattacks from RAF Shadows. Sakata good pop up. Had the waterfall down if someone's in position. They could have gotten the goal, but good deflection by the defense. They don't even need anyone else because Zalou will be the one to score.
That's the most nonchalant goal we've seen all day. And Darumus, it's so unfortunate. You see just coming into shot of that replay, gets caught on the lip of the goal, out of position, simply arrives too hot into the place where he needed to be, overshooting it. And French Air Force, they shoot their shot. They get that goal, they lead again. And the Shadows fighting from behind with Deathstark Jr. into the middle. And NZH uncontested. Zalou throws it downtown.
Good centering chance for Kurt. Ramos doing what they can with it. Maybe not the best angle that they could have hoped for on the challenge. Both of them getting caught up on their own side a little bit. NZH though, set things up for Zalud. Ramos towards the midfield line. Sakata just deflecting it aside. Zalud didn't get the touch that they were looking for, so Sakata will have to back them up instead. They're just trying to waste some more time like they were unable to do in previous games of this series. Kind of the reason why we saw our RAF Shadows bounce back themselves. NZH though, good touches. Sakata with the follow through. Or just to kind of push the ball downfield than anything else. Zalou seeing if they can catch them off guard again, but they're not going to fall for the same act twice.
Kurt has to back up. Oh, and they still miss the ball. Zalou! Oh! You wonder if that was 2-0. Is that game over? Is that series over? RAF Shadows. Downfield. That's nice from Deathstark Jr. Sakata coverage. Past Darumus. It's NZH. There's blockers. It's Deathstark Jr. Oh! Kurt almost scores the OG.
Oh, so close there for Kurt. There's been so many chances Kurt's had, but hasn't been able to get a meaningful opportunity in this specific game. Gotten possession of the ball, but no shots, no saves, and no assists. They're just the one that they're trying to send downfield to bait out the other team, and French Air Force are too smart for that one. Time ticking down though, and there goes another goal through Sakata, potentially the final one. You can see the smiles on the faces of the French Air Force. 14 seconds would need 2 back-to-back kickoff goals for Shadows.
A little bit of desperation there from the Shadows. desperate to break out, desperate to score, desperate to have anything go their way. But this French Air Force squad, even up against the very best in Air Force gaming, that's as close, genuinely, as that top team has come to losing a game. We are potentially talking about the favorites besides this team to make it to the grand finals. And they're one step closer now, Vodable. Shadows sent down to the realm that is the lower bracket. French Air Force progress.
Bravo for the French Air Force side. Magnificent performance from them to move forward into the next round of the Allied Forces Esports Invitational. It's not over yet, though, for the Shadows team. You'll still see them in the lower bracket in one of our earlier matchups tomorrow, as they will still have to progress forward as best as they can. And thank you, production, as if on cue, showing us where we have come so far for this bracket. RAF Shadows will have a redemption match against HMS Triumph to try and move forward. Winner of that will face off against Air Force Gaming or RAF Storm Shadows there. And then the loser of Coast Guard Gaming and French Air Force will fall to face off against Space Force Gaming as well. So a lot of great matches to go on here, but I believe we have our lovely host back, Jarv Jam. Welcome in.
Thank you very much, boys. Thank you for having me. It has been a long day, but we finally have reached the final stop before we go and see KP on the stage. 12 series played, 9 in the group stage, 3 more in our playoff bracket. But we found our first team moving on to the next round, dropping on down. And what a day it has been. We had reverse sweeps. We had game 5s. Funnily enough, those were the same teams playing once over another. RAF Storm Shadows, of course, in the Space Force Gaming. It has been a day full of amazing action. And I'm glad that still, even the teams that have dropped down to the lower brackets still are not out today. All of that is going to be happening tomorrow. Also means that the stakes are that much more higher when it comes to the double elimination bracket, and some teams, just like the Shadows we've just seen, only have 1 life. All it makes for an even more exciting day. So yes, let's quickly round it up with the thoughts. Alec, let's start with you this time. What a day it has been. What are your highlights of day number 2 of Allied Forces Esports Invitation?
Storm Shadows, they're back, baby. They're back. I know that they have been up and down in terms of form, but we've seen today what those heights can give them in terms of success. How much they're going to be able to do up against Air Force Gaming tomorrow, that's another question. Hope they eat their breakfast well. I'm super excited to see the French Air Force going up against Coast Guard, a run back of one of those very first series. Now in the upper bracket, now with the French Air Force arguably second best team in the competition, just when you look at pure eye value alone, Coast Guard Gaming only ahead of them because of that previous series win. And as you say, Jam, it's high stakes tomorrow. As much as I've enjoyed today, we see eliminations, we see tears, and we see pure elation and joy. Someone's got to walk away with those trophies. Who's it going to be?
Can it be the 3 of us? You know what? There's 3 trophies.
That'd be nice. Yeah, late entry. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, here it is, the Undertaker with a chair.
We'll do a show match like that next time.
I think somebody asked, I can't remember who it was, could have been Jeromas, asking for the casters to maybe play on the field as well. That would have been something. But yeah, Vaudeville, maybe an upset that could happen. Maybe a bold prediction for tomorrow or something from you.
I mean, I wouldn't call it an upset, but this is my prediction, is that the French Air Force will be the ones to move on and take the victory in their first series of the day tomorrow. So, Jarv Jam, I mean, why don't you do the honors in giving us into that interview?
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's it all from us. Jarv Jam, Vaudeville, Relic. We're going to be seeing you tomorrow, but one more time, it's Killer Pigeon on the stage with an interview.
Incroyable out of the French Air Force gamers. I am joined by Cicada for the final interview of the day. Cicada, first of all, congratulations. Those RAF Shadow boys do not make it easy.
Woo. Of course, no. Shadow Air Force is a great team. They play really well. They have a playstyle like us, so it's incredible to play against us second time today. And this one, they take 1 game. So hard.
I mean, I wanted to originally ask you why Rocket League, but I think the way you guys are on the stage says everything it needs to. It feels like this is in your soul.
Yes. Of course, we aren't a professional player. It's an opportunity to be here, so we enjoy maximum each time we go on stage. It's so cool to be here. Thanks a lot for the organization. It's so incredible.
Thank you for delivering so many incredible games, and we got to look forward to tomorrow. The Coast Guard, right? Like you, let's say it wasn't the prettiest series, but I feel like individual games, you guys done phenomenally well. How do you feel about that Coast Guard series tomorrow?
Of course, it will be a hard game. We are the outsider, and we like this position so much. It's more easy for us to play as outsider because we can play just as our best without pressure. Just go, go, go.
And I look forward to seeing you boys go, go, go. Thank you very much. Pleasure to interview as always, and I look forward to seeing you lads more. But folks, it brings us to the close of day number 2 here in the Allied Forces Esports Invitational, and he has to get that mug on there, 2025, presented by the folks over at USAA. It has been a long day. Big shout out to everyone behind the scenes that's making this possible. We still have one more day to go. That's right. Tomorrow, tears to be shed and graves to be dug, as we begin the elimination bracket where people will be culled from the herd until we have only one triumphant force standing at the end of this phenomenal event. Make sure you tune in, 9 a.m. start time as always. Will it be Air Force Gaming exceeding expectations or simply meeting it? Or possibly, is there a sword of Damocles lingering over them that is ready to be cut and dropped? Tune in tomorrow when we round out this phenomenal tournament and find out who our champion is going to be of Allied Forces Esports Invitational 2025.